We are in Amsterdam on the doorstep of Ajax's famous Johan Cruyff Arena. And over the next 3 days, you're going to see 64 of the world's best PlayStation 4 FIFA 18 players battle it out for a top prize of $35,000 and a chance to qualify for the FIFA E-World Cup Grand Final in London. So strap yourselves in, get ready, because the PS4 playoffs are starting right now.
Played it short. Messi. That one's blocked. A second by the cherry!
This is the biggest FIFA Ultimate Team event ever has been.
When you play games like that, anything can happen.
Oh, not expecting that one.
It's all about mental.
Oh, it's yes.
These are the most elite players. Gotta take your chances.
Starts off with a goal.
And it's all about controlling the tempo.
Finishes in style.
It's pretty much win or go home.
I'm here to win it. I'll beat anyone that's in my way.
Welcome everyone to the FIFA 18 Global Series playoffs here in Amsterdam. This is the PlayStation pre-show, and I am Jimmy Conrad, and I'm being joined by two of my friends on the best seat in the house here in this city, ChuBoi and Spencer Owen. Now, Chu, I'm gonna start with you. Your hype level. Is it with a capital H? Is it all capital letters for the word hype? Is there an exclamation point at the end? How hyped are you for this?
It's all caps, Pog Champs in the chat, everything. Maybe I'm too hyped, some might say.
Too hyped?
Too hyped.
You're gonna do a good job of hiding it, because, I mean, it bubbles up with you. Spencer, how about you?
This is big, similar to Chill, just add a few emojis on the end, you know, maybe the big eyes.
How many big eyes?
Lots of fire everywhere.
Yeah.
Loads of eyes. No, very excited. Listen, it's going to be unbelievable. Can't wait to see who does it.
No, it is very exciting, and I'm gonna say this. There's 64 players here in PlayStation 4. Now, they took a journey to get here, but tell us about this competition format first, and then you can get through the journey.
Yeah, so it's the Swiss format, Jimmy, okay?
I love the Swiss format.
We like to mention the Swiss format here. Swiss format, Swiss format, Swiss format. It's 3 day, okay? So over 3 days. Today's the first day. Today is survival day, we call it. In the Swiss format, you always play someone else with the same record as you. So if you win a game, you go up against someone else that wins the game, and if you lose, you go up against someone else that lost, etc. Until you get 4 wins, Jimmy. 4 wins is what you need to get out from a maximum of 7 games. Once you get the 4, you know you're into the round of 32. And this is super crucial, because this is the round that decides whether you qualify for the FIFA E-World Cup Grand Final. That's why it takes place on qualification day, which will be tomorrow. And then once we do that, we move into decision day, okay? Decision day is where we ultimately crown the winner of the PlayStation 4 playoff. That person is gonna get $35,000 and top seeding for their trip to London.
Very important.
Exactly, very important. We'll talk more about it later, I'm sure. And so that's the event we've got here. But where does it fit into the whole ecosystem of FIFA events? Well, there's loads of different ways you could have qualified to get to Amsterdam through Champions Cups, the E-Club World Cup, the Last Chance Qualifier, online league partners, other competitions as well. But there's only one way you can get to the E-World Cup Grand Final, and that is by performing here in Amsterdam. So you've really got to be clever to time your prime.
I like that.
I've just made
nice
that up.
rhyme
Just made
right
that up
there.
now. I've rhymed, prime and prime.
Now, if you didn't qualify for this event, you really have no excuse then, right? Because there were so many opportunities to get here.
Exactly. I mean, hopefully a lot of people took those opportunities, and the people here, they definitely deserve to be here, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, there's been more opportunities than ever before. Some people that got here qualified not even from winning things, because the people that won things had already qualified a different way. So in some cases, you only had to come 2nd, 3rd, 4th in events to get here. So if you're not here, there's a reason.
Of course. And now let's talk about one of the qualifiers. It's a qualifying event in Asia, the EA Champions Cup, Spring 2018. And the winners were Team Flash. Now, they're a team from Singapore, but they have 2 guys from Singapore and 1 from China. They had a huge upset. Dramatic come-from-behind victory over EDG in the semifinals. And they cruised in the final. They get to hold this awesome trophy, by the way. I want one of these at my house. Hopefully we can talk to EA about making that happen at some point.
Those guys
they were really dramatic for them. Most people didn't expect them to be here. How excited are you to see how these guys perform, maybe from a region that most people don't know any players from?
I think it's great that they do get that opportunity because, of course, like you said, a lot of players from Asia, they do not get that spotlight. So I think they're going to want to perform very well tonight to show that, you know, players from Asia, they can cut it too amongst the best of the best.
Now, one of the players' names is Troll Embiid.
Okay.
So it's a play on Joel Embiid, the NBA player, but he's Troll Embiid. You like that?
I like that.
He might be my favorite just based on his name alone.
That's what he's going for, Jim. I like the fact these guys are in the competition because it goes 2 ways. On one hand, yeah, people are sort of putting them down, saying they haven't got much chance because they're not as familiar with the game. But equally, they might have picked new things up. They might have play styles that these guys aren't familiar with. How much has How much of the established PlayStation players actually watch these guys play? I'd say almost none.
I'd say none, for sure.
So it could be a real little kind of surprise package from these guys.
Okay, and then another player we're going to be keeping eye on, our eyes on, yeah, that too, is TheStrxngeR. Now, in Barcelona and in Manchester, he went 6-1 in the Swiss round format, okay? That's very, very good, but he lost to FifaUstun in the first round in Manchester, and then in Barcelona, he got to the console final, but he lost to Nicolas, who obviously is one of the favorites here today. Now, TheStrxngeR qualified through the virtual Bundesliga, which is very impressive.
Yeah.
He seems like he's getting close to where he needs to go, but he hasn't won anything or these tournaments just yet.
I think this might be his time to shine because he's an incredible player. I call him the heel-to-heel champion. I mean, this guy has the cleanest heel-to-heel skill move I've ever seen in FIFA. He's incredible. Like you said, he hasn't won one of the major events aside from virtual Bundesliga. So I think now he's going to want to prove himself to go that extra step, and I think he can do it.
All right, now we're going to move on to somebody else that qualified for the virtual Bundesliga at Cihan. Now, we know a lot about him and his reputation of being somewhat emotional. He got to the final in Paris where he unfortunately lost to #TAS. Wasn't happy. He's never happy when he's not winning, and I understand that. Most players feel that way. But kind of doing well, I'd say, getting through and getting to the knockout rounds in Barcelona and Manchester, but then not really kicking on. And I think living up to his potential. I think we have a lot of expectations for him, Spencer.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget this is the same guy that also kicked your chair.
He did kick my chair.
Kicked your chair.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, we've gone on
about I'm looking for you, pal.
We need to give him another chance.
Yes.
But obviously, last year when he got to that final, he's representing Schalke. He did a switch to RB Leipzig, but always representing a decent Bundesliga team. For me, this is a big test for Cihan because often I'd say he's someone that can qualify for things. I've never really seen him kick on and be put in the conversation with trophy lifters, you know? So if he can do that here, fantastic, but ultimately he'll be looking to get final 16, which I think he's got a good chance of.
Okay, now we're going to move on to another player who's done well, but then has struggled since. It's Principe. Now, he won the final in Madrid, came out of nowhere, did the business, shocked the world, but since then, when we had the grand final in Berlin, totally crashed out of that. Been really unsteady and uneven throughout this season in FIFA 18. And the only reason he qualified for this is because his partner carried him in the FIFA E-Club World Cup. It wasn't even him that won a game. So we could argue that he didn't even win a game to be here, but yet he's here. What do you think of his chances, Chu?
Well, the thing I like about Principe is that he does well when you don't expect anything from him. When he comes in with no hype whatsoever, I think this is one of those opportunities like in
But we're
Madrid.
talking about him, though.
We are talking about him, but of course, I think a lot of people say that FIFA 18 has not gone as well for him as FIFA 17. And of course, in Madrid, he came out of nowhere to win, and then we expected a lot from him in Berlin, and he crashed out early. So I think the opposite effect is going to happen where we're not talking about him a lot. We are talking about him here, but I think he could surprise today.
We'll see. We'll see. Time will tell on that. And maybe because he has no expectations of himself, maybe that will help as well. All right, we're going to move on to Damie now. This guy was the highest scoring player in all of Manchester, but unfortunately he crashed out in the quarterfinals. He went 6-1 though in Manchester, as you can see. Look at that, goals for and goals against versus what he did in Barcelona. Spencer, what do you think of his chances?
I mean, look at the improvement. The improvement from Barcelona to Manchester shows that he's going in the right direction. You can see in the kit there representing FNATIC and Roma there as well. I think he's one to watch. Yeah, I know how people feel about him, how people feel about playing him. He's a little bit of a scary customer, so I wouldn't want to go up against him in this tournament. And I think, yeah, he's got a really good chance of getting out the Swiss format and maybe into the last 16.
What I find interesting is that he actually gave up more goals in Manchester than he did in Barcelona, but went 6-1.
But he played more games.
That's
he
true.
played more games because he went further into the competition. This is the thing, so you can read a lot into these stats, and don't get me wrong, I love a stat.
Okay.
But sometimes you've got to apply the context as well and think, you know, it's about how far into the competition he went, and that's improved over time, and he's probably playing his best FIFA right now, so he'll feel like he's got what it takes to at least qualify, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about Damie in this one as well. I'm not anointing anybody as the favorite just yet, but I really like his chances. Now we're going to move on to the E-Coca-Cola. E-Coca-Cola, that's a tongue twister, everybody. So this tournament happened all around the world, and a couple different countries hosted this. 5 different regions were represented, and we had the final here in Amsterdam yesterday. It was to qualify for the final spot, the 64th spot in this tournament. Well, it went to Nightwatch. He didn't actually need to win the final because his opponent in the final, Maestro, was already qualified. So by him being here, both of these guys are going to be showing up today. Pretty exciting, though, that tournament exists and that somebody can qualify in the day before this happens. You know, you guys, you agree with me on that? Well, whether you do or you don't, you guys are out.
Oh.
I'm trying to sub these guys out. I've heard enough from them. My whistle's not working right now. Not feeling the referees. You guys are out. You're done.
You're just going to do that?
No, yeah, I want to talk to Night Watch and Maestro.
Let's see who's coming in first. Okay,
no, here it is, right here.
Fair enough, you got some good subs.
Wait, at the start of this, didn't
you hear the whistle?
You were his good friends.
You know what? I'm blowing the
Yes,
whistle.
all right, we're going.
We'll go.
I see enough of you
Good luck.
guys.
Have a good game. Have a good game. Good luck.
There we go. Maestro, great to see you. How are you? Oh, Night Watch.
Hello. Maestro.
Maestro, sorry. Just want to give a bunch of hugs and well, I'll give you hugs afterwards. Maybe after you guys win. So tell me a little bit about the Copa Coca-Cola. A big event for you, yes?
Oh, yeah. I win against Night Watch in the final. I was just losing in the first match in the group against him. And yeah, it was very hard to play him, and I was happy to win.
Yeah, and then how excited are you to be here, getting that 64 spot?
I'm very excited, of course, going into the final. I knew he was already qualified, so pressure was off. Motivation was a bit more gone than it was in the group stage. I achieved my goal, so I'm happy with the way it went.
Do you feel like you're more prepared now for this tournament because you played in the big game yesterday?
Yeah. We have, it was good warm-up for today because it was in the good, it was good version of the game. So yeah, I think we are ready for today.
Yeah, then same thing for you?
Yeah, definitely, especially when you get used to playing the esports version one day before the tournament, and you play players with caliber of Agge and Maestro. It's the best preparation you can get.
Now, what if you run into him again?
What?
What if you play against him again? Are you going to change anything that you did? Because you got to play him a few times.
Yeah, I will play my game all the time, and we will see. Huh?
You'll see, that's it? No problem? No tactical changes?
No.
How about you, Night Watch?
I'd rather not say.
Now, are there any players that you're using? Because a lot of people were using Goretzka, the Bundesliga team of the season. Are you including anybody that maybe you weren't using in the past?
Classic team with Messi, Ronaldo.
And what's your preferred formation?
I can't say. Huh?
Well, we're going to figure it out eventually. How about you, Night Watch?
Son. Son is the FIFA Ultimate Team legend. Of course, no doubt about it. He's in my team. I hate Messi. Like, in real life, favorite, and in FIFA, not good.
So Son is Sonaldo for you and your team.
Son and Suarez. Suarez is amazing as well.
All right.
Suarez in the bench.
Now, do you put him out on the right or do you put him on top?
I sub R9 for Suarez.
Got it. All right, giving us some fun facts. Well, good luck to you guys. Thank you for sitting here on the couch. Now I'm going to throw it over to ChuBoi. He's got some hardcore analysis for us. Take it away, Chu.
Thank you, Jimmy. Now, guys, welcome to the show, of course. And I'm going to be telling you about some of the most common plays you'll be seeing today in Amsterdam. You know, there are a lot of players that we've seen in Manchester, also in Barcelona, but there's some new meta breakers, I like to call them, players who have broken through the meta of the likes of Hullet, Vieira, who will be making it into the starting 11 of some of those teams. Maestro, he's not going to be telling us his team, but I'm going to be guessing that a lot of these players are going to be showing up in his team. Now, let's take a look at the screen here. Of course, everybody's going to be going with David De Gea. Whether you go with the team of the season or the team of the year, it's really up to you. I think there's no difference between the two. And now, the most important players, I would say, in the defense is going to be Sergio Ramos, team of the year, and Maldini. Some people going with Rio Ferdinand instead of Maldini, but I think that Sergio Ramos is going to be unreplaceable in that defense, along with team of the year Marcelo and the new Kyle Walker, team of the season. That is one of the meta breakers. Another meta breaker here is 93 Goretzka. He has all the stats you need. No 4-star skills. He's 3-star, but you don't need him in CM. Of course, these guys are going to be going with the 4-1-2-1-2 formation. It gives you the most versatile attack. We have Prime Hullet, Prime Vieira as well, and of course, the best strike force that FIFA points can ever buy. ST Ronaldo, 99 rated, and the Prime R9 up top. And of course, a player that we should all be aware of is the new team of the season, Messi. Now, Jimmy, I heard you had some kind of interaction with Messi previously, didn't you?
I did. I played against him once.
Oh, wow. What happened there?
Well, they won, but I did get a clean tackle on them, so I'll take that.
Okay. I was thinking about something else, though, Jim. On Instagram recently, I think Messi said he'd been playing head tennis or football tennis or something, and you commented below something, I believe. Here we go. You can see on the screen now.
What did I write? I don't even remember.
Messi was playing football tennis, and you said, I will 100% beat tennis. Hit me up. Well, Jimmy,
I'll take him on anytime.
Unfortunately, we were going to do it today. Messi was going to come down. He got injured in the pickup game last night.
We had a pickup game last night, and I lasted all 3 minutes because I have a faulty calf. Yeah.
So unfortunately,
I mean, sorry, Messi. You're going to have to take a pass on this one. I know you wanted a piece of me.
The good news is, though, we did actually ask some of the players who they thought would win in a game of head tennis or football tennis between Jimmy Conrad and Lionel Messi. Should we find out what they thought?
Yeah, let's hear it. I'm curious.
See what they said.
Is that the question? Of course, Lionel Messi was like blind eyes. If they actually played a game, Jimmy and Leo, Jimmy, you got my support.
Lionel Messi. Messi. It's Messi.
I think Conrad would win because he's very tall, so that he could just hit the ball into Messi and he could not do something.
Do you know Jimmy Conrad?
Who is Jimmy Conrad?
And I think really I respect Jimmy very much. I think he has no chance against Messi. It's gonna be tough, Jimmy. Very tough.
I think Jimmy Conrad got a really good chance to win it.
I think Jimmy will lead like 6-0 and Messi will rage quit.
¿Quién es Jimmy?
Jimmy, that's brilliant.
That's a great question.
Yeah, great question. Where's Diddy Chris Lito, by the way? I have a bone to pick with him. He knows exactly who I am.
Does he?
Yeah. He knows who I am, maybe? Once?
The question
We did once.
Who do you think would win, Chu? No pressure. Jimmy or Messi?
Spencer shouldn't be talking. I've beat him handily plenty of times.
I've seen you beat him. Messi's post saying I'd beat him, though, did I?
That's true.
I know my role.
That's
I know
true.
my lane.
I would actually, again, height advantage. I'll give it to Jimmy. But if Jimmy was playing against my favorite player, Cristiano Ronaldo, I mean, that's a different story. I'll give you the W versus Messi, though. I'll give you the W.
Ronaldo is your favorite player over Messi?
Oh, yeah.
Can you explain yourself a little bit? I think we all want to just give us a 20-second rundown.
Well, there's a huge difference between Ronaldo and Messi, and you know what that is. One of them played for my favorite club, Manchester United, so that is Messi's only fault in this world. He should have played under Sir Alex Ferguson.
That feels like a very unbiased perspective.
I will say this. Messi, I feel like, is born with so much talent. I don't doubt that he works hard, but Cristiano Ronaldo seems to have worked for every single thing that he's gotten, and his consistency over a high level definitely has to be respected. So anyway,
basically what you're saying is you'd beat Messi at football tennis, you might struggle against Ronaldo.
It depends. I was a hard worker myself, so I have a lot of respect for him as well.
Okay.
All right, guys, let's take a look at the key matchups for the first round of the Swiss format. Here are some of our favorite ones. Got TheStrxngeR versus AJAX Lev, #Boras versus MoAubameyang, joshingwood versus Nicolas. Which ones do you guys want? I wish we could all watch all three at once.
Yeah.
Nicolas, for me, has got to be one of the favorites. But MoAubameyang obviously can step up and do some big things. Chu, who do you like?
I mean, I think that matchup between Boras and MoAubameyang is going to be a tough one for my heart because I'm a big fan of the two of them. Boras has amazing tutorials for FIFA, which I've learned a lot from FIFA 17 and FIFA 18. And MoAubameyang, I tune into his streams. Although they're in German, I still always watch his streams, and he's probably one of the most deadliest attackers on PlayStation.
Then Spencer, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of two big names going up against each other, that's Boras versus a MoAubameyang game looks great. Nicolas, I think, is going to be plenty of opportunity to watch Nicolas throughout this tournament because I'd be shocked if he doesn't pick things off, start things off with some big wins.
All right, well, one of the guys we're going to hear from in one of those matchups is AJAX Lev. Let's hear what he had to say.
I'm really proud to play for Ajax. It's my dream club, and to play here, the playoffs in Amsterdam means a lot to me. Of course, I like to reach top 16 because then you go to the World Cup. That's the goal, and then from there we will see. I hold the ball a lot. I have a lot of position. I have a really good build-up play, and I can score at the right moment.
Those are the words from AJAX Lev. Obviously, a little bit of pressure here being in Amsterdam. Now, we're a minute away from our coverage beginning of the Swiss round formats. Very excited, but before we get there, I need some predictions from you guys. Chu, who do you like?
I'm a huge fan of Maestro from Lille. He's been playing some incredible FIFA since the Manchester event. I mean, this guy is looking unbelievable. He's won so many tournament since then. He just won the E-Copa Coca-Cola. He also was the finalist for the Liga series. And he also won the French E-Copa as well. So unbelievable form coming in. That's my guy.
All right, Spencer?
I'm going to go with the Eisvogel, also known as the Kingfisher. Listen, if he scores, listen to his crowd. They'll make the Eisvogel noise, the Kingfisher noise. They go beep, 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 beep. Noises, you hear it around the thing.
All right. Well, my horse is Nicolas. I always go with Nicolas because I think he's a fantastic player. He's beaten all the guys that you just mentioned multiple times.
Maybe you're jinxing.
All right, guys, a few minutes left, and we are going to be headed to the Swiss round formats. It's all starting, so come back and join us right after this.
Played it short. Messi. That one's blocked. A second by the cherry.
This is the biggest FIFA Ultimate Team event ever has been. When you play games like that, anything can happen.
It's all about mental. These are the most elite players. Gotta take your chances. And it's all about controlling the tempo.
Finishes in style.
It's pretty much win or go home.
I'm here to win it. I'll beat anyone that's in my way.
Welcome back, everyone, to Amsterdam for the FIFA 18 Global Series Playoffs, the PlayStation 4 side of things. I'm Jimmy Conrad. I'm here with ChuBoi and Spencer Owen. We believe we're sitting in the best seats in the house. We get to watch 64 talented players battle it out for a chance to get to the FIFA E World Cup Grand Final in London in early August. Now, Chu, on a scale of 1 to 10, how hyped are you for this?
13.
13! I love ChuBoi. Spencer, how about you?
14 and a half.
14 and a half. Always
as
one
always,
up in Chu.
as always.
Gonna see a lot of that.
Always
now, this
happens.
competition, Swiss round format, we talk about it a lot because we love it a lot. Break it down for us.
Yeah, people at home I'm hearing are actually playing a game where every time we say Swiss format, they have to do some kind of punishment. So this is the Swiss format. It's a 3-day-long tournament. Obviously, today's the first day. Today's survival day. Okay, you always play someone who has the same record as you. If you win a game, you play someone else that won a game. You're always up against someone with an equal record. And you have a maximum of 7 games. If you get to 4 wins, you progress, 4 losses, and you're out. Now, if you progress, you go to the last round of 32, which is very important because this is a game that we played on qualification day, which will be tomorrow. If you win that game, you automatically qualify for the E World Cup Grand Final in London. That is huge. And if you've won that game, though, you've still got a chance to win here in Amsterdam, of course. On decision day, we'll be working out who that winner is on the PlayStation side. They'll be getting $35,000 and a lot of kudos and top seeding going into London, which is also very important. So that is what we're doing over the next few days. But also, this is all part of a qualification process to get to that E World Cup Grand Final. This is part of the Global Series, of course. This is the PlayStation playoff. And yeah, there's loads of different ways that people could get here, Jimmy. Loads of different tournaments, we've talked about some of them. But there's only one way you can get to London, and that is through performing here.
Okay, now our first matchup is going to be TheStrxngeR versus AJAX Lev, which is apt because we're here in Amsterdam, and so we want to see one of their local players get after it. Now, both of these guys went 6-1 in the group stages in Manchester. Obviously, great start. One of them's going to lose in this first one, so they're not going to get off to the best start either. Chu, who do you like in this matchup?
That is going to be... I'm going to go with
I love putting you on the spot right from the get-go.
No, I'm going to go with TheStrxngeR. I think, winning the virtual Bundesliga is going to give him a lot of confidence going into Amsterdam, and I think he's ready to step up. I know he hasn't gone to win one of the major events aside from virtual Bundesliga, but this is his time.
Now, Spencer, do you think there's more pressure on Lev to get a result, to get the crowd behind him right from the get-go?
Yeah, I mean, totally. At the end of the day, he's a local hero. On the decision day, we're likely to have some fans down here as well to support Live. So if he gets himself in that part of the conversation, he'll have the home crowd advantage, definitely. But I think I'm with Chu on this one. I think TheStrxngeR might just nab it. Remember, there's no draws in Swiss format, so whatever happens, we will have a win, even if it takes penalties to decide it.
All right, in the white, going from left to right, in the Basel kits is TheStrxngeR. And then from right to left, in the AJAX kits is Lev. 0-0, remember this is 2 legs, so this is the first leg. Just a feeling out process usually in this first game. Taking a look at formations and tactics, kind of styles. These two haven't played against each other in Manchester or Barcelona, but I'm pretty sure they're familiar with the success of each other's run and how they qualified. So it should be a very, very good first game to kick us off here in Amsterdam.
AJAX Lev starting off pretty well here in the blue kits, but that's a good interception from TheStrxngeR. Maldini's going to switch it over to Marcelo at left back. Keeps the ball under pressure there. That's good, first time pass. Ronaldo through on goal on the left foot. He's going to try and cut it inside to Hullet, who plays it over to Cristiano. Ronaldo, 1-0 to TheStrxngeR.
Not surprising to see TheStrxngeR score this early in the first game, but I thought he took an extra pass there, Chu.
That's what sets the pros different from the likes of us. They always look for that extra pass that none of us would have ever seen. I mean, that's how quickly the game can change. TheStrxngeR gets one pass through on goal, and he makes it count, even though Lev had so much possession.
I mean, if I was coaching him, I'd be like, listen, you gave up a ball where you had both corners to shoot at with Marcelo, to give it to Ronaldo with a lower success rate there from only one angle, but still hits the back of the net anyway. And as you said, Chu, these guys are pros for a reason. So now we'll see how Lev responds here. Obviously disappointed to give up the first goal, but because there's so much time, plenty of situations to find himself getting back into this game.
Messi, Vieira, Ronaldo. Lev's got plenty of time to get back in this, as we talked about, it's 2 legs, but he's looking a little bit more urgent now as he's gone 1-0 down. Ronaldo on the edge of the box to Ruud Gullit. Gullit, good play into Vieira, first time pass into Ronaldo. Looking for the other Ronaldo, it's going to be a corner.
Good sequence there, though. Good movement on top of the box. Another corner. We saw a lot of set-piece goals over the course of these tournaments in Manchester, in Barcelona. Pretty vital actions to have because they can obviously change the impact of a game.
Exactly, and a lot of the players look for that cross into the near post where Ronaldo, team of the year or team of the season, is so good at jumping that he can easily get that header. He's probably going to beat the defenders 9 times out of 10, and he's through on goal right now. He's probably going to want to cut it back or take that shot, but unfortunately De Gea does save it, but he does have R9 here. Vieira, he's going to pass it into Gullit to Messi or drag it back to take the shot, but Maldini, what a block.
That was a great recovery tackle there from the defender, just doing enough to push the attacker to the right-hand side of the box, make it a tighter angle for him. But Stranger showing with his goal and also that chance there that he can counter very quickly with one quick pass through on goal. It's going to be difficult for Lev to stop that.
And I think that's what's going to be happening throughout this match. I mean, it looks like Lev loves to have the fair share of possession, but again, the Stranger is so good at just picking up on a mistake or a switch in possession that he's going to be right at the other end with an opportunity at goal.
So he needs to be a little bit more impatient perhaps on the edge of the box there, because he's taking his time to create the chance, but then he's giving the Stranger loads of time to get back in position, whereas the Stranger, all one-touch passing. Look, he's almost through again. It's so simple for him, it seems. Hitting him on the counter is working really well for the Stranger, opening gaps in AJAX Lev's defence.
But it's Maldini again.
Seems to be the story of this game so far, is counter-attacks from the Stranger, and Lev just not really letting his possession dominance come through and get him a goal.
Just to catch you guys up, we're 30 minutes into the first game of the FIFA 18 Global Series playoffs presented by PlayStation. We're taking a look here at the Stranger's manager. He's obviously very focused on what's happening and the decisions that the Stranger is making. The 1-0 is the lead to the Stranger in the first half of a 2-legged affair. Oh, what a touch there by Neymar. Unfortunately, Marcelo had seen Neymar play in training before because they're both Brazilians and easily read that. Now, Chu, question for you. It seems like there's a lot of reactive defending from Lev right now. I know there's a balance you have to have between anticipating, because you don't want to over-anticipate, right, and create gaps and spaces. But you don't necessarily want to react every single time either.
Exactly, and the Stranger, he can take advantage of that, and I think you're going to see him. One thing that a lot of pros do is that they start to feel out the defense for their opponent, and then they do certain types of skill moves or certain types of attacking techniques. Oh, we have Lev here with the chance, but Sergio Ramos defends it well. So you see them do certain types of skill moves or certain types of attacking movements, and then when they know that their opponent has caught on, they kind of switch things a bit. So their opponent will expect that same tactic again, and then they'll come up with something else. So it's very interesting to see, and I think that the Stranger is going to be doing that, especially in the second half.
Now, given the formations that they're in, are there any players that they're using that you're surprised to see?
Not really, to be honest with you, because I think the Stranger, he always usually goes with the, the standard meta FIFA team with Ronaldo, the 2 Ronaldos in attack, Messi, team of the year or the team of the season, Vieira, Gullit. It doesn't look like he's going with anybody crazy, except for maybe Team of the Year Conte. I think he maybe uses Team of the Year Conte, who's probably the best presser of the ball. He's not as tall as Vieira, but he's so fast. Oh, that's a penalty.
They call pen?
Could be a red.
Yeah, Sergio Ramos, it is you they're calling the pen on, and you're going to get a yellow as well. That makes Lev's manager, who was just there in the corner, Mel, very happy, but he still has to step up and bury it. Here we go. Oh! The stranger looked like he was going that direction. Pulled back the other way. We're all tied up 1-1. What does that do for him now, for Lev, right before halftime to score that goal?
That's the best time to get that goal is before halftime, and it's going to mean that the second half starts off basically with the reset. And it's going to be good for him because, of course, he had that possession, so much possession that first half, and it would have felt like it was for nothing. But now it gives him some confidence.
Yeah, confidence is key. We've learned that. Whether you're playing esports, real sports, doesn't matter. Confidence makes such a big difference. And now right before halftime, we'll see if the stranger can get one here in injury time, or if the referee is going to, oh, bad giveaway there. Maybe Lev can sneak one in, get one more before half. Looks like the ref's going to let him play.
What a tackle.
Stranger seems to be a little impatient here defending. Does well there to sweep it up just to get to halftime, 1-1. All things considered, pretty even on opportunities, but possession, Spencer, is all Lev, 62%.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell that you didn't need to see that stat from just watching the game because Lev's got a lot of the ball in and around Stranger's box. He doesn't look, until the last 5 minutes at least, he didn't look anywhere near as deadly as the Stranger did. Every time the Stranger was going through with a one-touch pass, he looked like he could score. If the Stranger can get back to that, I expect him to score a few more goals this game. It's all going to come down to how prolific Lev can be in and around the box. And you said he was doing reactive defending, but I almost think he's doing reacting offending as well, in the sense that he's waiting for the Stranger to dive in with a defender to create space. Whereas when the Stranger goes forward, you have an idea that he has exactly in his head what he's trying to do.
Right.
And he's going to do it regardless.
And maybe that's what separates the good from the great. All right, now we're going to move over to another game, #Boras versus MoAubameyang. Get you guys caught up on what's happening here. And we're going to be switching back and forth throughout the day. A lot of games for you guys to check out. Make sure you see your favorite players in action. And this one is #Boras, MoAubameyang, two of my favorite players on the scene.
Yo, shout out to the Mo Army in the chat. I know that they're supporting boy.
This one is 3-1.
3-1 up. Mo Army
in favor of
going
MoAubameyang. At halftime of this one, Boras has got some work to do.
So he's brought on Son for Henry. He wasn't happy with Henry's performance in the first half. Boras made a change, gone from Arsenal to Spurs.
And Boras is going from right to left in the #United kits. MoAubameyang from left to right in the white kits. Looks like the Tijuana Cholos Solos. Here we go. Mo obviously doing a few things right. What makes him so special as a player, Chu?
He's just so quick in attack. He's so versatile. I mean, I didn't see what formation he's going with at the start of this. I know sometimes he switches things up. I've seen him play 4-2-2 as well, which does a really good job at overloading your opponent's defense with some great two cams who can go wide or stay central, and your fullbacks come into the play as well. So you have 6 attackers. You'll see his fullbacks like Walker push up so high there. And I think that's what he's good at, just overloading the attack. And you're going to see him take a shot there. And, dude, this is the guy. This is the best attacker on PlayStation.
4-1.
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, the best attacker.
Mo Army, I see you, buddy. I see you. I see you. Mo Army, I see you.
He can hear us even with those Turtle Beach headphones on. Clearly they're turned down so you can make sure he can hear our lovely voices. More than enough defenders there for Boras. Spen, he's got to be a little disappointed that goal hits the back of the net.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult matchup for the first Swiss format game that is different to previous events this year, like Manchester and Barcelona, where the Swiss format first game was seeded based on qualification. This is completely randomised, so it's completely possible that you could have two giants match up against each other in this first round. Boras has been around the scene for a long, long time. Won big events in the past, but MoAubameyang is definitely one of the standout players at the moment. Chance for Boras, though, to get one back. Massive save.
Kick save.
Aubameyang actually came and played in our pickup game last night. A little bit of a job in the centre midfield. Actually, he was all right. It wasn't too bad at all.
Yeah, I wish I would have got to play against him. Of course, my calf decided otherwise. I don't like my calf right now.
Are we gonna? I mean, I got steak for the glass ankle in Manchester. Is there such a thing as a glass calf?
That wouldn't work.
No, that doesn't work. No.
But I mean, pickup games wise, our injury record's pretty poor. ChuBoi with the glass ankles, you with the calf. Buckley's
Buckley took a little shot in the face as well.
I'm still standing.
Yeah, if you guys want to join the conversation, make sure you use the hashtag FIFA World Cup and then tag EA Sports FIFA. And we'll read your comment on air. You can join our conversation here on the couch in day one. of the FIFA 18 Global Series playoffs presented by PlayStation. This is the second half of the first game in the first round of the Swiss format. MoAubameyang, for me, is surprisingly up 4-1 over #Boras. But this is only leg one. There's another leg to go.
That was unlucky there for Boras. Probably should have done better with the finish. Oh, he gets a little bit of luck at the end to make up
balanced
for it, to be
out.
fair. Yeah,
Boras gets it back to 4-2.
He had a shot, probably should have scored it. Was saved. The rebound then was at such a tight angle, it was too far to shoot. But then he managed to quite luckily get the ball to fall to him in the box and get another goal back. Aubameyang laughing that one off. But still work to do for Boras, who's still 4-2 down.
4-2 down. Very important here, I'd say these next 5 or 10 minutes, in-game minutes that is, for Boras just to hold strong. And he needs to be the one that gets the next opportunity to try to close this gap.
Yo, shout out to Red Bull for those beanies. I saw Ryan wearing them. Nice little fashion accessory. I think there's another Red Bull athlete here, isn't there? There's Ryan.
Agge.
Agge, okay, Agge's the other one as well. So, I don't know, I'm a big fan of them.
Good to see Sonaldo. Rare giveaway by one of the, I'd say, best super subs in the game. Heung-min Son.
Heung-min Son, oh, dude, the best everything in the game. I mean, 92 overall. The pace, the shooting, the weak foot, 5-star weak foot. There's no such thing as a weak foot with Heung-min Son. And hopefully you'll see more of him. We saw a lot of him in the previous side of the event. Oh, back post header almost working for MoAubameyang. You'll see a lot of Heung-min Son. Again, the market is very low right now, so Heung-min Son is very affordable. I was taking a look last night, about 300K for one of the best players in FIFA history. I think that's well worth your coins.
We saw a lot of players using Leon Goretzka as well.
Yep.
You expect to see that as well here in PlayStation?
Oh, of course, I would expect to see that as well. I mean, the only negative in terms of player selection is that the new 95 Milinkovic-Savic is not available. Of course, the cutoff was on May 18th. So Milinkovic-Savic, who's similar to Goretzka, but does have the extra 4-star skills, would have been an amazing addition to this tournament, but hopefully we'll see him at the FIFA E-World Cup.
Speaking of 95 Milinkovic-Savic, I'm hearing rumours he could be on his way to...
no. What a tasty ball.
With the header.
We see you, MoAubameyang. We see you. That is a tasty ball. I don't even know if he needed to hit that little dink back post for that header, but he did it anyway.
That's
fantastic finish.
Big goal for the story of this game, I think. 5-2 now. Aubameyang's a solid play. This is the thing, right? We see comebacks quite a lot, but what we don't, and we think about the comebacker, we don't think about the guy who's had the comeback done against him. And Aubameyang's surely good enough to see this game out now with the 3-goal advantage. He'd be furious if he doesn't end up winning this.
Now, I saw something really crazy from MoAubameyang. He just put Vieira at center back. He subbed Maldini out, maybe because of stamina. Then he put Conte at CDM. You don't really see a lot of people go with Vieira and center back, except for maybe they go 5 at the back. But, I mean, MoAubameyang, this guy knows what he's doing, so I'm going to trust him. I'm not the pro here. He is, all right?
Well, we'll see how it works out for him. Clear that Boras needs to get a goal here before the end of leg 1 to give himself a good chance in leg 2, but he's got a lot of work against one of the best players on PlayStation.
Wow,
it was dinking, wasn't it, that cross? It was like not too much power on it, just chipped in towards the back stick. Conte winning a header.
I was going to say, I mean, how many times has that happened? That's why that back post header is so OP. You never know who could score. I've seen Messi. I mean, this kind of put me on tilt. I won't lie to you. Messi outjumped my Valencia. So a bit upset. It was a very tough match. It was, you know, for me to steal silver too. So very tough. Heartbreaking loss.
Clearly, it's still staying with you.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Ten minutes left here, the first leg between Aubameyang and #Boras. If Boras can get himself a goal before the end of this, I'd say he's still got a chance, but a 3-goal margin might be too much to overcome in the second leg. We'll see. As Neymar plays it to Vieira.
Let's take a look here in the corner. MoAubameyang's coach.
He's
rocking a cool shirt, almost as cool as Spencer's shirts.
He's got Royce. Look at the pace from Royce. He's so sweaty on the ball. He's got that sprint dribble.
Oh.
He can do anything, that Royce. Another one of the new meta-breaking players. We saw some players on the other side of this tournament use him in the earlier days of the Amsterdam event. Oh, 1-2.
Oh, no.
Close.
Good football, that.
If Boras goes down 4 goals, I think it's done and dusted at that point. But he gets a counterattack, one-on-one with Neymar. Whoa, what a save by De Gea.
Risky tackle. Could have been another penalty there.
Ooh, referee decides to swallow his whistle. MoAubameyang still with a 3-goal advantage. Just a few in-game minutes left in this one. Can Boras get one more? He needs it, I think, to get back into it in leg 2. Here comes his big opportunity. Oh, great tackle. Risky, as you say, but great tackle.
Oh, no way he gets that.
So it felt like R9 Ronaldo had a finesse shot open there, opportunity, but he went for the extra pass. Sometimes it's predicted by the pros because they know the guys aren't going to take the first shot option. They like to overplay, which usually is the right thing to do, but when you're down, sometimes you've got to try and be unpredictable.
There goes Boras' last chance here. MoAubameyang. Oh, good whistle for MoAubameyang there. The first game ends in this encounter 5-2 in favor of MoAubameyang. Seemed like from what we watched, the right result.
Yeah, I mean, again, MoAubameyang, it's all about how do you stop his offense. I think that's the one thing. His defense isn't bad either, you know, but sometimes he can be too much in attack, and if you are not prepared for that and you let him score those goals, I mean, he might just steamroll over you.
All right, before we get back to the AJAX Lev Stranger game, hypothetically speaking, Spencer, if you were the coach of, say, #Boras.
Hypothetically.
What would you be telling him now heading into leg 2?
Boras is almost beyond my coaching ability. He's been here for a long time. He's been, you know, in and around many competitions over many years. He would have done comebacks like this before. You know, from what I can see from that game, it was fairly tight in the sense that both players were getting the ball in and around the box and having chances. Aubameyang was a little bit more in control of the attack in and around Boras' box in terms of taking the initiative and getting the shots off. And sometimes Boras overplaying a little bit, you could argue, which when you're 5-2 down, you can't really afford to do. So I'd say, yeah, maybe try and get some more shots off, challenge the keeper. You never know what's going to happen percentage-wise. You might get some rebounds and things like that. So just try and get more shots off, because ultimately you've got to score at least 3 goals.
All right, now we're heading into the second leg between the Stranger and AJAX Lev. Now this one ended 2-2 in leg 1. Now I actually wanted to ask you a question that it pertains to everybody that's playing today. If you lose that first game, does that help you shake the nerves a little bit? Like, all right, I got that loss out of my system, now I can focus? Or would you, obviously you prefer to win the first game. That said though, do you think there's a silver lining to losing the first one too?
Well, it's all about your mentality either way, because you could lose, and then if you have the mentality of, you know, all right, I can bounce back, you know, that first loss was nothing, then you're fine. But if you lose that first match and then you get really down on yourself, you're disappointed with yourself and don't have that kind of confidence in yourself.
Swagger.
Exactly. Then it has the opposite effect, and then you take that form into the next games.
Yeah, I guess if it snowballs into the second loss, then you start to get a little nervous, and you're down 3 losses, and it gets to squeaky bum time.
Exactly.
Though we have seen one player only, Arrow on the Xbox side. He came back from 3 losses, won 4 straight, and had a decent run. So it's not impossible. Yeah. Never been done before.
Ended up qualifying for London, so that's what I like about this format. Unless you're out, you're in. Like, you can still win everything. You've got to keep going to the end. It's not like this goal difference and things like this, which makes you think, oh, even if I win the next game, I'm still out. No, if there's another game to play, it means you can still win everything.
Now, are there any names that roll off the tip of your tongue? Or maybe just on the tip of your tongue, don't roll off. But roll off your tongue on the tip of your tongue. I've got 2 like metaphors going together and combining them. Who has the strongest mentality is where I want to get to on that, out of the players that are here today.
The strongest mentality, I would say, honestly, I always like the way Cihan progresses through the tournament. I mean, straight face. I know we see him, you know, a lot of emotions. I think that comes in the knockout stage, but honestly, through like the Swiss format rounds, very straight face, does the job, keeps quiet, moves on. I think he has great mental ability.
How about Spencer, anybody?
I think Nicholas. Nicholas is just like a scary guy to come up against. You don't see a lot of emotion from him. You go to him and he'll just be sitting there, focused on the screen, and invariably tends to get the job done and go quite far into the tournament. So
I feel like when you see Nicholas, it's like, this is his happy face. This is his sad face.
He'd be great at poker.
This is his angry face. He'd be amazing at poker, but every face is the same. So it's interesting. I feel like he intimidates you by all of his results, all of his past results. The guy is so dominant. So yeah, I agree with you. There's something that he has up here, but he always gets off to a good lead. And when he does struggle a little bit, or run into some adversity, I'm curious. Because we've seen that with some other top players, where all of a sudden they hadn't really been challenged in the Swiss format in the group stages, and then they get into the knockout rounds and it gets a little bit tighter, and they get a little bit tighter, and that changes their results. So
yeah, I mean, you get some more emotional players, don't you, who are up off their seat and trying to intimidate, which can work as well, don't get me wrong. But usually, unless they're doing it for a particular purpose and they're almost acting a little bit, usually if they're that emotional, it shows a lack of control over your own emotions and you're so relieved to have won that you're celebrating. Whereas if someone wins a game 4-0 and they're just like this, makes you think, what were they expecting to do?
Yeah.
They were that easy for them.
Clearly expecting to dominate, you know, and there's a few guys here that they want to win every single game. I think some people are realistic, like, all right, I'm probably going to drop 1 or 2. There's some really good players here, but I feel like a guy like Nicolas in particular just expects to win every single game. So I'm curious to see how far he gets, because he always seems to get pretty far.
He always gets far, and I think if we do see one of his games, just watch his face when he concedes. A lot of people, you know, they get angry. He keeps that straight face. That is the sign of a champion.
All right, here we go. Leg 2 between the Stranger and AJAX Lev. The Stranger is going from left to right in the white Basel kits, the club that he represents. And then AJAX Lev is going from right to left. No, left to right, excuse me, for the Stranger, and right to left for AJAX Lev. Here we go, 2-2 in the first one. So a lot to play for, all things even. Got to feel each other out here.
Oh, Messi's
that
through.
ball was on.
Oh, but a foul there on Hullet by Kyle Walker.
Good tactical foul, early yellow card.
I mean, that's the tough thing here about this early yellow card is that he can't dive in with Kyle Walker anymore. So if the Stranger does have a player through on goal, of course, that's going to be on the wing a lot of the time, and Kyle Walker can't rush in anymore, so he's going to be careful about that.
Let's see if the Stranger can do anything here. Gets himself in a great
save.
spot. What a save by De Gea. The Stranger again scores first. He did it in leg 1. He scored early in the 6th minute. This time he does it in the 5th minute. He's now up 3-2. De Gea with a fantastic save here, but it falls right back to the Stranger, who said, thank you very much. I'll take that rebound and tap it in.
Those De Gea leg saves are just crazy. Like, how does he get his legs so far across?
I mean, because he plays for Man United.
Easy, Chew, your bias is showing.
Oh my God, they hate me in the chat, I bet. If they support Liverpool, the likes of Arsenal as well. I don't know if you guys saw Zidane stepping down as Real Madrid coach. Who would you have replace of Wenger? What if Wenger goes over there, 4 straight Champions League titles? Imagine. Is that possible?
I don't think it's possible.
He's never won a European trophy, so why start now?
Yeah.
Hey, but now he's got like a nice bunch of players, I think.
Has he though?
Better than he did at Arsenal.
But older players. Ronaldo's going to be 34. Marcus is going to be 33.
Don't worry about Ronaldo's age, all right? This guy's going to be playing.
He's ageless.
45.
I get it.
Ageless.
I get it.
This guy's ageless.
I don't know. That's a really good question. I know people were talking about Jurgen Klopp, possibly. I was like, what are you talking about? You Ronaldo doing the gen pressing or whatever? No chance. Never going to happen.
Or Pochettino, I was hearing.
Pochettino. He just renewed, though, with Spurs. And then Sarri from Napoli. Be an interesting choice. You got Antonio Conte, who could go there as well.
Yeah, that seems like quite a realistic one, I think, Conte, in terms of the right kind of personality for dealing with the egos of the players there. And although Klopp, 6 finals in a row he's lost now, maybe he's just thinking, should I just go to Madrid and win some titles? Because he will.
With 4 Champions League trophies in a row.
Maybe Big Sam?
Big Sam Allardyce. David Moyes is available, I heard.
Stick Big Sam. He'll win everything, mate. Trust me.
I hear the Lightning Pandas Dragon is up for the coaching job after leading a one gorilla to the FIWC World Championship. So if they want a FIFA player, Dragon could be the one. You never know.
Got a good record.
Yeah, great record of coaching. Shout out Dragon.
Well, back to the action on our screen. The Stranger in the white kits, up 1-0 right now over AJAX Lev in the AJAX kits. Could be 4-2. Good through ball. Tucks it under the shoulder of De Gea. Huge goal now for the Stranger that puts him up 2. AJAX Lev's got to be disappointed, but he did fight back in leg 1 after being down, got it up to 2-2, so it's not impossible. But the Stranger has so much quality. He's shown it in both tournaments, in Manchester, in Barcelona, went 6-1 in the group stages. I'm feeling pretty good about the Stranger's chances right now, Chew.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to figure out where exactly he's playing Ruud Gullit, because his Ruud Gullit is pushing up so far. That's like the 3rd or 4th time I've seen his Ruud Gullit through on goal. So I don't know if he's playing 4-2-2. He's got him in one of the cam positions out wide, but just keep an eye on his Ruud Gullit, seriously, because he's making impressive attacking runs, and I think he's up for another goal.
Interesting that Lev just shot from that opportunity there. A little bit of a rushed effort. Maybe he could have held on to the ball for a bit longer and tried to break in, but showing a little bit of impatience now. He's gone 4-2 down.
I think that's a sign that he's pressing a little bit and getting a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
The game's not going exactly the way that he thought it would.
Feeling the pressure.
That's it.
Remember, guys, if you're watching at home, make sure you've linked your EA and your Twitch accounts for a chance to win some unbelievable prizes throughout the next few days. Today's drops include Arjen Robben, man of the match, 89 rated right midfielder. Luis Suarez, inform 95 rated striker, 7,500 ultimate team packs. And wait for it, 25 team of the season, 93 rated right winger, Raheem Sterling, but without the tattoo on his leg.
Oh, that Raheem Sterling, that is gonna be one of the sweatiest players in FIFA history, man. One guy scored like 4 goals against me with that team this season, Sterling. Agility is like 99. He's like Lozano on the next level. The shooting isn't the best. I think the finishing is the weak point,
That's
honestly.
fair, because the shooting isn't the best.
It really isn't, even though he's got the improved shooting stats. But incredible player, 4-star skills as well. I would definitely take a look at him. Hopefully you guys win him because you can torture your opponents with that player.
25 people will be getting their hands on Raheem Sterling today. That's a fact.
That's 25 people that I will probably not like to play.
There we go. AJAX Lev moving forward here. Needs to find a way to get back into the game. The stranger snuffs out yet another attack. Seems to be looking a little bit more comfortable. Good through ball here, but gets bodied off by Sergio Ramos.
Yeah, it looks like he's playing maybe 4-2-3-0 with Hullet at camp, because look at Hullet right up next to the Prime R9, and he's playing Ronaldo out wide on the right. That's not what you usually see. You usually see Ronaldo, the two Ronaldos up top together. So different tactics from the stranger.
Great defending there from Maldini.
You know, one thing I don't think we see it get done a lot, Chu. I do it quite a bit when I play, which is, well, on the PlayStation, it would be R1X, I think. Oh, no, R1 square, sorry, which is the driven cross along the ground, Jones. As opposed to the driven pass, straight at your player, you put it in front of them for them to run onto. I do it quite a lot when I get in a certain angle that Lev was in a minute ago, where he was running, he was in the box, but his strikers weren't quite there yet. Just curl it in front of them. Why don't we see these guys use that very much? Is it not as efficient?
I don't think it was as effective as it was last year in FIFA 17. I know FIFA 17, the aim of the game was to start off wide and then cut in with that driven cross or driven pass to the middle. The back post cross is more efficient, I would say, so you kind of want to cross about a second before when you would normally cross in other FIFAs. I think that's what is probably going to be the best way to score instead of using the driven cross. But you'll see it time to time, but I think the back post is more efficient. Ooh, almost licking up Ronaldo there. Vieira cleaning things up as he does, probably the best CDM in the game. I'm sure the stranger only trusts him in the midfield.
He's nearly done it, isn't he? He's only got one half of football left over these 2 legs. He's in a really commanding position against Lev from AJAX. Now, losing your first game in the Swiss format is not the end of the world. There's plenty of time to come back. It just means that you'll be going up against someone else that lost in the next game. So technically, you're back on square one again. Whereas if you win, you're going to go up against someone else that won. The stranger will feel confident with anyone he comes up against at this rate, though, I'd say.
Well, it looks like FC Basel's The Stranger is in complete control of that one. So we're going to move over to joshingwood versus Nicolas. They were 2-2 after leg 1. It is now 0-0 in leg 2. Probably a bit more of a difficult test than Nicolas was expecting going into this one.
And, you know, it's going to be interesting because I'm sure Nicolas didn't do too much research on joshingwood. I know a lot of the players in Australia, joshingwood, of course, representing Melbourne. Oh, wow, almost there. What a save, or a saving tackle there from, I think that was Maldini. I don't think Nicolas would have done too much research on joshingwood because, you know, the Australian players, they don't get the spotlight as much as maybe some of the European players as well. And I was talking to joshingwood ahead of this game, and he says, you know, I've got no pressure coming into this. I'm here. I've been training. He had a boot camp with, I think, Diddy Crislito from New York City FC. He's been, you know, he's free of jet lag because he's been here for a few days already. He's got nothing to lose, so he's going to go at it.
The question is it Josh Ingwood or is it joshing wood? Is it a wood that's joshing?
I think it's a wood that's joshing.
Or is Josh Ingwood?
Josh Wood. Which one is that?
We need to know. We need to know.
That's something we need to ask him later on. You got Neymar on the ball. With Hullet, Ronaldo tries to get it to the other Ronaldo, but Nicholas gets away with it with Ronaldinho. Now Ronaldo down on the wing, ball roll.
Not everyone uses Ronaldinho, do they? What's the reason? Like, he seems to be a little bit of a either like him or you don't play, because I've seen some players never even bring him on or anything.
I mean, it's tough because there's just so many options to put in place of him. I think a lot of people like to go with the new POTY Neymar, Brazilian countryman. So I know Gorilla was using him. Gorilla's a big fan of him, FaZe Gorilla. But again, I think it's really Neymar keeps Ronaldinho out. Ronaldinho very smooth on the ball, good shooting, actually pretty strong on the ball as well. So that's the one thing he does give you over Neymar. They both have 5-star skills, but I think I would say Neymar does have the 5-star weak foot as well. So probably the better option.
What's amazing about Neymar is so many players use him off 10 chemistry. So many players that are happy to go with him on 7 chem, feeling that even with that, his stats are so much more superior to other options.
Oh yeah, I mean, Neymar, that 5-star combo is, I mean, even at 7 chem, you're still gonna get so much out of him. So probably one of the most used new players we've seen after the Manchester event.
Well, it's nearly half-time in this second leg. You have to say, joshingwood's doing very well here to be level pegging with Nicholas, one of the highest-ranked players in this tournament. So perhaps a little bit of a shock from joshingwood, but people remember his name if he keeps getting results like this. Not over, though, of course, and someone will win this. So it'll either be Josh or Nicholas that ends up coming out on top. Nicholas on the ball now on this right-hand side with Neymar, cutting inside there, and it's going to be half-time. So fair play to Josh so far. Do you think he can get a result here?
I think it's possible. Anything is possible. Like I said, he's coming in with no expectations whatsoever.
Really?
And I think that really helps. I think his hands are shaking, though, but he is playing one of the best players in the world on PlayStation, maybe even on both consoles. So, I mean, my hands would be shaking as well, but I'm sure he'll do perfectly fine.
Okay, so we're not long till we see the second half of that 2-legged match between Nicholas and joshingwood. Reminder, this is the first leg, or first game, I should say, first round of the Swiss format here on Survival Day in Amsterdam. We're just a stone's throw away from the Johan Cruyff Arena, home of Ajax Football Club, and these guys doing their best to play football to, or FIFA, I should say, to a professional level, representing lots of different teams, as you can see there, with joshingwood representing Melbourne City, TheStrxngeR representing FC Basel, of course. Nicholas recently signed for Transfermarkt, esports organisation. Was unable to compete in the Club World Cup last week due to, I think it was illness. But he's back a week later, hopefully feeling fit and ready to you know, live up to the name that he's made for himself, which is that of a very, very decent player.
And a very consistent player as well. Always performs well in tournaments. Always expecting to see him go far. And I don't think he wants to disappoint Argentina, his home. I'm sure they're watching too.
I hype up Nicholas so much. I'm in dismay that he's only scored 2 goals through 3 halves here.
He's probably going to get a goal here, if I'm being honest.
Whoa.
Oh, no, De Gea with the stop.
Looking lively, isn't he, though? Straight from kickoff in this second half. Nicholas going for blood. But now it's Josh on the ball. What can he do with Vieira here? Inside to Ruud Gullit. Quite a few representatives of the City group in this tournament here. You've got a couple of Man City players in Dito and Marcuzo. You've got, obviously, joshingwood here from Melbourne City. There might be 1 or 2 others.
Yeah, NYC, Chris ready to beast up for North America any all day.
Jimmy's not mentioning Chris anymore.
No, Chris Lito's on my hit list. Yeah. Tried to act like he didn't know who I was.
Oh, man.
I see how it is. Yeah, I got ourselves a good game here. We got to have a winner, though. No draws in the Swiss format.
Can you imagine if let's say Josh won this game, imagine someone else loses their first game and they get Nicholas in the second match.
You'd be pretty bitter. There's no doubt.
You'd probably be 0 for 2 as well.
There you go, Neymar. Probably going to do a drag back.
There it is.
Oh, he does well to create some space there.
What he does.
El Pistolero, almost as good as that amazing, legendary Team of the Year inform from FIFA 17.
What I love is that he lets it roll across his body before he takes that touch. Yeah. He could have gone back the other way, maybe put it on his left foot, but lets it come across, gets it out of his feet. 3-2, thank you very much.
This is a great test of joshingwood's ability now, because it's one thing being 2-2 with Nicholas this late into a 2-legged match, but if he can come back again, it's not looking good because he's had 0 shots in this game so far. So Nicholas has really turned it on when he's needed to here.
Yeah, even though possessions are even, excuse me.
Yeah, he's not doing
like
with
he's kind of holding on.
Yeah.
More reacting than getting ahead of it and being proactive.
So you see here joshingwood going with the 4-2-2 now because he is going to need some goals. So he will have the 2. Oh, is that? Oh, sorry, that's the 4-4-2, I think. Is that the, yeah, maybe it's a 4-2-2. Sorry, can't see the exact formation there, but he's going to need some goals. So needs those 2 strikers up top. He needs those wide men.
He's just got to get more numbers in attack. Exactly. He hasn't created any chances in the second leg. But it's good to see Melbourne City represented here from Australia. From down under. There's a good look at Nicolas. Obviously, he's got some questions. What's going on? It's 3-2. Got to feel like that's a relief. Gave himself a little bit of an early lead there.
Oh, yeah. But I
in
mean,
the second leg, that is.
Is there a way to tell if Nicolas has his relief face on, you know? It's all, his faces look pretty much the same, so I can't tell if he's happy, relieved, sad.
I did all my Nicolas passes. Yeah, it's all the same. All right, we got Statman, Spen. Got some scores for us from other games. What do you got?
Scores on the doors. We have got Ice Principe kicking things off with a decent victory, 5-1 up against Yuwen. So well done to him. Hashtag Agge's 1-0 down in the second leg to Envy Jazz, but he's 3-2 up on aggregates. That one's very close. Damie is 6-4 up against Marius right now. We've got Danny Fink against NYC Chris. That game is currently 8-4 to Danny Fink.
Wow, a lot of goals there.
Gotsuri is 6-4 up against ilyamitkin. Who else we got here? MaestroSquad beating Rain 10 8-6. Riptorek beating Abrucio 8-3. And hashtag Boras, I believe, is 1-0 up in that second leg, but I think he's 5-3 down in aggregate. What else we got? Cody the Finisher is 3-1 down to Yimmie.
Wow.
And that, I think, is all of... Actually, no, I've got some more for you. I've got some more for you. Andoni beating DrErhano 7-3. Joksan beating Cihan 7-2.
Wow.
Cihan any all day. Let's
result.
go.
Ooh.
Scoreline as well.
Could be a big miss there from Nicolas. Could have put it to 2 goals to the good, but instead, still only 1 at the moment. Take a look here.
There we see Yannick from the E-Divisie on the right in the blue shirt.
And it looks like joshingwood's coach. Taking a look, watching him. Got to mingle, rub shoulders, got to schmooze a little bit while you're out there. Be nice with your competitors. Got a nice crowd here today in Amsterdam. Should be a lot of fun, and I expect an even bigger crowd as this tournament presented by PlayStation continues throughout the next couple days. So what kind of changes do you think you're making if you're joshingwood right now? You're down.
He hasn't had a shot.
No shots on goal. Just got lucky not to give up a second one in the second leg. Playing against one of the top PlayStation players.
I mean, he's
are you just praying at this point? Is there like a button just to pray?
No, he's only a goal down. I think he's gonna stick with what he has now until maybe 75th or 80th minute. Maybe switch to 3 at the back, 3-4-2-1, try and sneak something because, again, he's only a goal down. That's not too far behind. He can get one lucky break and be right back in it. So I expect him to stick to what he has right now.
Here, Nicolas has got possession. He regained it quite quickly from Josh. Kyle Walker going into space, as he likes to do. Got a ton of speed, obviously. Everybody knows. Best right back in the game. Chu, do you back me up on that? Best right back in the game?
Oh, by far.
You're a Valencia fan, though, because...
I mean, I won't lie. I mean, Walker plays for City, but, I mean, that pace is just unreal. Valencia doesn't have that. Valencia is a lot stronger. Oh, Joshua has a chance here. See?
Wow. He gets back into it.
What did I say? He's going to have that one lucky chance, and he takes it. He's going to stick with his guns right now. I don't see him changing anything. I think he should stay with this. I don't think he should go defensive because if he goes defensive, he might just invite pressure from Nicolas. But you see Nicolas a little frazzled there, looks a bit disappointed in himself, and it's all tied.
It's his first shot from the game. He went for the percentages, you know. It was not a great angle to shoot from in terms of scoring a goal, but there was a chance he was going to get a rebound. That rebound came to him, but it took a touch first. It looked like the chance had gone. Somehow still caught the keeper off guard and went in. He has to feel for Nicolas there, unlucky to concede when he's been dominant, but he's not scored as many goals as we usually associate Nicolas with. and he's paying the price right now, so he has to be deadly as he goes forward, trying to finish this game off, or else Josh could nick it.
Or Nicholas could get something here with Suarez, and there you go.
Right away he answers. It's now 4-3. He regains that 1-goal advantage.
That's the difference right there. That's the difference. When Nicholas needs a goal, he goes and gets one in a heartbeat. Josh not finding it quite as easy to break down Nicholas's defence. Can he do it again? It's not impossible, but I don't think it's probable.
This is one chance right here. This play right here, he needs to score from this, I would say, to get back in the game. He needs to hold possession, be very careful with possession, get into the box, and just try to get a shot on target. Gives it out wide to Marcelo. Nicholas very good at controlling his opponent's offense. 4-2-3-1 with the 2 CDMs you see there. Conte to run down and chase players while Hullet applies the pressure. And he's gonna try and keep Joshua Wood outside of the penalty area. That's his goal right now, to keep Joshua Wood outside the penalty area, because he can get a quick turn with one of his strikers. There you go, boom. Ramos, interception. You don't want to have him get a chance to turn and shoot.
It just felt like Josh was exercising so much patience there for them to him kind of rush a pass into the middle as you were discussing it. See a cheap giveaway there. I was about to ask what you would do, because given that there's not that much time left, how fast are you trying to go? I mean, there's some coaches that I've played for that, like, all right, we're going to try to hit him on the break in 3 passes, or we're going to try to keep it at least minimum of 8 before we try to find that one pass that splits open the defense.
I mean, it's a bit tough because, you know, a lot of these pros are very patient. You need to be patient because you need to not rush your passes, but at the same time, time is of essence. So you're gonna want to lull your opponent into like a sense that, oh, you're just gonna possess, and then as soon as you see an opening, driven pass, oh, drag back, oh, he's toying with them, oh no, do you see
that's the one
back?
That ends it.
Nicholas with the
100%. Nicolas got himself in a great spot, got a ball with Neymar 12 yards out, pretty much asking to get scored on at that point, but showed and exercised great patience, hits the back of the net. Joshua Wood, I think, is too much now with 5 in-game minutes left to go to find his way back into this. We've seen some stranger things, of course, maybe even with the stranger, as it were.
I was waiting for that one.
Yeah, you like that? You like that? But I think this is too much. Nicolas too experienced to give up the lead at this juncture in the game. So Nicolas, for me, is going to win his first game of the group stages here at the FIFA 18 Global Series playoffs presented by PlayStation. Thank you very much. He looks relieved. I actually feel like I see a sigh of relief from him,
yeah,
which is rare.
Know, man. That looked like a face that maybe he's just, you know, that's his, like, I'm going to have a good time out today face. I don't know. You can never tell the difference with Nicholas at all.
Do you want to hear some winners from the first round?
Let's hear them.
Hashtag Agge's picked up a win. Stefano Pina's picked up a win. Principe got a win. FIFA and Fredberg from Bromby both get a win. Riptorek gets the win. Maestro gets the win. Flash Amran gets the win in his first game.
Shout out FIFA Online 3. Yeah,
representing. Danny Fink gets the win. The Stranger he's got a win. MoAubameyang got the win against Boras. Marcuzo from Man City also got the win. A few results still waiting to find out, but in terms of defeats, we know that AJAX Lev has lost. Eisvogel has lost. NV Jazz has lost. Hashtag Boras has lost. DrErhano has lost. Roma Zimmer, RBL Cihan both lost. Nightwatch has lost. NYC Chris has lost. Rain 10 has also lost.
Well, that game has come to an end, and Nicolas is the winner, though Josh should be pretty proud of himself, all things considered. He had a tough opponent in the first round, only lost 4-2. I think a lot of positives to take from him. I would be pretty proud of myself if I only lost by 2 goals to Nicolas. Now, where does he go from here? I mean, obviously we don't know who he's matching up against yet in his second game, but do you think he should be happy with how he played?
I think he should be very happy. I mean, what he needs to do now is just take the positives and focus on the positives. He only lost by 2 goals to Nicolas. So, I mean, again, that is, I mean, losing by 2 goals to Nicolas is not been an easy feat, to be honest with you. So I think he'll be going to the next match with form.
Well, given that he tied it 2-2 in the first leg, I think there's more positives to draw from that, because in leg 2, he just didn't really create too many chances. Didn't end up scoring. But again, I think he has a lot to be proud of, and I know he's representing most of Australia here. I know there's other representation as well, so keep his head up, and then Nicolas can take a look at what he needs to do, obviously getting some instruction about things he could have done better. But that guy seems to know exactly what he wants to do and has a vision of how he wants to play. There is a game in extra time.
Ooh, shout out FootWiz. FootWiz Dan, I see you.
It's FootWiz Honey Badger actually in extra time right now.
Honey Badger played in our pickup game last night.
Yeah, he did.
Play, you know.
He is.
Good feet. Good drop of the shoulder.
So we'll give you guys that score as soon as it's available. Take a look at everybody dissecting all the big games that are happening today. Very excited. So many games being played at once. I feel like you get a little bit of whiplash. We're looking at all these different screens. All right, now we're going to jump into this FootWiz game. Honey Badger versus Torres. 2-2 in extra time. 4-3. Torres has scored in extra time. He's up 1, so Honey Badger needs to find his way to get back into this to send it to penalties.
Is that Fernando Torres, or that'd be sick?
That's, yeah, he left Atleti to do to get into this.
Yeah.
That's it. He knows the future.
That's what I'd like to see, man. Torres, shout out.
Good defending there. Pele to Hullet.
Oh, here we go.
Good ball up
Here
over
we
the
go.
top. He's gonna get a chance here. Can Salah do more?
Salah.
Good patience there. Good defending. Good play all around by both players. Suarez looking for some space. Tries to force it in. Sergio Ramos doing what he does best, cutting out passes. Also getting yellows is something he likes to do as well. Here's Ronaldo down the wing. This is Torres now. He's in the red with the ball. Honey Badger's in the white. He needs to chase the game a little bit. Time is running out. Torres just needs to hold it into the corner. Doesn't need to score. He's got the lead. Just wants the referee to blow the whistle. Badger's got to be frustrated here. Got to chase it. Don't want to give up that second, but also going to go get the ball without giving up a foul. Good positioning there from Torres. There's Sinaldo, one of our favorites here. And Torres gets the win. Vega Torres wins his first game. Looks somewhat relieved. I don't know, like he's taking mental notes. Badger quick out of his chair. Gonna go talk with his team. Go blow off some steam. You can give us a wave if you want, Badger. It's all good. Maybe next time. Maybe next time, he says.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be going over.
Oh, the game isn't even over yet.
I think he just
got up. He'd had enough.
Man.
He was done.
He knew it was over.
Now the game is over. Vega Torres is the official winner. He wins his first game. As I said, I think there are silver linings on both sides. You win your first game, obviously. You're like, all right, cool. I got here. I got to Amsterdam. I got settled. Had probably a restless night of sleep. It's nice to get that first win under my belt. However, if you lose, there is something to be said for that. All right, I made a few mistakes. I got the nerves out now. I guess it just depends on which narrative we want to choose. Yeah.
I mean, hopefully he's going to regroup with his fellow, I guess, Australian, New Zealand players. I saw him talking to Marcus Gomez there. Really good friends. He's also talking to FootWiz Dan, his coach, owner of FootWiz Esports. So it's all about the mentality of coming back. I saw that he left the game early. That's probably not a good sign of the kind of mood he's in. So he needs to get his head in check. Honey Badger is one of those players. When he's playing amazing, you have to see this guy. This guy is unreal when he hits a stride, and hopefully he can hit a stride next round.
So talk to me about how you think you would get your head in check. You have 10 minutes until the next game starts in the group stages, game 2. Do you listen to music? Do you go talk to your coach? Do you go for a walk? Do you drink some water? I mean, maybe it's a combination of all those things. What would you do in those 10 minutes to kind of get back on track?
I think the best thing to do for these guys here is they'll have some of their friends watching their games and seeing what the weak points in their game is. So I think the best thing to do is to go back, go talk to those guys who are probably fellow pros and see, you know, because what you're doing wrong. Because when you're playing the game, sometimes you don't notice it yourself, you know?
Right.
So one thing he's probably going to do is talk to Marcus Gomez, talk to FootWiz Dan and see where he can improve, what formations maybe he might switch to, and know how to come back in that second round.
My favorite thing about any FIFA player that loses is the story they tell after they lose.
Yeah.
Like, oh, like there was this, and then that happened, and it's like the best 10 minutes of your life. All right, Spencer, what kind of stats do we got? Any results that you can catch us up on?
Only a couple more have dropped in since I last spoke to you. Let's have a look here. We obviously know that Nicholas won. RRQ Eggsy has picked himself a win. Andy's picked himself a win. Gotsuri from Germany also got himself a win. Zarate got himself a win as well. Yeah, I mean, Webb, Japanese player, also picked up a win. We know Torres got one as well. Andoni PM from Spain, Spanish player, lost Uruguay, did really well previously. So we're looking for more Spanish kind of stories here. We've got Fer Perry as well, also playing here from Spain. Although it looks like he picked up a loss in his first game. Yes, he did. So, yeah, plenty of time for the guys that have lost, obviously, to get back into it. But
well, one of the big losses for me was Eisvogel.
Yes,
which
that's
is
big.
Incredible because he got to the final in Manchester, ended up losing to Emma Stasari, which is nothing to be ashamed about, but still, it is a huge result for him. Actually, I got to talk to him right before this event started. Check it out. So I have the pleasure of being joined by Eisvogel, who I consider to be one of the best FIFA players on PlayStation, which is evidenced by him winning the console final in Manchester. Now, you came into that tournament as a relative unknown player, and now you're one of the favorites here in Amsterdam. How does that feel?
It's actually pretty hard for me now, because if you're unknown, you don't have any expectations to yourself. You can just play, you give your best, trying your best, but now everybody knows you and everybody knows your game style, so I may have to adjust something to stay unpredictable.
And now everybody knows your name, Eisvogel, which the direct translation is Icebird, but when I looked it up on Google, it said Kingfisher, right? So how did you come up with that gamer tag?
I said it a few years ago and I haven't changed it since then, so I think it's pretty cool, but there's a lot of different translations.
Yeah, you have a bunch of nicknames. I think it's super cool as well and super tough. Nobody goes in with the Icebird. Though we do want to call you Iceman sometimes, or Ice Baby. So your first year as a professional, how would it feel for you to qualify for the FIFA E World Cup Grand Final in London?
My season was actually really good so far, so it is the main goal for every player, so I'm trying my best to get there.
Okay, now, it's one thing to qualify, it's another thing to win it. How would it feel to win the World Cup?
That's like another step. It's already hard to qualify, and it would be absolutely incredible if I managed.
Yeah, it would be incredible. If it happened to me, I would just retire. Like, listen, I did everything I wanted to accomplish in 1 year. Thanks for having me, everybody. So I wish you the very best. Good luck. Eisvogel, everyone. I really enjoyed my time with Eisvogel, especially off camera that you didn't get to see. He's very confident, but also humble about what he's accomplished and what he wants to accomplish going forward. So we are down with one game in this tournament presented by PlayStation, but we're coming back for so many more rounds. So many more rounds. So come back and join us right after this break.
Peggy 3. It's time to power up your PlayStation experience with PlayStation Plus. Electrify your gaming to the next level. To be the best, you've got to beat the best. But you're just too good for the offline bench. You're a superstar. So let your play do the talking in online multiplayer matches with PlayStation Plus. This is online multiplayer, amplified to the next level. Power up your play with PlayStation Plus.
For the players.
Being a kitman is key to the overall morale of a team. You know, we're the first ones here, and we're the last ones to leave. Good weather, bad weather, we're out there with the players. My name is Sean Ruiz. I'm the equipment manager for the New York Red Bulls.
Hey, Alex. Alex Hunter?
Yeah.
Forget them. They don't know anything. You're the greatest. Do you want my Coke? It's okay. You can have it.
Yeah, all right then.
Nobody's gonna believe me.
You got a phone?
Yeah.
Come here then.
you'd only think about the game. Like, you don't even recognize what's around you.
Got a crowd around you watching all your movements. It's pretty wicked to be here.
I would say at the moment Messi is the better player than Ronaldo.
To become a professional FIFA player, you need a good mentality,
hard work, sacrifice. At the end of the day, it's worth it.
The FIFA 18 Global Series is brought to you in part by Kiwi, by Coca-Cola Gaming, and by Turtle Beach.
Welcome back, everyone, to Amsterdam for the FIFA 18 Global Series playoffs. I am Jimmy Conrad. I'm here with ChuBoi and Spencer Owen. Guys, one game down in the rounds. Pretty good. Yeah? Pretty excited so far? You feeling it?
Yeah, because some of the FIFA Online guys are picking up some W's against some of the best players that we've seen on FIFA 18. So very interesting. Keep your eyes on like a lot of the Asian players. They're going to surprise.
All right, Spencer, I was going to hear from you, but actually, I'm going to sub you. You guys are out.
This is the second time he's done that.
You know what?
Is it roll on, roll off? Because you can't keep subbing
Yeah, I'm
on,
going to sub you. It is a roll on, roll off.
Roll on, roll
and
off.
you guys are rolling off right now.
Oh, wow.
It's been a pleasure, but I need to see some new faces.
All right, whatever.
Particularly two guys that have better hair than you guys.
Whatever, Jimmy Cringe Dad. Whatever.
We got Brandon and Kuhn joining me on the couch. It is all going down. You guys go enjoy yourselves. Go get some orange slices, some Capri Suns. You know the business when you go out for a sub.
Hello.
Guys, Brandon, Kuhn, welcome to the couch. How are you feeling?
Thanks, Jimmy.
First time on the couch for me. I'm normally
Wow.
Is
wow. Yeah, usually I
That's
throw over to you
chair.
the caster. I'm giving you the casting desk, give you a wave over there.
We're not seeing that today.
No,
We'll just
today
be
we're
here.
on the couch. We're having a lot of fun here. So, first game's done. Pretty excited so far. Any big shocks, surprises for you? Any players that you're really excited about so far?
The Kingfisher. He's lost his first game.
I know, Eisvogel. I got to hang out with him yesterday. Some good bonding time between him and I. But yeah, I think he's probably disappointed that he lost the first game. I know he had high hopes to really get off to a good start like he had in Manchester.
Well, I guess that's what the Swiss style format can do at the end of the day. You can have a bad start. Remember Aero from MV? He lost his first 3 games.
First 3, yeah.
And went through, went
First
4-3.
time that's ever happened.
So
it's all about how you end after 7 games. But the interesting thing is going to be some real big names lost in their first round now. So we might even see some big names losing their second as some big names match up against each other.
Yeah, here we're taking a look at the bracket. We're 1 game in. These are the guys that have won 1 game.
3 of the Dutch guys. Sorry about that, but 3 of the 4 Dutch guys did manage to get their win.
There's some Danes in there as well. YuwenC had a big one. He won 12-2 in his first game.
I think all the Danes, by the way.
Marcuzo, yeah, Fredberg.
All the Danes
Good representation by Denmark. Now, I had a dad that was born in Denmark, so I'm partial to those guys. Damie doing what he does best, scoring goals and winning games. Nicolas, Vega Torres, MoAubameyang. Principe. Now, we were questioning Principe a little bit in terms of was he ready for this tournament? Did he really earn his spot to be here? Clearly, he showed that in the first game.
Of course he's one who earns it. I think he might be one of the favorites as well. You might not expect it from him at this moment, but I think Principe is one of the guys that could just do it. Also with the experience of FIFA 17.
Of course, he got his spot via that FIFA E Club World Cup where he was in a team with Kurt that was put together somehow. And on paper, he didn't really, I don't know, he was good, like the Portugal story in the Euros, they didn't win a game until right at the end, but fair play to him. He is a top quality player. In Italy, he's one of the best out there, so if you can come to a tournament, and if it does click for you, it will go well.
Of course, if you have your day, anyone here can do it.
Okay, now let's take away the first game. Who are your favorites before this tournament started, without having any influence from what you just saw?
I knew that question was going to come. Were you going to answer first?
I've got
you know me too well.
I've got a few players.
Me too. I think everybody's got a few.
Maestro for me.
Okay.
From Lille, he's had a really good year, and he won the E-Copper Coca-Cola yesterday. Right. He's just full of confidence. We speak about a player like AJAX Danny, very well. Hit form at the right time, came to the tournament, still a top 4 finish for him, and he's in London.
Absolutely. I think his form has been good all year as well. Also the weekend leagues, you always saw MaestroSquad always 39 or 40-0.
Okay, so we talk about him in this sense that he's always winning, but what is he doing that makes him so good? What are the specifics?
The attack, I think.
Not just that as well, he's got a coach. He has players that do really well, as crazy as it sounds, the mental side of the game. people are getting coaches now that, I don't know for yourself, was that something that maybe going forward into FIFA 19 you'd be looking at?
Absolutely, it works. It absolutely works. Someone, I've said it before on the couch as well, or maybe at the commentating desk, it could help you so much when someone that knows the game, so he knows what he's talking about, is behind you. Someone you're not irritated by too quickly, someone you trust, someone that makes sense. It could be really important, of vital importance with someone behind you like that.
All right, that's good to know. I'm going to start saving up my money to get a coach of myself, just here for the couch, if that's okay with everybody. All right, we asked you guys to join the conversation using the hashtag FIFA and here are some of those tweets. This one's from Fahad. It says, best of luck to my Japanese boys at Curl and at Web, hashtag FIFA Keep using that hashtag. This one's from Jose. Woke up just in time for the FIFA World Cup. That's right, at
where does he live?
FIFA. I mean, that's great. Thank you for waking up with us. And then another one from Afiraz. I'm going to leave it there. Firas. Another intense tournament so far. And then Kyrie is better says, so far this is absolutely crazy. I love this FIFA World Cup. I think we love it too. We're excited to be here. So many talented players, so many great storylines. Any interesting storylines for you guys for any of these players?
I think one storyline you need to look at is FifaUstun. Just won his first game, I believe 12-2.
Absolutely crushing it.
If you saw last week, FIFA Club World Cup as well in Paris, FIFA Fredberg, his teammate, it was an aggregate scoreline there. Coming into that final against a very difficult team in, of course, Team Envious, he had to go and get 4 goals to bring it back into the final. That man can score goals, and you've just seen there, what a way to start the competition by scoring 12.
But we saw Damie score more goals than anybody else in Manchester. He got knocked out in the console quarterfinals, so that doesn't necessarily guarantee success.
No, absolutely not. I was thinking about the storylines you were asking about. Obviously, someone we should focus on. We already saw him in a video as well. AJAX Lev got defeated in his first match real heavily by Stranger. The Stranger's on my top favorite list as well. Lev could just have this storyline. It's already created now.
Yeah, interesting to see, and we'll keep you up to date on all the players we're talking about, including this game, YuwenC versus Jazz. There is Jazz right there. This is the second game of the group stages. Look at him.
I love the way he's dressed.
Such a nice guy.
He's ready to go. Oh, he's a fantastic guy. We love having him here, participating. We're glad he qualified. If you're heading into your second game, do you feel like you're making any changes? Or do you feel like at this point you're still staying true to what got you here?
I would. Even if I lost, or it would have given you a really bad feeling, but even if you lost, you got here to this tournament with some sense, some strategy. It would not be a good thing if you change everything around after game 1.
Do you think as well that it's a common thing that any pro, you know, whatever level you are, sometimes you just have a bad start? That first game, you know, it goes without saying, like the warm-up strategy. Yes, you're playing, you know, a video game at the end of the day, but you still need to warm up. And that first game,
absolutely. It's funny that you say that because I was discussing with Mike as well. We had Boras matched up against MoAubameyang.
Wow.
They always have bad starts, both of them. Now Boras, he has changed his formation in the 2 legs for 4 or 5 times, I think. It was really catching our eye.
Do you think that's just nerves or a little frustration, or because that seems like a lot of formation changes?
With Boras, I'm not sure, because Boras seems to be one of these tactical players. He really thinks about all little advantages and disadvantages of every formation. I felt like he was changing too much, but who are we to say that? I mean, if Boras feels that way, he should probably do it. Nerves, I'm not sure, but Mike was telling me Boras wasn't feeling too confident, so.
All right, here we go. Starting the second matchup of the group stages. Already got a goal. I was going to let that breathe a little bit. I thought De Gea had done enough to make the save. NVJazz gets the first goal of the game. YuwenC cannot be happy.
No reaction.
No reaction. Very Nicolas of him. I thought De Gea had done enough there. He's going to be disappointed his goalkeeper couldn't make double saves. But NVJazz takes the lead. He is going from left to right in the navy blue. YuwenJazz going from right to left in the yellow.
NVJazz looks so focused. Maybe because of his glasses and his hoodie, I don't know, but he looks so focused.
Do you think it helped where he had to play against Agge first game? It was kind of a wake-up for him to say, you know, you are at a big competition now. I've got to up it next game. Yes, he only lost by a goal or 2, but without further ado, you have to start well in these competitions.
It might be a good thing to start off against one of the top favorites, because even if you lose with a little margin, it could still make you feel better, and the second game can hardly be more difficult.
Well, he only lost 3-2 against Agge there, you can see. But a little bit of story about Jazz. He's been part of this team Envious that have just jumped into the esports scene. He hasn't played much FIFA, in these big competitions. He was part of the Gfinity Elite Series, and he was a coach for most of the weeks there. Just went every single week as a coach from Birmingham to London, travelling a few hours every week as he comes forward now. Ronaldo, can he score it?
Oh, yes, he does.
Wow. Start.
Wow.
That is a great start there for Envy Jazz, going up 2-0. And as Brandon mentioned, both of these players are 0-1. They both lost their first game.
He's going to make some changes, I think.
Envy Jazz lost to hashtag Agge in the first one, and then YuwenC lost to Ice Principe 5-1. So obviously not getting off to a good start in either one of these matchups. Got to be frustrated. Jazz looking a little bit more comfortable, scoring 2 early goals will do that for you.
He only lost 3-2 to Agge. We know he's a fantastic player, Agge, and if you only lose by 1 goal, it is these margins. In these competitions, it's these really small margins. If you don't take that shot, you don't take that finesse, you lose games.
Yeah, right. I think losing 3-2 to Agge shouldn't touch your confidence. It shouldn't change anything about your confidence. It might even give you confidence, because I feel like he had even chances to draw again after being 2-3 down.
And Agge's had years of experience. You know him yourself for being in the esports scene for quite a long time. He's been to these competitions before. He's suffered the defeats and all the losses.
Absolutely. Agge knows everything. He has experienced everything. I was talking to 2 hashtag guys saying Agge looks so much more comfortable now. I don't even think it's got to do with confidence, but he's just not under pressure the way he was when he was in Paris with Paris Saint-Germain.
It was a weird story, wasn't it? He went to PSG, a fantastic move for him. But it's just that pressure sometimes that comes with representing the club. Of course, he's got all the respect in the world for PSG, left there. At first, he was thinking he's going to take a bit of time out from a club and just going to play as a free agent. Hashtag came by.
Yeah.
And just the way he came in, not really a pre-season as such, but the way he came into FIFA 18 was incredible.
Yeah, I remember him tweeting about it as well. Like, there were some offers that would have given him more money, but he said, hashtag just feels right. Just like some players always say, this is the next chance for Envy Jazz, by the way, but Agge just told everyone, like, this just feels best. I want to feel joy playing FIFA.
And it's safe to say that his FIFA 18 season has been absolutely fantastic. He won the ESWC in Paris, that's how he got his playoff spot. And it's good to see a player that's been in this scene for so long to get a trophy under their belt, to feel like they're at their best again.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Now, between these 2 competitors, Envy Jazz was in Manchester. He went 1-4, so he got knocked out pretty quickly. YuwenC has never been in any event. How much do you think that plays into being here? Because I feel like you walk onto the set, you see all these players you probably see on streams and all that stuff. You get pretty intimidated.
I think you can, because you're not playing in your own home. You're not playing, if your mum or dad moaning at you for maybe playing for too long. You're playing with cameras on you, with thousands of viewers watching you at home. When was it for you when it started? Always a chance now.
Oh, there it is.
Really?
No reaction, because he knows he's got a lot of work to do.
Still trailing.
But that's the goal that he needed. Had it gone 3 goals the other way, 3 goals in favor of Envy Jazz, I think that would have been an 0-2 start there for YuwenC. But he finds himself in a good spot.
Before we come back to that point, a question for you, Kuhn, is in the games you've played, like the pro games, what's the scoreline where you think a game's over? I think 3-0 is like the last chance, I think. Because when it's at 3-0, when it's early, you've still got so much time to get back in a game.
No, that's right. I think you say the exact right thing. 3-0, you still know if you play, especially when it's 3-0 down, but you are playing well. You know there's still everything to play for. When you're 4-0 down, you start to realize, wow, okay, I've just messed up in this game. This is going to be real hard to get back. But the other question
the question about going to events, when was it for you when you just got used to playing with the cameras on you and the lights?
I think it depends so much on your personality. For me, I felt even stronger on these tournaments because I knew.
There it is.
Good goal by Envy Jazz again.
Envy Jazz 3-1 restores that 2-goal advantage.
He's so calm.
The best way to reply as well.
Yeah, this is mentally the worst for.
Anytime you leave Ronaldo that wide open near the penalty spot with both corners to shoot at,
you're in trouble.
You're in trouble, and I think you have to start questioning your defense a little bit.
Absolutely.
And how you're defending, because you can't let players receive the ball in that position in the field.
Especially with a prime R9, as with his 5-star weak foot as well. Every small gap is enough for him.
He can go left, he can go right.
Yeah, but on these tournaments, I always felt stronger because I knew other guys would be more intimidated by it than me. So for me, it was a good thing. I've always been a better offline player than online. I like the mental aspect of intimidating your opponent.
And you're very passionate as well. You're
yeah,
very passionate.
absolutely.
Oh, there we
another
go again. 4-1.
Wow.
Jazz in control.
Envy Jazz probably wishing he could play YuwenC every game in this tournament, given how it's going at the current moment. But we'll see how YuwenC responds to this. But again, just too good of a position. What do you think about his defending right now, Kuhn?
It's hard to tell as we're discussing so much, but I was seeing YuwenC looking at other screens. He seemed a little distracted as well. I don't think he's got the 100% focus, does he?
It's a tough one as well, because there's two ways you can play a game, and I think I played like AJAX Danny quite a lot last year, and we're seeing it a bit more now. It's so easy when you're 4-1 up or 3-1 up just to calm yourself down, maybe change and play possession. The best players will just keep scoring goals. You have to. Because when you're 3-0 up in 30 minutes, the amount of goals, the amount of games you see in the pro level, when they'll go and lose that game in the end. It sounds crazy. You're 3-0 up, you're thinking everything's going well for you, and next thing you know, you'll still go and look.
Yeah, it indicates you can never let the thought in your head that you're there. You can never think, okay, 3 goals up, I'm there. On this level, that's just, you shouldn't do it. It's not possible. It's not possible.
This will be a big boost of confidence for Envy Jazz. He only won 1 game in Manchester. It was the 4th game. He lost his first 3, finally won his 4th before losing his 5th and getting knocked out. If you guys are just joining us, this is the 2nd group game of the group stages here in Amsterdam for the FIFA 18 Global Series playoff presented by PlayStation 4. We're very excited to be here. So many talented players that we get to watch doing their thing, including one right in front of us right now, Envy Jazz, who's up 4-1. Both of these players lost their first game. So this is a pivotal game for both of these guys, Brandon.
I think what you're saying there, Jimmy, as well, about you had a bad start in Manchester. I think that helps you as a player. If you lose your first, if you go to a tournament and you don't have a good tournament, you know, as Richard would say a lot of the time, is you don't lose, you learn. You learn at these tournaments at the end of the day. It's always a learning experience.
Well, there's a famous Nelson Mandela quote, right? He said that he never loses. He either wins or he learns. And I think that's, you know, applicable.
That's anything,
anything, right?
It's a beautiful quote. However, everybody would rather win than lose, because when you win, you learn as well. So the winning gives you confidence. I think playing any sports on a high level is so much about confidence as well. How much confidence does a coach give you, for example, on the pitch? You will know everything about that, Jimmy. You might have felt, hey, I'm doing everything right, I'm training hard, but when a coach doesn't give you confidence, that does, like, affect you.
Yeah, no question. I mean, there are different styles of communicating, and there were some coaches I responded to better than others. And the ones that gave me the belief that I could conquer the world were the ones that I played better for.
Yeah.
Right. So going to a tournament winning, for me that was really important. Just winning your first game could do everything. It would make you like win every next game, playing so much better with the confidence you have then.
All right, we're at halftime here, which means I'm blowing the whistle, everybody, because we're going to move to another game that's going on between #Agge and the Beast. The Beast is up 3-1 in this one. Yes.
Wow.
Quite surprising, given how much love to Agge you were earlier.
Oh, is
minutes
it
ago? 3-2 now. We're starting the second half. Both of these players won their first game, so not all is lost if they lose. However, it'd be much better to go 2-0 as opposed to 1-1.
Absolutely.
It's great to see as well that obviously this player's come from South Africa. They would have never matched up on weekend league. They would have never played against each other before. As a pro yourself, when you went into those big LAN events, how could you prepare against someone that played in a different region?
To prepare strategically is probably impossible, because Agge will have no idea how the Beast is playing usually. Somehow it seems, I think Agge will never think beforehand he will lose against a guy from South Africa. So that might be a little tricky situation as well.
So do you think on the other hand of that, the Beast is thinking, right, I've got nothing to lose here. If anything, I've got that extra 10-15% in me to go and beat a champion.
Probably, and that's always a great thought. Even when you have been the champion in several occasions,
here he comes
it
again.
should be 4-2. Oh!
What block? Sergio Ramos.
Good defending there.
For every player, that's a good thought to have. Like, I don't feel pressure. Just bring it on. Show me what you got. I think I can beat you. That's the thought you should try and get in your head.
And the confidence it will give the Beast if he goes and wins this. Oh, what a finish.
Are you serious? Ruud Gullit.
Oh,
the Beast.
At the face. I love that face.
The Beast-like shot. He's feeling it right now. Let's take a look at this. Here's the replay.
Yeah,
De Gea.
Wow.
My good friend De Gea. Gonna have to dig that one out of your nets. Apologies to that. Look at the Beast there. Beast BIANCHI.
Oh.
Sigh of relief.
With this face, you can see he wasn't expecting to win. He knew he could do it. He wasn't expecting. But this face, you can see, okay, wow, I'm 2 goals up again. Okay, come on, stick together. Just keep your focus. That's what he's thinking right now.
Yeah, the Beast won his first game 4-3 over Lucas, so he won a close one there.
Agge, oh.
And Agge, ooh. There's a good save there from De Gea.
It's that chance there, though, that extra second, if you can have it, just to open up on that finesse. Could go and score you a goal, and that's a chance that you'll miss. And in your head, you're thinking, right, is this game going with me right now or not? I think
he shot a little bit too fast. Don't you think? He could have.
Yeah, I was saying he could have had an extra second or two,
yeah.
opened up on a finesse if he wanted to. Obviously, a pause has been cued by Agge now. Something isn't going right. But as you said, in his head, there was that little bit of hope for the Beast. He's just won his first game. He's on to be a champion now.
Yeah, well, that's the confidence we discussed. He's got the confidence from the first game. Agge is his next matchup. He will just think, okay, bring it on. We'll see. I've got nothing to lose. You're the big name. You'll have to prove it. I'll do everything I can to just beat you. I know I can play FIFA very well, so bring it on.
Yeah, to catch you guys up, this is leg 1 of round 2. There's still a second leg to be played. The Beast is in the red, going from right to left, and Agge is going from left to right in the infamous #United kits, the blue and yellow.
How many times have we seen Hullet score like 25, 30-yard finishes like, with his long shots
with
in the Xbox side of things?
Well.
Yeah, it's no surprise that we're seeing that.
I get the sense that Ruud Hullet can play any position.
He can.
And probably do well. Maybe not De Gea.
You see him play like right,
but
not
everywhere
right
else.
wing, but you see him kind of play right attacking midfield. But he's got the height on him at the end of the day. He can go to the back post and he can win headers and basically just compete with left backs.
Well, in the first game, we saw the Stranger almost employing him as a second striker, right underneath the top striker, and bombing forward and getting in on breakaways. So I think there's a lot of creative ways to use Hullet in this game.
And that's one thing that the Beast will do. Of course, Agge coming from that European background, you know, the Europeans always have that background of I want to score the perfect goals, I want to score, you know, the nice goals. We saw it so much last year with the Americas players that would shoot from 35 yards because they know the players have got the stats on them. Take the risk, take the chance, and then Ruud Hullet's done it there for the Beast.
That's a good way to think. I always feel ashamed with Hullet too, because I always use him as the left CDM next to Vieira in my 4-2-2-2 or 4-2-3-1 formations. I always feel ashamed.
Chance, finesse.
Big miss there by Agge. Do you feel like you're wasting Hullet there?
Yeah, but
because you're not really allowing him. I mean, you could change the tactics to have him go forward, but
yeah, I could put him more forward.
Starting position.
I just don't like playing with one CDM and who's there in the game to put next to Vieira. I don't like Petit. And I've got so many great attackers. For me, that's the only option to put Hullet over there.
All right, we're seeing some changes here. Maybe you guys walk us through this. We see Sonaldo coming in, Heung-min Son, who seems to be the super sub for a lot of people.
Good to see Goretzka as well, and Royce involved, obviously, from the team of the season, the last one that these guys could use. Goretzka's been incredible as well, what we've seen of him.
He is incredible. He's more physical than Hullet as well, but you see Agge using Hullet as the left CDM as well. Didn't know he was, but he uses him in there as well. But yeah, Goretzka, amazing player, used a lot.
For you, you say you played the 2 CDMs. Is that just important for you to have those 2 anchors?
Yeah, for me, it just clicked in this game. Whether it was 4-2-3-1 or 4-2-2-2, that just worked best for me. I would send Hullet up front by passing with the L1 button, or I would give him these instructions before the game. But that just worked best for me. Even though I think Vieira comes out better in the 4-1-2-1-2. But as a team, I prefer the 2 CDMs.
All right, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here in leg 1 of this second group matchup between the Beast and #Agge. Both of these players won their first game. They're 1-0. If you're not familiar with the Swiss format, it's the first of 4 games will then qualify for the round of 32. If you win your round 32 matchup, you get to the round of 16, which books your ticket to London for the FIFA World Cup Grand Final in August. So a lot to play for, and obviously having a lot of momentum by winning games goes a long way.
Oh my God,
wow.
Jimmy.
Wow.
I was going to say, I didn't want to interrupt you, but this dribbling was amazing. He comes out with the shot with the right foot of Neymar. That's a great goal, Brendan.
It's one of those things, people come into tournaments like this and they underestimate players that they've never heard of before. When they've come from the rest of the world region, at the end of the day, you are part of the 64 best PlayStation players in the world. You deserve your place here. And if you can be fearless, no matter who you're playing against, no matter how many followers they've got.
So Kuhn, you bring up the dribbling, which was impressive by the Beast. But defensively, what could Agge do different there? Because sometimes there's just plays where you have to sit back and clap your hands like that was a fantastic goal.
I think Agge, without really wanting to, he was being too impatient there. He was giving Neymar too much space. He just stepped in. He stepped in. Neymar got past him with a drag back, got space for the shot. I think, but it's hard because Agge was 2 goals down already. So you want to get the ball. You know there's that second leg left, but you do want to get the ball. You want to score.
Now you can't see me at home, but I'm taking these notes down because I usually play up against players that are always better than me, so this is really important for me to know.
Well, these players are better than me because I'm not here. But
that's fair. We won't hold it against you. We appreciate you being here on the couch, Koen.
Thank you so much.
All right, a few minutes left here in leg 1. 3-goal difference is massive. Let's see if Agge can get it back down to 2 goals before leg 2 begins. Interesting wall here from the Beast. Doesn't really want a wall. Goalkeeper not happy about that, I'm sure. Son with the layoff to Ronaldo, to Hullet. Vieira. I don't think how they drew it up on the training ground.
That just seems to be the free kick this year. I don't know about you, Koen, what you use. Just obviously you fake to go with your 2 runners and you just play short to that extra man. You know, Kevin De Bruyne, Ruud, Hullet, whoever's waiting around for it on the edge of the box, and they can finish it normally quite well.
Yeah, I never shoot at once. Always lay it off. You can have the step overs with 2 other players, and your opponent will not know which player you're going to pass it to. And the long shots after the direct free kick obviously work very well.
There we go. We're almost finished here with leg 1. Agge's got some work to do in leg 2. Looks like the Beast is content with his 3-goal advantage. I don't know if sitting back is always the way to go, especially when you have a second leg left. I think you should continue to push forward.
You need to, especially as mentioned before, people being 3-0 up. You know, and we're talking about 1-legged games. You go into a 2-legged game now, Agge can just go and get a, oh no. Of course it won't matter. It's late on in the game now.
It doesn't make a difference though for leg 2. So that's a throwaway red card, all things considered.
Reminds me of the game in the Xbox playoffs, Rapsu against Gorilla. Yeah.
Right at the end, he just made that tackle. Gorilla could have went and scored that goal, didn't he? But as we know, the red cards don't carry over.
We call those tactical fouls.
Yes.
And they happen everywhere in every sport.
I've heard some people complain about that tackle by Rapsu, but
clever. It is clever.
It is clever. To be fair, I don't understand those people because everybody would have done the same thing. The red card doesn't stay there for the second game, so why would you not do it?
I mean, ultimately, you're here to win, not to be friends, right?
Yeah, of course.
You can be friends afterwards, but when you're competing, you're competing.
Of course.
So
it's not cheating for me. It's of course you're playing the last 2 minutes with 10 men.
What's the phrase? Don't hate the player, hate the game, right? And I mean that in a way that that can happen in real sports. If I'm trying to hold on to a lead, sure, I'm going to go foul somebody.
Right.
If that means I'm going to win a trophy or win to move on to the next round, I'll happily take a red card so that my team can go on to win.
Well, you know how big the mental game is in FIFA, especially in this e-sport. If you go and do that right at the end when you're thinking that's a goal for me to get back in this game, that's going to play in your mind and you're going to be very frustrated.
Oh, you could see the frustration on Gorilla's face. I think he even, he did something with his arm as well, like this gesture. I don't know what it was, but he was frustrated, absolutely.
All right, so leg 1 of round 2 is complete. Hashtag Agge, who we all think has a very good chance of winning this tournament. Got a little bit of work to do. He's down 5-2. And there's to take a look at the Beast. The Beast right there. Scored some fantastic goals. He's on the left, Agge on the right.
Agge taking his hat off.
Yeah, it's pretty rare. I'm not used to seeing his hair. I'm used to seeing one of the beanies, getting comfortable, keeping his head warm. There he goes, back on. Are there any changes that you're making, Koen? If you're Agge, let's say at this point, down 3 goals. Well, let me say it like this. Do you prepare for being down 3 goals? When you're training for an event like this?
Oh, yeah,
okay,
definitely.
So you're ready for these situations?
Definitely. For me, there's like 2 starting formations I could play with. One probably a little wider formation. Also, always looking at the formation your opponent's using. I would have 2 starting formations, 1 formation or 1 strategy to just defend with all I've got.
Sure.
And of course, 1 or maybe even 2, 1 extreme formation when I need those goals. You see everybody switching to 3-5-2 most of the times.
Okay, so then when do you go to that extreme formation? And to take us 1 step further, if you want to reveal some of your secrets, what is that extreme formation? What are you doing? How many guys are you putting forward, but then also keeping a couple guys back?
Especially with the instructions, I always let my strikers get in behind. I let my wingers stay at the wing and probably get in behind as well. And for me, the most important thing is to go to these custom tactics and basically just switch all these custom tactics over to the right. Because in most cases, it's just the more it is to the right, the more attacking you play.
Now, when you go put those tactics in and you have people get in behind, do you feel like that forces the other team to drop back and that's going to create more space for your playmakers?
Yeah, exactly.
But then you obviously look to hit the counter as well, or you got to be cautious of that.
Well, the good thing about the 3-5-2 is that it can be used as a defensive formation at times as well. If you use the left side and the right side, and you just say stay back while attacking, get the two midfielders as well.
Well, we would call that a 5-3-2 at that point, right?
Technically good. That's
Jose Mourinho would be very happy with that.
That's the good thing about the 3-5-2 is that you can use it as an attacking sense and a defensive sense. I think a few players spoke about that it can literally be 7 people at the back sometimes. If you use the two midfielders and drop them back as well. But right now, I would say stick the way you're playing, but just make your custom tactics a little bit more aggressive and maybe attacking.
That's probably what Agge is doing. I'm not sure what formation he played in the previous game because we got in at halftime, I think. He's going for the 4-3-1-2, nearly the same as the 4-1-2-1-2. Very interesting to see the instructions. He's telling his backs to stay back while attacking.
And you'll look to see that. A lot of players will change that.
These are pretty high
I've seen, I believe it's Cihan that's playing the competition right now. If it's not going well, 90s, it's high. It's very high, because obviously he wants that aggression up there, and you have to.
You need to pressure your opponent. Agge needs 3 goals. He might have put them even higher, but...
Yeah, it's very cool that we get to see these tactics and what he's thinking.
Yeah.
So he's got a lot of work to do. For me, he's got to score this first goal, or it's done and dusted. We are starting leg 2. The Beast in the red going from left to right. He's up 5-2 after leg 1. And hashtag Agge is going from right to left in the famous blue and yellow of hashtag United. We'll see if he can get anything off these first 5, 10, 15 minutes in game.
For me, the Beast is already one of my favorite players this tournament because of his...
Oh
my God!
Wow.
What an entry pass. What a finish. Agge's got to be disappointed that his right back followed that run in behind. If I was the center back there in that position, to be like, right back, what are you doing with this far behind me? Creates so much space. Great first time finish. I'm not saying it's over, but I'm kind of saying it's over. 4 goals is going to be hard to overcome.
Would you be putting your hand up for an offside as well? I just saw Sergio.
Yeah, I definitely would. As a center back, and then you turn around and you see your right back held him on, and then you're like, all right, never mind.
You've got to say, though, one thing you don't change when you're winning, a lot of people could easily sit back, change their formation, go defensive. The Beast isn't doing that. He knows he just needs to keep on scoring goals and to make an impact in this tournament.
I was just saying he's already one of my favorite players now because of his name, because of his passion. You could definitely...
Every goal he scores, he's enjoying it. It's like AJAX Danny every time he scores, a big come on.
He's enjoying it, and as well, after scoring, he immediately tells himself, okay, stay focused, come on, stick with yourself. I love it. I love the way he plays.
There's a look there at the Beast's manager, coach, everything, all-purpose person. Got to be excited to see the scoreline right now. Also, if you guys are watching on the Twitch stream, make sure you link your EA and Twitch accounts at ea.com/Twitch. We've already dropped an Arjen Robben, man of the match. We also, coming up, we have Luis Suarez in form, 95 rated, 7,500 Ultimate Team packs. And then you're not going to believe this. Team of the season, Raheem Sterling. There's 25 of those coming, yeah. What would you do, Kuhn, with Raheem Sterling in your team? This Raheem Sterling.
This Raheem Sterling.
You'd be pretty excited, I think.
He is amazing. 93 rated? What is it?
93 rated.
Right.
Team of the season.
It's amazing. His pace, as we all know, extremely high. I think with this card, even the shooting is perfect. So this is a card for many people to use.
So that's just a reminder to link your EA and Twitch accounts. Make it happen, ea.com/Twitch. You're not going to want to miss out on these drops. They are of epic proportions today. We're very excited. But what we have to offer all of you, and in this game, it's the second leg of the Beast versus hashtag Agge. Oh, I thought he was going to get another one there. Both of these teams won their first game. They're both 1-0, looking for their second win. The Beast looks like he's in cruise control at the moment, but you can't count out Agge. He's got so much experience. He's won so many big things. A special player, so we'll see if he can find his way back into this.
What the difference now is going to be when Agge gets around that box is how if he panics on a chance or if he tries to simplify it. I've seen like 1 or 2 chances in that last game when he was losing. It's so easy, mentally to rush your chances, as you would know as a pro. That 1 extra second, that 1 extra touch to ensure that you've gone from an 80% chance of scoring to a 90%. How crucial is that?
That is key. That is key, and I think that's one of the things Gorilla showed at the Xbox side of things as well.
That was that chance at the end, wasn't it, with Ronaldo?
Which game?
We're talking about the game against Nicholas Rajek.
Yeah, yeah. Gorilla is one of the guys showing patience in every situation. He never panics. I think Agge was using quite a lot of fake shots just now at the edge of the box. You should keep it simple now.
So just here now, you can just see if...
Well, there it is. Well played. I think we were almost about to criticize him for doing too much, right? And to taking too many passes.
I was waiting to see
that with
whether...
the stranger as well in the first game.
Waiting to see if he was going to overwork that or not, but very well played, Agge. He's done that, you know, hundreds of times on Weekend League. A player like Megabit, of course, went the full way on the Xbox side, playing across both consoles. It helps so much playing as much Weekend League as you can against pros coming into these tournaments, just doing all the basics to the best level.
Now, is that a goal where Agge's like, all right, I'm back in this, and Beast is like, oh no, here he comes? Is that the one, or do you think it has to be one more? He has to get like a 2-goal difference.
I think the Beast still feels very confident he's gonna win this thing. Just need to remain his focus. Look at the eyes, the way he's looking. He's looking so angry. That's just pure focus. I think he's still got the confidence he's gonna win it. Agge still knows it's nearly impossible, but a quick goal could do the trick.
Brandon, what do you think? What do you think?
Still a lot of time left, Jimmy. We said about that 3-goal cushion is normally nothing.
Oof, bad giveaway there. Ronaldo with some space on the sideline. Got to maintain some meaningful possession, as we like to call it, in the attacking half. Creating some space between the lines. Got fortunate there. Might lay out perfect. Good defending there from Hullet. See how the Beast can translate that into an attack going the other way. Good step in from Sergio Ramos, as he does. The master of that and of getting yellow cards. And for potentially taking cheap shots, Mohamed Salah. That's a different conversation. Getting back to this game, though. 6-3. This is the second group game. It is up.
And for you in a game, Kuhn, say if you're losing by 3-0, at what minute in the game, when you're behind 3-0, you're starting to think, right, it's game over. You start to switch off. Or are you always thinking, right, there's going to be a chance, there's always going to be a chance?
No, I think when you're down 3-0, 80th minute, that's when I know enough. 65th minute or 75th minute, still possible.
Yeah. We've seen loads of comebacks this year in the competitive scene where people have been down 2-3 goals as Agge comes forward now. Just the basic 5-10 yard passes when they aren't going well for you. That's that mental side of the game.
I remember David Myler telling me once when it's not going well for him in a game, he just presses start twice in a row, just lets it play all the 45 seconds, and then he's gonna restart playing, just to take his rest.
All right, here is some more possession in the attacking third for the Beast. Turnover here. Let's see if Agge can turn this into an attack. It looks like he's gonna have to slow it down, so I'm gonna slow it down as well. We're gonna switch games, guys. We're gonna keep you guys up to date on the score. If you're upset at me for doing that, I'm okay with it. We're gonna go to Damie versus Method Riptorek. This was 5-1 in favor of Damie after leg one, but Riptorek is up 4-0 in this one. It is 5-5, which is incredible. Both of these players won their first game. Wow. Lots of goals. But Damie, one of the highest scoring players in Manchester, if not the highest, and scored a bunch in his first game here, getting shut out in leg two. That's incredible.
He's had an incredible year, Jimmy. He's been a breakout FIFA player. I know he said he's from the UK there, but he came from Poland as well. He's lived in the UK for quite a long time now. He would have played against Riptorek before in a number of tournaments this year. And for these two, they both won their first game. Recently just signed for Roma. As a goal comes in again, Damie's back in front.
Right, we were just talking about how Damie hadn't scored in the second leg. He finds a way, regains the lead. But still, I feel like he's got to be a little shaken because, you know, having a 5-1 lead and then giving that up, got to hurt.
He's in almost the same situation as the Beast. And what Agge couldn't do in the second leg, as what we've seen so far, Riptorek has done it because he came back from 5-1 to 5-5.
Yeah, that's an incredible comeback in itself. Especially just holding Damie even shut out in one half. The guy scores so many goals. He's so good going forward. And there's halftime between those two. We'll obviously keep you updated on the hashtag Agge Beast score. There's a look at Method Riptorek. Got to be pretty happy so far. I mean, he gave up that goal right before halftime, but to score for it, to get him back even. And there's Damie.
It's not going to be a nice game. It's not going to be a nice game for these two. You know, they're both very good friends in the Polish scene, which is a really strong nation, in fact, in FIFA, the Polish guys there. They've had a number of tournaments this year. Obviously, Riptorek just signed for Method, and literally today, Damie signed for Roma, which is a massive move for those guys. And he's in my top 5 to watch out for, Damie. I really believe that he could go the full way.
Yeah, Method Riptorek took down Abruzio 9-4 in his first game. And then I will take a look here to see how Damie did.
They've both been scoring a lot of goals as here comes Riptorek again.
Yeah, Damie won his first one 6-5 over Marius, so maybe didn't score the amount of goals that we saw him score in Manchester. He scored 12 goals in 2 games and 9 goals in 2 games. The guy likes to hit the back of the net. Here he comes again. Ooh, good save by De Gea.
What have you done there? You could have simplified that, no? Not really a sweaty goal, I mean, but could you have just played that across?
It was a pretty good thing. He waited for the shot, did the little ball roll. He waited for his opponent to get away with his defender. He had to pass it in the end. I think he had to, or finesse it. I think he didn't finesse the shot. That was not a good call. It was a good thing to wait though.
Get a good look here at Method. He's in the yellow and red, going from right to left. Good defending there by Vieira to body out Ronaldo. Damie wearing the Roma kits, just signed with Roma. That is big news. See if he feels any extra pressure representing a club that one of my favorites, Francesco Totti, used to play for.
There's pressure as well because other players in that roster have won stuff this year. You've also got Ranners there, didn't have the best tournament here. And then you've got Zimmer, the Swedish player, lost his first game, won a tournament in Portugal just coming into this tournament, and the Gfinity. You will feel pressure, of course you will. But if you want to play the game as a full-time profession, if you want to take that risk, you can have some pressure on your back. How's it felt for you, obviously, since moving to Ajax? Of course, it's fantastic in the side that a lot of people can know you now. You can grow yourself with the club, a fantastic club that do esports in the right way. Does it add an extra bit of pressure, though? You are representing Ajax.
It does. Of course it does. Especially when you have a certain extra feeling with that club. Of course, that brings extra pressure. You want to not just do it for yourself anymore. You want to do it for the club as well and for the fans. You're part of these fans. You want to do it for them as well. You want to make them proud. So for me, there was extra pressure. But the strongest feeling was the pride. But for everyone, it's different. I remember Megabit telling us the other day, he didn't care. Like, he didn't care at all. He was playing for the club. He said, I'm just playing for myself. So, yeah, it's different to anyone.
Well, I think that's probably a way to protect your ego in some ways, because when I got sponsored or when I represented a club or whatever, I got a big deal with Adidas, or as you guys say, and I say Adidas, but you felt a little bit of pressure, but it always felt easier to handle if I just said all I can control is my own performance and my own attitude. So I can understand where Megabit's coming from with that perspective, because you're thinking, oh man, if I'm representing this club and everybody that stands for it and all the fans, it can get overwhelming. And that might not be easy, especially when this feels like a very personalized sport.
At the same time, though, you've got to look at the positives as I must be doing something right. If they want to, take that risk with me, whether they want to sponsor me or they want to sign me, you're obviously doing something right. Your ability's there. Just keep at it.
I think what Jimmy said is right. Some people just have to learn it. Because I think in the end, after 1 or 2 years, you know it. You know it's that way. You know you can only control yourself, and you shouldn't be worried about all those things and what other people think and the pressure you felt before.
So hard, though. It is hard.
At start, you just feel it.
Right. Because as you add these things, as you add having a club sponsor you and having brands you want them to wear your clothes, you feel expectation. Whether it's real or not, you feel it. And I think that's probably going to be the biggest challenge for a lot of these guys as this esport continues to grow.
It's the same way as a number of players that maybe sign for clubs. They had a bit of a dip in form for a period. Dip form just to try and find the way they can play under this, under the club, under the brand, and how they can deal with it. For you, when you started Ajax, was you hitting good results at the beginning, or?
No, definitely not. No, I remember joining Ajax, and for me, it was kind of a different situation than for most other players, probably because I was 23, and I wasn't the best player anymore at the time because I wasn't playing as much as I had the years before. But I did sign for Ajax, and no, at first I was really feeling the pressure. I didn't perform well. I really had to get that feeling of you just have to show who you are. You just have to be yourself, and the results will come.
Riptorek there, just nearly pulled out a massive save from David De Gea.
These outfits, these kits.
11 goals, though, scored between the two. That when you got the quality of these two players against each other, that I would say probably have practiced against each other coming into this tournament, you know, the Pro v Pro games that we're seeing a lot now, it is difficult. It's like, say, if you were to play against Damie, you know, if you practiced against him, or a fellow Dutch player, you've kind of shown all your tactics, how you play as a player. All you can do is do that.
Yeah, it's very hard to surprise your opponent then. And that's why it's surprising to me that there's been so many goals in these two legs. Because obviously they know their attacking preferences. So that's why it's surprising to me that they've scored, what is it, 11 goals. Yeah, 11 goals in two legs. That's a lot.
Suarez there, front post flick on. It's good to see Suarez get back in a few teams as well. Obviously had that 97 team of the season. Because for a while, last year, that 98 he had, everyone loved him. You know, we're looking at the big finals, everyone loved using him. And for a long time, I know that a lot of people have been waiting for him to get a special card.
Yeah, definitely. Good to see him.
Would he be in your team?
To be honest, I haven't used him much, but I'll tell you, he's one of my favorite players in real life as well. He played for Ajax, of course. We're in Amsterdam now, so it's...
7-2.
Oof. Oh, that's what losing looks like.
Oh, no, that's pressure. He's just a bit of release of stress off his shoulders. 7-5 up now. 12 goals scored between the two.
Yeah, he was winning, of course. He was like
yeah, I know
grabbing his hat.
Upset,
it really looked like he was losing. That was fun.
I think he was just releasing a bit of stress.
It was release of the tension for him. It's crazy.
It's so difficult, though, when you're only one goal up. At the end of the day, you need the extra two or the extra bonus.
Yeah, it might be too much work here for Riptorek to get back into this. Damie scored what I like to call the nail in the coffin, especially now that he has possession. High line here from Riptorek. It's going to open up some gaps. Can Damie take advantage here? Just a couple minutes left in leg 2 of this second round game of the group stages between two players that have won their first one, so they're both 1-0. You need 4, though. 4 wins in total to advance to the round of 32. Once you get to the round of 32, you have to get to the round of 16 to qualify for the FIFA E-World Cup Grand Final in London in August. So it's important to play well in these early games, build some momentum, build some confidence. And it looks like Damie is going to be 2-0 after this affair. Riptorek 1-1, nothing to be ashamed about after 2 games, but still 3 wins away. Good ball there. Good defending. Good play all around by both players. We've hit injury time. We've hit the final whistle. Damie is now 2-0. Got a feeling pretty good, especially since he just put on that Roma jersey for the first time. Just signed right before the tournament started. That must have been fun negotiations.
The question is, we saw MS Tassari, obviously Team Falcon, now Rogue. He played well, got himself a place in the grand final. Is it going to be the luck of signing for an organisation that's going to pull someone through?
I mean, we'd like to think he's got a good start, right? Yeah. 2 wins out of 2, get going. It's nice to see them.
See, look,
clap hands afterwards. I love the sportsmanship.
After a game, you could just walk off. You know, yes, they're friends in the scene. They're looking back at the highlights in the game. What went well, what didn't go well. They're probably saying, nice finish there, bad defending from me. Yeah. It's good to see that.
Yeah.
Is that how you are, Koen, after games? Especially a loss, where you got a big smile for the guy that just beat you?
Wow, that depends.
Depends on the player.
Of course, Riptorek is still 1-on-1, so it's not a bad start for him. But I could be really, really down after a loss. There's not many times I would be like this after a loss, no.
Why's that then? Just because...
that's just
the way you are as an e-sport athlete? Is that just...
Yeah, that's just the way I experience every competition. Whether it's FIFA or whether it's playing darts with my friends, whether it's football games earlier on, I always hated losing.
And say if you do lose a game this early on in the competition, say you've got, what, 10, 15 minutes before your next game, what would you do in those 10, 15 minutes? Would you go and... Because you can't really look back on your game, you can think about it, you can look back on your highlights and stuff.
No, I'm not that type of guy. Everybody around me, all my friends, they always knew they shouldn't say a word against me just after a loss. Yeah, I'm terrible. I'm terrible, I'll tell you. I would just have to go back to the bathroom, probably just get some fresh water on my head, eat something, I need sugar then, and get myself pumped up for the next game.
Fun fact for you, true story. I put a crutch through a wall after losing. Yeah, I had broken my foot, so I had a lot of free time when I was a player, and I went home, played against my little brother.
FIFA.
At FIFA. Oh, yeah, always FIFA. And I twirled my crutch around. He's beating me 4-0. I was getting smacked. Put a hole right through the wall. My mom was upset. I said, whatever. You know, my dad does construction. He can fix it, and just played it off. But, I mean, my face must have been blood red. Yeah, I'm a terrible loser. I'm a great winner, though. Fantastic winner. I love winning. Winning's amazing. But losing is terrible.
Yeah, me too. I'll never be disrespectful to my opponent. I mean, I won't do that too soon, but yeah, I'm a terrible loser as well. I've done stuff like that.
All right, well, let's take a look at the Champions channel, one of my favorite features. Are we going to go to that? Are we talking about the Champions channel? Have you seen the Champions channel? Have you been there before?
Of course.
It's a great addition.
All right, we're going to take a look at the first 3 goals, or a few goals, let's say, between Riptorek and Damie in the first game here. This is the one that Damie did win 1-0. He's on the ball here. It's a set piece. Oh, that is cheeky. Oh.
Wow.
I thought it was going to hit the back of the net there. See, do you guys have a problem with sweaty goals? I don't have any problem with sweaty goals. I call them goals.
I think it's clever. It's
of course
that
it
one
is.
more pass that pros do compared to maybe a casual player. Fantastic set piece there. And
another fantastic one. That one was off of a corner, so a lot of respect for Damie and his set piece practicing. Now, Kuhn, how much time do you devote to practicing your set pieces?
Not enough. Not enough. Should do it more. No, these were some great combos, especially the free kick. I think the corner kick was just a regular Saki was just looking for the free man, because corner kicks are always different. But especially the free kick was a great practice one.
And then, do you feel like they're high risk, high reward? Because if you do give up the ball, then you're vulnerable to a counterattack.
Yeah.
You've got to say that.
That's true.
Yeah, because if you do lose, the amount of times we see in big games, people just lose possession carelessly. From a free kick, from a corner, you committed so many people forward. That's why there is a risk of just playing it straight into the box. That's why a lot of people will play short and try and work it around like that.
Yeah, I always do it short as well with the corner kicks.
Then, as you can see here, we're fast forwarding to all the goals. There's a couple goals here towards the end of the half that we want to show you. So you get to basically see FIFA on steroids at the moment. We're going super fast. These guys are all 199 rated, going this quick, making
Ronaldo
quick
always
decisions.
looks on steroids.
Look at that! Look at that tackle by Ronaldo.
I wouldn't look forward to commentating this fast. I think I'd be
yeah, it would be pretty intense to try. But we got another goal coming up here, pretty quick. This one again is from Damie. Taking a look here, Champions channel. I'm holding the button down, trying to get there as fast as we can. But yeah, I love the fact that we can scroll back and look at these goals. It allows us to really break it down in a more detailed way.
Oh.
Unfortunate there.
Yeah.
That's hard to defend, right? I mean,
You can't defend that. That's just a little lucky for Damie.
As you said, though, the next step for these guys, though, like the best of the best, they'll go and do that. They'll go and look at the games. They'll see, right, could I add an extra touch here? Did I really use the best possible method of trying to finish there? Does that have any importance?
Probably when Riptorek would be controlling that defender, where the ball got deflected from. If he would have controlled him, pressed the contain button, he might have not deflected in the way it was. But you can't control everything, can you?
No, you can't. But I can control with this controller what we're about to see. We're going to put pause on the Champions channel and go to this game, Maestro versus Joksan, and it is in extra time.
All right.
So we're going to see where they are and how many goals they've scored. Maestro, obviously one of your favorites, Brandon.
Yeah.
Somebody you like a lot. Break down what makes him special.
He's one of those players that last year he was in a number of tournaments, but the mental side of his game was lacking. He brought in a coach, Losclil from France that he plays for. They brought in a coach. It was Sir Alex at the time, and that was another guy that he's working with, just to give him that mental capability, because he was losing games at times, and it was because of the mental side. He was getting annoyed, he was getting frustrated, as you said. Maybe not throwing a crutch through the wall.
Hey, don't hate.
But then this year, he's just been incredible. He won the PlayStation side of the French League, and of course in the cross-console final we lost to Rafsu, won the E-Copper Coca-Cola in France, won the actual official event here yesterday. Everything's just going well for him at the moment, and he scored 9 goals in his first game. In this one, scored 8 of them, so he knows where to put the ball.
Here we are in extra time. Maestro up by an aggregate score of 8-7, 4-2 in this game. Still a little bit of time left in this extra time for Joksan to get back into it. I love that he's got the LAFC representation.
And another, he's just signed as well to Epsilon yesterday. Only yesterday signed to Epsilon after making it into Manchester and playing there. So everyone's signing for people at the moment.
As good a time as any to ink your name to a team.
There was some good patient play, but well defended.
Not too much time left in this.
To be fair, there's actually a very interesting story on this game. Maestro's old coach, Sir Alex, is now just signed for Epsilon as well. So he's coaching Joksan. So he'll know how Maestro plays. Of course, the guys can't get in there, but if they're texting each other and that, he knows how Maestro can play. That could actually be quite a big factor in this game.
Yeah, both of these players are 1-0 into this. Coming into this game, Joksan actually beat Cihan 8-2.
Wow.
And Cihan was somebody that we highlighted in the PlayStation 4 pre-show about a player to watch because he does have some experience, some emotional experience. He's
passionate, very passionate.
He's very passionate, but that is a big result in that first game.
That is really impressive.
There we go. We see the Maestro sees it out in extra time. Good win for him. As Brandon said, continuing a trend of winning. He's just got that thing about him right now.
For you as a pro in the game as well, that winning feeling mentally, how important is it to just know that even if sometimes stuff isn't going well for you, I can win, I can do this, I can push myself forward?
Yeah, I think what happens when you win is you shake off the little mistakes a little bit easier. You're like, no, it's no problem. I've won before, I'm going to do it again. And you're right, it is confidence, it is a belief, and you don't let the little things bother you. But when you lose, those little things get amplified. You're like, oh man, here I go again. Oh, I did that again. And it's such a thin line between success and failure. It's incredible.
And you've been a multi-champion, in your own country as well. Was it that winning feeling as well there? That just, when you win a championship, when you win a title, does it just make you feel, not invincible as such, but give you that bit more confidence?
Yeah, of course it does. It does make you kind of invincible. It makes you feel that way. Of course it does. And it's just like Jimmy says, when you do lose certain important games, all you're doing is thinking back about all the little errors you made, thinking, I should work on that, should work on that. Whereas you might have had the same level in that same game, you would have won it, you wouldn't think about them.
That's, yeah.
Winning feeling.
It is a winning feeling. My second year as a professional, we were the worst team in the league. We were laughing stock. People would make fun of us everywhere we went. And then the next year we won MLS Cup. We won the title. We turned things around because we wanted to shake off that stuff. But it took months for us to shed that identity of, we're not losers anymore. This is something new. We want to attack it in a different way, even though we were the same players.
Well, that's where not really the backroom team I mean, but when you bring in a coach that can say, you are the best, you can go and win. Maestro right now, he's been winning loads this year. That constant, that win, I'm going to win, I'm going to keep doing that. And as a pro, it can only help you. Obviously.
I think the mental part should not be underestimated. I think many players still underestimate it. But it's good. It's very smart of him to take a coach.
Well, let's coach everybody at home. I'm going to go back to the Champions channel.
All right.
If you don't mind. I like holding the controller here on my couch because that's what I do at home. And we're going to show 2 goals, I think, right before halftime. We're going to zoom in on, you guys see the same screen that we're seeing. And this one is going to be another one from Damie. It's going to take probably a little bit to get there, but we'll just watch his build up here. Gets in behind. And Kuhn, why don't you break this down for us?
That was some bad defending by Ramos. This is great. Great small dribbling, short dribbling. Doesn't get rid of the ball. That's actually panic.
Oof. Good save. A little unfortunate there.
A little unfortunate, but there was a panicky way of defending the ball after interrupting it.
We call that scrambling. You're not even defending it at that point. You're scrambling.
Yeah, it's just panic.
But we would argue anytime a defender's leaving his feet, he's out of position, right? He's not doing what he should be doing. He's putting himself at risk because if you have somebody with composure, they're going to do a skill move and thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, the best players in FIFA right now, in the competitive scene, are the ones that anticipate the best. Megabit, anticipate his tackle. If you're going to make a slide tackle, you're going to lunge in, you have to win the ball because gaps appear, as we know enough.
We'll take a look here how Riptorek does respond. Sometimes they make it look so easy. You're like, why can't you do that every single time? Now, Kuhn, walk us through this one when we see the replay.
That was a great attack through the center of the pitch. Easiest way to score, of course. You don't need the wingers. Just some really nice short play. Tiki-taka, first touch shot, I think, by Neymar. Hard to defend with the 5-star weak foot. Good goal, just a good goal.
I guess anytime you have Ronaldinho trying to track a run in the box, there's a problem. That's a red flag for sure.
Absolutely.
All right, we're going to see one more of Damie's goals here before we hit the half. And Kuhn, I want you to take us through this again because I think his possession is maybe a little bit underrated in terms of how he sets up goals. He can beat you in a number of different ways, Brandon.
Yeah.
Sends Neymar towards his strikers. There's 3 up front now. Now he gets back, just behind the strikers. Neymar short dribbling to his left foot. Finding Cristiano, looking for the shot. That's great play. That's the key pass.
What a ball.
First touch pass from Ronaldinho. That's where you got this goal.
So Neymar gets the ball maybe 10 yards off the top of the box, and he holds somebody off, then faces up to the defender. So now he's looking at goal. And then he is patient, does a little bit of a soul roll to then play into the space. How important is it to have that patience in and around the box to let space open? Because I feel like if you get in there too fast, that space isn't there yet.
It's extremely important. That's exactly what he did. He was looking for the gaps to open, places to Cristiano Ronaldo. Everybody would just hold Ronaldo off because, you know, when he shots, it's going to go in. When he shoots, lays it off, then he sees the gap and he plays it immediately at once.
Now, Brandon, you've called a lot of games. How important is that? Or let's say, what's the difference between a pro and an amateur? Is that little bit of composure in those attacking areas?
A way I used to say was just the one more pass, the extra. That is what the difference is with a pro, is when you're around the edge of the box there, it's so easy just to hit it straight away, to take 25-yard shots. The best players, they play the extra pass, the one more pass. They delay the attack in play, and that's how they create the chances.
I think this was a combination of two very important things. You said the composure. There was composure. He was just passing it around. But then at once, Ronaldinho, no first touch, just passing it towards the striker at once. First touch pass, that was key. So composure at first, and then the speed in the play.
Okay, so now we're down with 2 rounds of the group stages. How are you approaching round 3? Let's say you're 0-2 at this point.
I think a little bit of panic starts, surely.
Yeah, you won't be happy. We should ask Aero FIFA. Can we call him? No, when you're 0-2 down, you might consider changing some things, Jimmy. You might consider using that other formation you have used a lot this year. Maybe go back to old habits.
But what if you're in a position where you're 0-2 and you've tried out 5 different formations, nothing's just clicking? Do you just have to think, right, how did I get myself here? How did I qualify? Use that team, use the way I play, because you played hundreds of games like that.
Yeah, you should ask yourself the question, what got me here? That's always a good question. What got me here? Might be a certain formation, might be certain specific skills, might be some mental skills you have. Ask yourself, what got me here? And then trust on that.
I think that's a great way to look at it. But when you are 0-2, yes, not the best start. You've lost your first 2 games, but there's still so much time to get yourself back in it. We always talk about Aero, because literally he went 0-3, finished today 2 wins to 3 losses, then came back and did the incredible show.
Yeah, and then one thing to always keep in mind is you're 0-2, but you're facing someone that's 0-2 as well. So he must be having the same feeling. So you always should be trusting yourself. Believe in yourself.
Appreciate your insight on that, and I do believe in myself. And I want you guys to believe in yourselves too, because we want you to link your EA and Twitch accounts at ea.com/Twitch, and you link for your chance to earn a Twitch drop. We've already dropped Arjen Robben, 89 rated, and today there's some remaining drops, including Luis Suarez, Inform, 95 rated, 7,500 Ultimate Team packs, and for me, the biggest one, 25 Raheem Sterling Team of the Seasons, 93 rated. I don't think his tattoo is going to be included on that, unfortunately, for everybody. And then I want to give a shout out and some love to one of our partners here at this event, Turtle Beach. Make sure you tweet at them using @TurtleBeach and the hashtag #SoundDefense for a chance to win an Elite Pro headset courtesy of Turtle Beach. And of course, if you want to join us in our conversation, use the hashtag FIFA eWorldCup, tagging @EA Sports FIFA to make that happen. So, as we discussed, we're into round 3. You talked about the losing end of it. What if you're up and you've won these first 2 games?
It's so easy to think.
Is it? I mean, do you just, where are you mentally on that?
I think it's so easy to think, right, I'm nearly there. You know, I'm going to get through. It's all going to plan for me. You need to have that same approach as you just come into the tournament. You know, as in game of FIFA, in game of football, when you go 2-0 up early on, 0-0, we're still at 0-0. Keep the same mental state. I think you have to be like that.
That's it. And again, in your next game, you're facing someone that's 2-0 up as well. So there might be a 50-50, 40-60% chance you're losing that game. You should just keep the focus. That's the hardest thing. Eat well, get your rest. I hated talking to too many people between my games. Just keep your head cool. And
well, if you look at one of the best players like Bruce Granick, we mentioned him a lot of the time in the commentary booth. He was a multiple world champion because the way he prepared, the way he had his coach. You know, there's so many distractions you could do. You could go out late, have late nights. He had early nights. He ate well, and that's what separated him from being a normal player to a champion.
Yeah, and he didn't talk English, so no one could distract him.
Well, we're going to take a quick break, so we want you to eat well and get your rest before round 3 starts. So come back and join us right after this break.
Hey, Alex. Alex Hunter?
Yeah.
Forget them. They don't know anything. You're the greatest. Do you want my Coke? It's okay. You can have it.
Yeah, you're all right then.
Nobody's gonna believe me.
You got a phone?
Yeah.
Come here then.
Benny McCarthy, the football player, is completely gone now. And this is Benny McCarthy, the coach. I might not be proud of some things that I've done in my younger life, but I am extremely proud of the person that I become. I'm not there yet, but I'm moving in the right direction. Work your socks off for what you want. Hard work does pay off.
Well, it's the one we've all been waiting for. Here we go. A chance, Ronaldo. We're on the verge of something that's going to make headlines for years to come. Oh, the whole stadium stands as one. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, header gone! He's up for the header. Power, sheer class, astonishing, unbelievable strike.
Welcome back to Amsterdam, guys. This is the PlayStation playoff as part of the FIFA 18 Global Series. Now, if you just tuned in, we are in the middle of the Swiss format. We are 2 rounds down. Remember, there's a maximum of 7 games you can play in this Swiss format. You need 4 wins to go through. Let's take a look at the lucky people who find themselves currently on 2 wins and 0 losses. Basically, these guys are looking very good to go through at this point. There's 16 players who've currently done it. A couple of Argentinians in there, including Nicholas, big favourite for many people. 5 Germans in there, they're not messing about. We've got 2 Danish guys in there, Marcuzo of Man City and FifaUstun. You've got Zezinho from Brazil, recently signing for Hullit's team, Ruud Hullit's team, which is a local team, to Amsterdam, of course. You've got Damie in there as well, now of Roma. The stranger MaestroSquad, perhaps looking the most dangerous right now off the back of his E-Copper win yesterday. So everyone on that screen right there is currently 2 wins, 0 losses. Once they get to 4 wins, they're through to the last 32 and a chance to play for qualification for the E-World Cup Grand Final. Now, there's lots of different favourites. There's lots of different people that people are tipping for the top. We caught up with Mike LaBelle and a couple of the other guys earlier to find out who are their players to watch. Let's see what they said.
First player on the list has to be Nicolas. What do you feel makes him so special?
I think Nicholas is the most balanced player we have on the list today. He's very good in attacking, but his defense is also very strong. It's very hard to score goals against him, but you will always concede at least like 3 to 4 goals per game.
Yeah, and he has an overall score at home from over 1,600 wins and only nearly 20 losses on his account. It's awesome, his performance.
He doesn't lose online and he doesn't lose in person. This should be another good event from Nicholas. Player number 2, Eisvogel. We just saw him win the PlayStation. He's German, you guys are German. You guys said you never heard of him before this year, so he's new on the scene.
But we played really much together. He's awesome with his L1 dribbling. He has fast moves in his attacks. He plays like a machine. He doesn't show any emotions when he's playing. It's really tough to play against him, right?
Yeah, nothing to add there.
Hashtag Agge, multi-world champion. Is he going to be able to come through in Amsterdam? That's the question. I talked to him yesterday. He's feeling confident. What do you guys think?
Yeah, he has so much experience. He's 2-time world champion overall. He played in so many good tournaments versus so many good players, and he's always in the lead.
Yeah, I think so too. Agge is just an amazing player. He has a lot of different formations to play. I know he likes to play the diamond formation. He's also able to play the 4-2-3-1. That's what makes him unbeatable, maybe.
Last but not least, we have Curl from Japan. And this is a sleeper choice for me. I feel like we're going to have an Asian player who's going to go far in the tournament, and he could be the guy.
If you play against a player like Eisvogel or Agge, for example, you might know how they play by watching streams or something. But if you play against Curl now, you don't know anything because we can't see any gameplay of him, so it might be an advantage for him.
Those have been our PS4 players to watch. My name is Mike LaBelle.
I'm Benedict Salzer.
I'm Timok.
And we'll see you at the event.
Some very interesting food for thought there from the guys. Obviously, that was recorded before the tournament began. Some results have already started to kick in. Maybe favourites have started to prove themselves or fall by the wayside. So we're actually going to join Mike LaBelle now, who's joined by Richard Buckley and the Maverick Wolves guys. And they are in the survivor position.
Thanks for tossing that my way, Spence. And today is survival day. Players are gonna make it, or they're gonna break it. I'm joined by Richard. I've got Maverick Wolves. What have you guys thought about the events thus far? We've seen some big names take early losses.
Yeah, it's been really, really interesting. A lot closer than the Xbox side, I found. Some people, well, some big names have got some early losses on their record already, which is a little bit unsurprising. But then we've got the likes of the big names like Nicholas. He's doing his thing. Yeah, he does what he does best, and he's turning up. But like you said, we're a survival day, and there's some people that should be a little bit worried.
Yeah, there's some big, crazy results have come in already. What a tournament we've got, and we're 2 games in. We're about to go into game number 3. There could be a fairy tale story here, and it's going to be a great one.
Yeah, I think the big one for me, you're looking at Cody the Finisher. I had him as probably one of the pre-match favourites coming into it. 0-2. One word to do: survive.
And Cody's one of those guys that has such a unique gameplay style that it can go extremely well, or he could start off a little bit rough around the edges and maybe turn it around. And the game that we're going to be checking out here is actually Joksan versus Maestro. And Maestro's matches have been insane. He matched up against Rain in his first game where he got a win. It was similar to this, very close. And now his second match against Joksan, we've seen extra time. Let me give you an example of what's going on. Maestro's a very attacking player, and he looks for some of the quick counterattacks. And you're going to see Joksan attacking, and Maestro's going to get a good takeaway from him. And watch how quick the counter starts. And this is something that we've seen over and over again. He just came off the E-Coper victory. Got to be feeling confident. And I definitely think he's faced off against 2 opponents that are going to do very well in this event. Ronaldo doesn't miss from there.
No, not at all. And that's from there. That's the importance of someone like Marcelo. He's in there so quick, intercepting that ball. That sets up the counter for you. And players like him, sometimes you forget the work they do offensively as well as defensively.
Yeah, big thing for me, that threaded through ball, just through the gap. He saw the space that R9 could run into. He's got the pace, he's got the finishing ability. Interesting to point as well, on his weak foot. Don't really matter if that's maybe a or someone with that 4-star weak foot, you probably could try and shift it across your body. R9, no doubt on either side.
And what Maestro does that makes him special is he puts pressure on you. You will always feel his offensive pressure, his counterattack, his speed of play, and he just looks confident coming into this event. He might not have got the recognition that he deserves actually coming into this event. We've been talking about the Eisvogel and the Nicholas and the Dito and the hashtag Agge. But I definitely think Maestro can go far in this event. He's got to be one of the favorites to potentially win the event if he gets off to a good start, is able to continue that into bracket play.
Yeah, I think big thing for me, form. Winning that event just yesterday, you're coming into it, you're thinking, I've already played on the big stage. I'm quite well accustomed to the arena. I know what it takes to win in this arena as well, because it's completely different from playing at home in the comforts of your own home to playing at an event with the lights on, with the cameras on, with us even talking about you. I know some players that gets in their head a little bit, so congratulations to Maestro so far. Pretty dominating performances.
Absolutely, and we're gonna head to actually watch Maestro's matchup and expect goals. Expect lots of goals to be on display. What do you guys think?
Well, who's going to win it?
Yeah, in the next matchup.
I mean, after seeing that display, I've got to go with him. I think he's going to get the W. It should be an interesting game. Like you said, there's going to be lots of goals. But I think experience could play out in this one.
I think for me, I think it's Maestro against FifaUstun.
Yeah.
I'm probably swinging towards Uston. I think he scored 28 or 29 goals so far in the tournament. We've only played 2 games.
Yeah, we're 2 games in. That is a lot of goals to be scoring. And I mean, he's very, Uston, as we've seen him in previous tournaments, he's very good at counter-attacking. So if you give up possession against this guy, you need to be worried and defensively sound, because he can score goals out of almost nothing. And that makes someone so, so dangerous.
And what makes FifaUstun kind of unique to the rest of the competition is that he plays with custom tactics that are almost at 100 in terms of his pressure and his aggression, which is unheard of to start a game that way. So there's no way this will be a clean sheet. I would expect a 5-3, a 5-4. It's going to be goals. Expect goals.
Yeah, I think Uston in his first game, he had 13 shots and scored 12. That just shows how clinical he is as well in front of goal.
You definitely need to be clinical when it comes to these games. I mean, like you said, 13 shots?
Yep.
12 goals? I mean, that's a perfect game for you, isn't it?
That's a perfect game. And we've got FifaUstun actually in the hashtag kit going left to right, and we've got Maestro in the white kit going right to left.
And we did see previously with the Xbox tournament, Rafsu, who was not necessarily a favorite for everyone, turn up and play amazing. They just get a lot of practice in France.
Ooh, good defending there, but how quickly was that counter on then? It became 3 against 3, like almost instantly.
This should be the battle of the counterattack. You see Kyle Walker to Vieira. Vieira looking for options. And you're looking for those striker-to-striker through balls any chance that you can get, especially with both of these players.
Here we go, Hullet just dispossessed. Neymar on the ball now for Uston.
Here we go. This is where Uston, as I mentioned, is very, very dangerous. If he steals possession in an attacking situation or even in the midfield, he can very, very quickly turn that into a shooting opportunity. And that's where the danger lies with him.
Ronaldo looking for some support. Finds Vieira. You can see it go out wide here to Henry. Return pass to Henry. There's space. Ronaldo to Ronaldo, possible. Is it? Could have our first opportunity here.
But that's good defending again there from Uston. Hasn't fully cleared it, but he has done a little bit more now. As I say, that goes straight back towards his goal. But there we go. It's very, very quickly, as we can see, I think Mike mentioned it a second ago, it is counter-attacking football from both of them. Both of them are not looking to hold possession for long periods of time. They want to get in the box and they want to score goals.
1-0.
As I'm saying that, Maestro does score his goal.
You can just see how aggressive the defending is from Uston. That's Maldini coming out of position there. That's the gap that has been opened, and then CR7 slots it in. Goals win games, and how many goals are we going to see? Are we going to see double figures again?
I'm telling you, whoever wins this series is scoring 10+. I'm calling that now. I feel confident about that. And something you're going to notice, especially in terms of the 2-0 players, this will be the most turnover possessions that you're going to see with 2 players matching up, just because they're both so high pressure, counter-attack driven.
I mean, as you've said that, you've got Maestro taking the ball back straight away from the kickoff situation.
Ronaldo to Hullet. Hullet for the overlapping run to Marcelo. Players love using Marcelo because of his ability to attack, and his individual defending numbers are incredible. He's not going to lose too many 50-50s. Can be out of position at times, but offensively, he's a genius.
Here we go. What a through ball that was.
Put it back for a free kick.
Been brought back for the free kick, so he has still got an opportunity on goal here. We're not going to see a direct shot. I think we've realised that very quickly from this tournament and other tournaments. Well worked there from Uston.
Yeah, it just shows the confidence that he's playing with. Roulette, it's almost second nature to him in that sort of area.
Vieira looking for help. He finds help. We have the equalizer in the 21st minute. Ronaldo, who else?
And how many people score from a short corner in FIFA 18? You see it happen many, many times. You play the short corner, you find the near post man, and you, like 9 out of 10 times, you can find
the free man in the middle of the box.
And for you, Mike, pro player, competed at the highest level this year. Corners, are you playing it short, or are you whipping it into that front post, trying to find Ronaldo?
I like short corners for 2 reasons. Number 1, I think I can beat you on the first man, on that near post. I feel confident. It's kind of a 50-50 game of beating the guy that's guarding against going short. And number 2, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I get counterattacked from corner kicks.
Yeah. All the time, yep.
Yeah, 100%.
And here we go. We've got Maestro going straight. That's a massive opportunity for him there.
Maestro really can't miss that. That's a big-time error there.
See, maybe R9 would have put that in because of the weak foot, 5-star weak foot.
I just think he rushed it a little bit. He didn't quite turn his body. But yeah, on corner kicks, I don't like being counterattacked. And if I go short, I feel like I can avoid the counterattack. I control that counterattack from my opposition.
And that's one of the big things, I think, I spoke to a lot of the players, why they actually switch on to defensive as soon as the game starts. So you're not getting counterattacked from that corner. You've always pretty much got 3 to 4 back.
Oh, Ronaldo
Here we go,
Messi.
and we've got a massive
looking for the rebound
again. And he's just not finding the rebound opportunity there. But as Mike and I had this conversation the other day, a lot of times you do shoot from angles that you necessarily know you're not going to score from to get the rebound opportunity.
Oh, man, it's getting hot in here.
It's smart play.
Not for me, I'm feeling quite chilly.
Oh, man.
That's why you've chucked a jacket on.
Exactly.
You didn't see the same drag back I saw.
No, if you pulled off the spin as well, the roulette, that would have been a 10 out of 10.
Walker bombing on.
Got Walker bombing on from that right back, as you said.
You get the majority of your width from the fullbacks in a lot of these formations. Especially if you play a narrow formation, you're relying on your fullbacks being able to push forward and take that space. As you see Marcelo doing that just now.
Yeah, a lot of the players actually always overlap on the fullbacks as well. If they're playing that 4-2-2, because that's where the natural width does come from. And then you've got that low-driven pass into the box, pretty much.
I mean, you've got Team of the Year items in Marcelo at left back and then Team of the Season, Kyle Walker at right back. The stats and chances or passing ability, shooting ability that these guys have, even dribbling ability that they have.
Messi.
They're a great asset, as you said, to the attack as well as the defense. So having them on overlapping almost makes sense.
And we're not seeing a lot of possession play, and neither of these guys are possession specialists. As you see a turn from Ronaldo to Ronaldo. There's the finish. You said if it's on his left, it's not a problem.
Exactly. R9 on the left foot, puts it bottom bins, and what a finish. It was a nice little pass from CR7 there. I didn't think he was actually going to get it. The touch was a little bit heavy, but he managed to get it to R9, and like I said, great finish, bottom corner.
Yeah,
right here.
Just
finds
holding
the pass. That
there we go.
heavy.
The Cruyff turn into pass was a very nice combination there. And as Will said, it set R9 up for the left foot, low driven across the goalkeeper.
I mean, we know it. R9 in the box is the most lethal striker in the game. Pretty much 9 out of 10 puts it in the net.
Up for debate.
Okay, who are you saying?
Yeah, who are you bringing in if you're going to start with that?
I'm going Team of the Season Suarez.
You haven't seen him enough, though.
Not for me.
Well, I mean, there's a reason he's not being picked.
And here we go. We've got Uston very, very quick.
Oh,
tornado!
He's out. Oh,
finish!
Oh my!
Do we have goal of the tournament? It was early, but come on now.
We're 3 games in.
Watch that instant play.
That is a competitor for goal of the tournament.
I love that skill move. It's my favorite new skill move in FIFA. I use it all the time on stream. Absolutely love it. You don't expect to see it at a tournament like this. Oh man, pat yourself on the back, FifaUstun.
Is that Tex teach him that one?
Yeah, he's been watching Tex.
How many times though do we see the skill move that sets up the volley and then that volley afterwards? It just seems so much more clinical, and like you see El Tornado, the sombrero flick into the volley. That volley afterwards that's following it up seems to either trouble the keeper or go in 9 times out of 10.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, here's that classic 1-2. Ronaldo to Ronaldo punch is always the goal. Vieira feeds Kyle Walker. He's taking some space.
and Vieira's stolen the ball. But
this is a break here.
Richard's called it earlier. It shows the confidence that he's playing with to even attempt that shot or that opportunity, because in big games like this, you don't want to give anything up. So trying skills, being a little bit flamboyant, is something that players try to avoid and not do as much.
Yeah, and if you're 0-2, I don't see that coming out.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think their mindsets right now in terms of confidence, this is not the say-all, be-all. If you win or you lose this match, of course, someone's going 3-0, the other person being 2-1. You're still in a good position. You're in the positive.
And we're going to get a short corner again.
It looks like it.
Look at that gap where Hullet is. He's won it back.
It was great defense from Ustin. Debatable foul call, I'd say. But I think you take this foul.
I think it's almost
over
professional
the
in that situation.
Yeah, we saw that from Rafsu yesterday where he took a red card. Yeah. And there were mixed reviews in the chat. But at a tournament like this, red cards don't carry over. 100% go for it, man.
Take the tactical foul.
Potential 45th
we've
minute
got a counter.
Oh,
and
wow.
Heel to heel, very, very effective on this FIFA. And he's got a lot of players to choose from here. It may be too many.
And
Hullet getting a little bit confused, and the ball's bobbling everywhere. Is this going to end up in a shot opportunity? Or are we going to see Maestro come away?
He's overcomplicated that.
Yeah, I was about to ask.
You had teammate here, CR7, bombing forward. If he plays that ball into him, 9 times out of 10 it goes through. He was trying to hold it up and create the opportunity for himself. As soon as it gave it to Hullet onto edge of box, just became too convoluted for me.
Yeah, the keeper was also rushing out. So if you got that pass off, you pretty much had an open net to shoot from.
I'm just going to throw it out there. Richard just pulled out convoluted. What a big word. I love that word.
Right, here we go. Second half has begun of the first game.
Cheers, mate.
It's 2-2. Who is going to be taking the W?
Honestly, I cannot pick right now. As we said, this is going to be one of the most attacking games we are going to see this entire tournament. As we said a few times, neither are looking to just hold possession at the back. They are both looking to go for goal after goal after goal. And so far, we've got an amazing game to watch here.
Yeah, it looks like defending isn't the main priority in this game. It's who can outscore each other. And I think both opponents have acknowledged that, and they've just gone for it.
It's the definition of fast-paced FIFA.
It's like the old Brazils. They knew they were going to concede goals, but it was, we can score more than you can.
I'm surprised we've only seen 4 goals so far.
To be fair, they both missed chances in the first half. This could easily be 3-all. There weren't that many chances made, but each opportunity was high percentage.
And what we've got, and as Maestro has a shot, but what we've got to say for guys that are being as attacking as they are, defensively at times and at the right moments, they are being very sound and choosing the right options.
And there's a goal.
As I say that, Maestro gets himself a goal.
Short corner.
Yeah, short corner, recycle onto the edge, into R9, one touch out with your feet, settle it, and then low driven.
Now, we're talking about this type of style of play, very, very attacking. Is this style of play, Mike, this question is mainly towards you, will it get you far in this tournament?
It can, but at some point you have to be able to play defense. But we just saw Megabit win a tournament, and he was offensively fantastic the entire event. You have to score goals. Actually, he led, I believe, in the event in goals scored or goals averaged per game or per matchup. And that kind of tells you, yes, in FIFA 18, you can win based on how many goals you're going to score, as opposed to some of the old styles of FIFA where it was a little more the 4-2-3-1, the possession holding. The not so many opportunities were going to be created, but just being efficient with them. And I still think that'll be very, very prominent in terms of your success, is being able to be clinical, basically. If you miss chances, FIFA has a way of just punishing you every single time.
Yeah.
I spoke to Ustin before this game kicked off. He said he wanted to break the record for the most goals scored.
Oh.
So I think Megabit scored, I want to say 71 throughout the tournament. He's already scored 30. Has Ustin.
So he just needs to keep on going at the pace he's going at, and he will achieve the record that he is going for. But as you say that, that's a good thing, because right now he does need a couple of goals.
Oh, what a find. He's got to tuck that away.
That's got to go in. That has to go in.
Another example where you don't want Cristiano, you want R9, it's on his left foot. I just don't think R9's missing that.
We've seen the super subs come out in full. No bronze bench in action.
We're about to see...
Your man Suarez just came on.
Yeah, I was about to say, we're about to see 97 Suarez.
Is he going to prove you right? That is the question.
Have people been sleeping on him?
And if you guys are just joining us now, we have Ustin in the #United kits, and we have Maestro in the all-white kits. De Gea, a little bit of a wild pass.
If that goes out, that's very, very wasteful. That is.
Uston applying the pressure. He needs to get that equaliser.
Neymar coming inside to Kante.
Yeah,
fresh substitution.
We've seen Can score goals.
He's come up with a few late winners for a lot of people.
It's a good pick out. Kante,
Ronaldo
to Neymar.
That was liquid football there from Uston.
I like that. Liquid football.
Yeah. Thank you. We're 1 for 1.
Solid creativity there in the box, and that's something that's very important at this level of play, is to start mixing it up as much as possible.
Be unpredictable.
Absolutely.
That's it. I mean, the game is to predict each other, so you, as you said, you have to be as unpredictable as you possibly can at this level.
Well, it's a chess match. It's more of the mental game as well. For me at this level, FIFA. I think if you're strong mentally, if you've had previous experience of losing a big thing, I think if you've lost in a tournament, in a major final, you can build on that and you can take the positives from it.
Yeah. And we've got, again, it's just constant. The turnover of play from team to team. Possession stats at the end of this game, you're going to have to say are going to be very, very close. If it's not 50-50, there's going to be a few percentages in this and not a lot at all.
Here we go. Maestro.
Oh, nice one, too.
Attack.
Suarez.
This is beautiful play.
Nearly connecting to Ronaldo.
We're seeing some unbelievable link-up play, though, between both players. These little short passes that just draw the defender out and create that extra bit of space has been amazing to see.
And I got the official stat. Megabit scored 75 goals. So FifaUstun, if you can hear us, 30's a good start, but you got 75 plus. If you want to set the record, it's funny. Most people, if you ask them, hey, well, what were your goals? I want to win the event. I want to lead the event in scoring.
Top goal scorer.
Some people just like scoring goals.
Well, he's got an El Tornado under his belt already, so could be goal of the tournament.
Oh, can Maestro add something late? This would be a little bit of some insult to injury. It's a good ball to Suarez.
It's a very well-timed ball there.
If you'd have turned that open with Suarez, gone for the shot, you got to think, what, maybe an 80% chance of that going in? Suarez outside the box, unbelievable shooting.
You rate this Suarez very highly, don't you?
He's a great card. No, he's definitely someone you should rate. It's just we've seen the R9 Cristiano connection, and it's hard to replace one of them with Suarez. As a super sub, maybe. As a starter, though, it gets a little more debatable.
I think it's also the comfortability as well, isn't it? If you've used R9 all year, are you really going to change your meta for the biggest tournament of the year? That's why we've rarely seen change. I know Agge, it's pretty much the exact same team he's used all year. No changes, only off the bench.
And here we go. We have that Suarez. He has taken that shot.
He's got it.
And Richard Buckley, we already know he knows his stuff, but he's just proven us wrong once again. And he's got the biggest smile on his face right now. You guys at home can't see it, but he is smiling ear to ear.
He is glowing.
He is.
I feel your halo right now. I've got an aura coming off you.
What can I say? Team of the season, Luis Suarez. Providing, not only for me, but for Maestro.
And take a bow.
Yeah.
And when we're talking about a lot of these team of the season players, we're not seeing too many of the team of the season players incorporated into the starting lineup. Here and there, we've seen some Alba, we've seen some Walker, I even saw Firmino, I've seen Royce, but for the majority, it's more of a super sub.
Yeah.
We're seeing them come off the bench and be impactful.
Watching that replay there, though, I think De Gea should have done a bit better. But
I'd be asking questions, but as you were saying, Mike, Salah, Son, you're looking towards a Suarez, a Marco Reus, Gretzka.
Lozano, how are you missing him? That little bad
I've only
boy.
seen him once.
Yeah, Goal Machine was the one who used him quite heavily as a sub.
I'll tell you, risky play from Maestro out of the back. He should be just trying to hold on to this lead and carry it into the next game.
Do these guys know that? Do these guys know how to do that? Because they seem to be so good at attacking that they just don't want to hold the ball. They don't want to go defensive. They don't want to go possession-based.
I call it the gorilla mentality. Gorilla always believes that he's at his best going forward, and I think both of these guys will probably co-sign that. When he tries to slow up the gameplay, he just loses the rhythm. He's no longer dictating the pace, and it takes away from his advantage of being able to see the game a little bit quicker than his opposition.
Yeah, the Gorilla Goal Machine game back in Manchester.
Here we go.
What a tackle from Maldini.
Challenge.
That's just brilliant. Lays out, commits to it. The slide of dreams.
And here we go. Maestro gets dispossessed there, but luckily gets the ball back.
Full time.
And end to end. We've got to say that game was end to end. Maestro out a little bit stronger in that one. And the likes of Team this season, Suarez, as Richard Buckley loves to point out, did actually help him in pull that little bit of a divide between the two players there.
Yeah, 4-2 the final score. And can have a breakdown of the stats there. Probably deserved for Maestro, slightly more possession, slightly more chances created as well, but that's never a safe scoreline against FifaUstun. I remember the Club World Cup last week, representing Team Bromby. It was 3-0 down going into the second leg. He won 6-0 against the opponent, so he's always dangerous.
And I would say the takeaway from that match is who was more clinical, who took their chances, who kept it simple at the right times, who was extra creative at the right moments. Because I think FifaUstun wasted a couple opportunities because he tried the extra skill, the extra pass. He went for the spectacular instead of keeping it simple.
Yeah, that one in the first half when he won the counter-attack. Could have played in CR7. He slowed it down, brought Hullet into it, and it just sort of went nowhere. Perfect example.
And I've got a question for you, Mike. What does Maestro have to do this next game? He's got a 2-goal lead. Does he see it out? Obviously, he likes to attack. Both players do. Does he have to change his mentality for this match, or play risky, get more goals to get a bigger lead, or he might actually concede more goals?
It's too early for Maestro to go into a defensive mindset, especially against somebody like FifaUstun, who we've seen score 7 or 8 goals versus some of the best players in the world. So do not do that. If you try to slow it up and just possession this guy, I think that's going to be an issue for you. Perhaps in the second half, maybe you add 1 more goal. You've got a 3-goal spread. That's when you go into that 4-2-3-1. You set up shop, and you look to just get out of here with a W. But do not start the game like that. I would not recommend it.
I think Uston would almost want Maestro to do that. Uston would almost want Maestro to go, right, I'm going to hold the ball. Because then he can really kind of, with that high pressure that he does have in his custom tactics, he can really squeeze the field and start to put pressure on Maestro and start to score the 4, 5, 6, 7 goals that he's going to need to break the record, that he's going to need to win this game.
Yeah, and as Houston got an extra 10% in his locker, that's the question. You've got to think Maestro will score again in that second leg. Maybe defending the best form of attack for Houston, keep a clean sheet till half-time, and then really start to put on the pressure second half.
Absolutely, I agree. I think it's going to be a pretty good second round. And speaking of more matches, on Survival Day, we've got Eisvogel. Let's check that out.
He did actually lose his first game.
Absolutely.
Eisvogel.
Yeah.
Eisvogel versus Eric, player 11 here we have got.
And that's something you're going to see, whether you're on the Xbox or you're on the PlayStation side. Starting off slow, it's common for certain players.
Yeah.
I know that when you look at Mo from Germany or #Boras, they're both well known for not necessarily having a good opening match. And it's just a matter of getting your hands warm, kind of getting the flow for everything, and finding your pace that's going to let you get the W's and getting out to a good start.
Yeah, I think the Xbox side of things proves that it is the case. Look at Rafsu, made it through all the way to the grand final. He went 4-3 in Swiss. You don't have to dominate the Swiss style and go undefeated to make it through to the final. Both winners previously, F2 Techs, 5-2. You're looking MS Desari as well, 5-2 in Swiss style. If anything, you want to be beaten in Swiss, so you know you're not pretty much unbeatable and invincible.
And I wouldn't recommend, I guess, the heroic run from Aero, but he was down 0-3. I mean, we had all, I had wrote this guy off.
Yeah.
And he made it all the way into the bracket stage, and it was a crazy story. And I wouldn't say you want to start like that, but anything can happen is the point. With the Swiss format, if you get into a rhythm later, as long as it came at some point, you're going to be all right. That's how it works, and it definitely benefits the best players. So I'm really happy that that's the structure that we've been using. If you guys are brand new to the Swiss format, it basically means you play somebody that has the same record as you. So if you're 1-0, you play someone at 1-0. If you're 2-1, 2-1, and so forth and so on.
And we've had, like, as you've seen, some big names get a loss early on, which means the matchups could be a lot harder. You maybe expect to have, no disrespect, but an easier opponent in your second game. But seeing as we've got the likes of Zimmer, Eisvogel taking an L already, you don't really want them as your next opponent, do you?
I don't want to play Eisvogel after he loses the game.
No, that's not someone you want to try and play when he wants to win, needs to win. That little bit of extra motivation, and Mike mentioned it, sometimes that win, or that loss, sorry, early on, gives you that little bit of extra motivation you needed, that little bit of a wake-up call for you to go on and play. And what game we've got here, it's 5-5 after leg number 1. We are in leg number 2 here.
Okay, guys, quick prediction. Who do we think is taking the W in this game?
Here we go. Very fast passing. And Eisvogel misses a great opportunity there and almost provided me with my answer as to who was going to take this game. But now it's still 50-50.
Oh, you're sitting on the fence?
Of course, always.
I'm going with Rdouble TT.
You going Rdouble TT?
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
I'm going with the favorite here with Eisvogel. I just can't see him dropping another game in this tournament.
I mean, I think I have to agree with you. Eisvogel.
But this tournament, that's a bold statement there from
Maybe
Mike.
I should have said it throughout the Swiss stage. I think that he's going to start to catch fire, start to sit in. But I say that in the game, the first match is 5-all, so...
It is anyone's game right now.
Yeah, I spoke to him after that first defeat, Eisvogel, and he said, I'm just not playing well. I just didn't play well at all in that first game. I was rightfully beaten. Maybe it's a wake-up call that he needed.
Here we go, he's moving the ball quite nicely here, but the defense from Rdouble T there as well, it was very, very strong. He had loads of players back who's ready to counter the attack from Eisvogel there. And look, these are both great plays. It's 5-5 after leg number 1. There is surely going to be some more goals in this leg. It's tough to call, and that's why I'm sitting on the fence.
And this is survival day. It's going to break through with Ronaldo. Can he make something happen?
Good defending there from Eisvogel.
Close control. Back to Ronaldo.
Oh, great save. De Gea palms it away, and luckily not to another player.
Ironically, he would have rather have taken that with R9's left foot.
Yeah.
We would have seen that tucked away.
It would have given him that slightly better angle on that shot there.
And that passing to actually just open up the opportunity. 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. They'll never rush anything. They'll always work it into that perfect opportunity. I think that's the difference in play styles as well. You've seen the European play style come up against that rest of the world Australian play style in Rdouble TT. Expect to see long shots. Expect to see the more unpredictable play style from Rdouble.
And
it will be now known Rdouble.
Rdouble.
We often use the
Hold on a second. I literally was about to ask this question. We haven't seen Kante start that often for players, and he goes and gets a goal.
I love him. I'm a huge fan.
Good.
I'm in his corner.
And what a finish. I mean, that team of the year Kante, he looks like the most complete midfielder in the game right now.
I love the fact that he's using the silver kit as well, the silver monthlies.
Yeah, that is mind games. Because I think Dubsy used the bronze monthly kit.
Yeah, he did, yeah. And we're going to see someone use the gold monthly kit. We're going to complete the set. Is it Eisvogel's away kit? That's the question.
And today is survival day, which means one more round and we could see some eliminations. In fact, we will see some eliminations. You don't want to be part of that 0-4 group.
And that is a very nice finesse shot, and it didn't quite get the rebound there. Neymar, aerially, he's not known for scoring goals, is Neymar.
Yeah, that player of the year, I imagine, 97 Neymar. Rising like a salmon out of water, but not on this occasion.
We've got Richard Buckley away from the caster's desk, and he's still pulling out one-liners. You've got to love it.
Ronaldo looking for options, finds Kyle Walker. Kyle Walker taking his space. The goal is always to get the ball back inside to Ronaldo and Ronaldo. Oh,
and there we go. He has got it back inside. That's great feet.
That is great feet.
Great feet, great
Lovely
composure.
patience. Lovely patience. He could have taken that with his left foot. We've been talking about how that's let people down lately, and he does some close to control.
No, it's right here.
That's beautiful.
Are you asking questions on the defending, though? He's dove in. He's slide tackled, obviously, expecting the shot.
Yeah, I think that you have to.
Yeah.
Because I don't think anyone is going to expect you to take that extra touch. I mean, if he did take that shot straight away, I think it's guaranteed a goal. So it's one of those ones where you're going to have to take the slide tackle just to make sure. But obviously, Eisvogel took that one extra touch. He knew it was coming, and he capitalized from it.
We are seeing the 4-2-2 match up against the 4-4-2.
And it's worth noting, Eisvogel never switches formations.
Really?
You will see some adjustments with tactics from time to time if he needs to chase a match or even update his instructions. But he will not be changing out of that formation, at least not yet. We haven't seen it.
Yeah, very similar to TheStrxngeR as well from Germany. Sticks in that 4-2-3-1 all game. Only switch maybe if he's losing last 5 minutes, switch into a 3-5-2 or into a 3-4-2-1. But Eisvogel, do you think that's what puts him ahead? It's just the consistency, always knowing where his players are going to be on the pitch. It's not really a very complicated play style either. It's almost megabit-esque, very simple. He just does everything perfectly.
Nice vocal with the drag back.
You've got the phrase which you hear a lot, which is, if it's not broken, don't fix it. And the formation that he sticks to is the formation that works for him. It's got him very far in tournaments. It's successful for him. So sometimes if you then start changing out of formation, we said it earlier, it looks like you're feeling a little bit uncomfortable. It looks like you're feeling a little bit scared, a little bit worried of your opponent. And sometimes it does go against you, constantly changing formation.
Here we go, the rebound. Oh,
he's feeling it right now.
What a clearance by Marcelo, and it actually goes off Ruud Gullit.
Eisvogel is feeling it now. He's warming up that little bit.
Yeah, he's definitely looking like he wants to kill the game off before the second half.
The best players just get better and better when adrenaline kicks in, when they're focused. And that's what we're seeing here in the first half, I think, with Eisvogel, is that he doesn't want to go down. He doesn't want to take another loss in this tournament, and he doesn't want to get off to a worse start than he's already at, because he has major expectations. When you talk to Eisvogel, he wants to win the event. Anything else is not good enough.
Yeah, coming into it, you're probably looking at him or Nicholas being the real favourites. Nicholas being outstanding all year, #1 PS4 player. Even if you ask the Xbox players, who's the best FIFA player right now, everyone says Nicholas.
Yeah, and I'd agree with that. I mean, he's definitely been the most consistent player on the PlayStation side.
Oh, what a skill move from Rdouble. Oh, and he probably deserved the finish. Unlucky.
And here we've got a pause cued from Rdouble TT as well. He's potentially looking to change personnel, maybe formation, to try and get himself back in this. Because as we have been saying, so far Eisvogel is dominant in this one.
Is there going to be a goal before the break? An extra goal from Eisvogel, you'd probably say game over. However, if Rdouble TT gets one back, it's all to play for still.
And Kyle Walker's going to bring this back to Vieira. Vieira to Conte. Thinks about potentially shooting the ball. Hits it with Messi. Back to Conte.
And Eisvogel here, he doesn't need a rush. He's got that 2-goal lead. Just play patiently even. And
Messi's got a good chance here. Couldn't quite work that shooting opportunity.
And if the space comes, then take the shot. If not, there's no need to rush.
And there you have it. We're at halftime, and we're actually going to go back to the Maestro matchup. Let's see how it's been going for him. Is Maestro going to progress? Did Uston make the comeback?
So many questions, so little answers till we see the game.
Is there going to be more goals? Any more El Tornadoes? That's what I want to know.
Hey, if we've missed an El Tornado, I want to be very upset.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And Maestro's actually ahead, 7-3 on aggregate is what I'm hearing.
7-3?
That's what I'm hearing. So goals have been scored, goals have been conceded.
Looks like Uston might have come out the aggressor in that second leg, really tried turning up the pressure. I know he plays on 90 aggression, 90 pressure from kickoff. Probably gone to 100, I imagine, in the second leg. Is that a safe thing to do?
Oh, it's not safe, but Uston's not safe. If you talk to him, he's like, hey, we're going to do what we're going to do.
I'm scoring goals.
Yeah. He's the classic, I'm playing, I'm going to have fun while I'm playing the game. If I'm not enjoying it, I'm not doing it. And he's all out attack, basically. It's going to be in your face, not going to be a lot of possession play. And it's worked for him. It's caught a lot of people off guard.
Yeah, 100%. And we spoke about Uston wanting Maestro to potentially go a little bit more possession-based, but it's also the fact that Uston has to come out. He has to attack. He has to be the aggressor in the situation. That has potentially played into Maestro's hands because he is so attacking as well. So that then invariably means there's going to be space in between the lines for Maestro. It seems like he's exploited that space. But we'll have to see how the game is going, obviously, when we get into it. But that is, with the information we've got to hand, how I think it's going.
Yeah, quite interesting to point out as well. FifaUstun, currently a free agent. Left Bromby after that Club World Cup victory. So might be a few more eyes on him this week.
What a place to show off your skills.
I mean, he's already done an El Tornado. So that's picked up a few eyes and ears around the world, for sure.
I want to know if he's a skiller in real life or not, because we do see a lot of skill moves in his gameplay.
But as you can see, StrxngeR versus Marcuzo. Who is going to be taking this up? Well, we're going to be seeing this after. Who do you reckon is going to be taking the W on this one?
That's such a good matchup.
Yeah, this is tough.
That could potentially be your final on the PS4 side of things. You're looking at it, StrxngeR, one of the most consistent players, I would say, over the last 18 months in FIFA. Plays that 4-2-3-1. Very highly respected among other German pros as well. Always makes it to the final, into the semi-final. Marcuzo, on the other hand, he's had quite an up and down year with Man City, but
3-2 to Marcuzo at this stage in this game.
He's missed a 40-0, Marcuzo.
And just to give you guys context, we are getting into this match. It's 6-5 on aggregate, and it's 2-3 in this matchup. Marcuzo is down 1 goal, so it's kind of living up to the hype, actually. We said this could be a final, and the StrxngeR, as you were saying, Rich, has been in form all year. He won the virtual Bundesliga, and he's another player that doesn't change a lot. He's going to be a master of one as opposed to being above average at many, or a jack of all trades. And it's worked out for the Stranger. It's worked out for Eisvogel. I wonder if we're going to see more of that in the future, where we don't see as many tactical changes or adjustments.
And one thing I've noticed, especially on the PlayStation side, these games have been a lot closer. You're seeing the 1-goal margins, 2, 3 max, but it is very, very tight. And we
got Marcuzo with a massive chance.
Oh, he draws the penalty, surely.
He has drawn the penalty.
Veteran move.
The heel to heel. Heel to toe even, wasn't it? It looked like a heel to toe.
No, it was a fake stop.
Oh, was
fake
it?
stop, and then
he got him with the fake stop and kind of walked into that slide tackle.
Saw the slide tackle come in, took the contact, went down. That's very Neymar. that is very, very Neymar.
Are you saying he's dramatic? Maybe a little eccentric?
That's a little bit what I'm saying, yeah. It's absolutely what I'm saying. I'm going to change my statement.
But we have a penalty. R9 stepping up, and he converts it.
So that equals, it is level now on aggregate. It is 4-2 to Marcuzo in this game at the moment. We've got a game on here, guys.
Yeah, one thing to actually point away, just before the penalty was awarded, he got a very fortunate bounce. I think it bounced off of Ramos. Do you think he saw the red mist? The Stranger, he thought, this is just not going for me. Bring him down. Like, it's not often a Stranger sort of thing to do, to slide in the box. He slid with Ramos, then he slid with Marcelo as well. So showing that maybe it does lack a little bit of composure sometimes.
Well, let's see how he responds. Definitely in FIFA, it's important to have the composure offensively and defensively when there is a potential lucky bounce. What you going to do with it? Do you make it count up for you offensively?
Here we go.
Defensively, as we see a counterattack.
Right now.
Oh, Ronaldo's into space. He beat him.
Oh,
he lays it off. What a good read from Marcuzo. Wow, the game has shifted. I think Richard said this best. Maybe he's feeling the heat a little bit.
You saw that through ball. It just looked so simple. He was so open at the back. One threaded through ball through, and he switched back into that 4-2-3-1 now. Heung-min Son coming on at left mid, that team of the season item. Marcuzo in the 4-1-2-1-2. Just sort of the player he is, very direct in his play. Saw him probably around 4 or 5 weeks ago, actually taking on Goal Grazer inside the Etihad Stadium. I think he beat him 5-1. Just unbelievable performance from Marcuzo. He's very good at playing against players who don't know his play style. If you've got time to read him, that's why Agge and Marcuzo are such good training partners, because they're so versatile with the way that they play.
Yeah, they actually tweeted out their records against each other, and it's almost even. And I'm talking about throughout hundreds of games.
Wow. It's too close to call.
So, Marcuzo feels like he's warmed that little bit more into this game at the moment. As Richard rightly mentioned, is Stranger a little bit flustered. We saw that mistake come in for the penalty. We've now seen a mistake come in the holes that he had in his defense. Is this going to be the sign of that little bit lack of composure? Is this going to cost him this game on this occasion? We'll have to see.
I think confidence is a massive thing as well. Spoke to Marcuzo before we kicked off here, and he said, yeah, I'm feeling confident. I think I'm going to go through. I think I'm going to finish top 16. I just think I'm good enough to get one of those spots.
And we'll see if we can get another Marcuzo counterattack, or if he's going to look to slow things down here. He's got Jordi Alba, the team of the season variation, like we've talked about earlier. That's one card you're seeing here and there. And I really enjoy that card. I don't know if I could get rid of Marcelo. I don't know if I could commit to it, but he's definitely in the conversation.
You're also seeing Prime Pelly as well. Not often used that much. Doesn't really fit the meta that much to the game.
Yeah, he usually becomes a super sub.
That's why we don't see Maradona as such. He's got that 3-star weak foot, not the strongest of players, quite small as well. This year it's sort of the bigger, stronger players who can dominate the midfield.
Yeah.
Maradona might not appreciate this, but if you like Maradona, you love Messi in FIFA. It's pretty much that simple. As we see Pele on the ball, finds Vieira, and we're just seeing him slow down the pace of the game a little bit with Marcuzo.
And what I'm noticing here with Stranger is he seems to be a little bit hesitant on the ball. He doesn't want to pick the pass straight away. He kind of holds onto it, which is giving Marcuzo that extra bit of time to get that tackle in right there. So maybe there, R9 could have laid it off first time with the touch, but he decided to turn with it, and Marcuzo managed to tackle him.
It's the first time the Strangers faced adversity in this tournament. He dominated his first couple rounds, especially the second round. I saw a 7-0 victory. He was just scoring goals for fun. You see Marcelo looking for space, finds Ruud Gullit. Ruud Gullit needs support. R9, we know what that's all about. Can't quite turn. And I would say unless TheStrxngeR gets a goal soon, we're going to see his possessions being a little more limited. Knowing Marcuzo and just training with Agge, they're both about being able to close out games. Usually take pride in being able to close out close matches at the end of games.
Yeah, and talk about a tale of two games. Just looking at the aggregate scoreline, TheStrxngeR won the first game 4-2. So it shows that Marcuzo took that on board, maybe changed up some of his custom tactics, maybe changed formation.
It's working for him right now.
Great overlapping run
with TheStrxngeR.
There's
Son
his
finds the
Son.
back post.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And just like that, the game has been turned again by TheStrxngeR. It is now 7-7 on aggregate, 3-5 in this game. And it's got close again. It's got very, very close. It's got competitive.
Talk to me about that back post cross, Mike.
It's a great cross, but even more importantly is that TheStrxngeR waited. He didn't rush his connection, and Marcuzo looked a little nervous, actually. If you noticed, his defender swung, but he swung a little bit early, which means he could be beating down the button, maybe mistimed when he was going for a clearance or trying to pass it away, and Ronaldo doesn't miss from there.
Yeah, quite surprised that he didn't actually take a touch. Must have backed Ronaldo to volley it in first time.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you take that touch, it leads for the defender to be able to get in there and tackle you. Because if he did take the touch, I think Jordi Alba doesn't go for the tackle. I think Jordi Alba gets to him.
I think it's also worth noting about the timing of when you press the shoot button. Because if you're spamming the button, Ronaldo could have come in with a header there. However, if you wait that extra second, let the ball come in the line of the volley, and then hit the shoot button, you get a result like that.
And quite interesting, Marcuzo, oh no, I should say TheStrxngeR, swapped from defensive back onto balanced. So it must feel like the confidence a little bit there now.
Here we go, and we've got a chance here for Marcuzo.
Oh, what a beauty. Ronaldo opens up his body. We see an instant pause from Marcuzo. He's going to go more defensive. 12 minutes left in game time. Dang. TheStrxngeR must have felt relaxed for just a moment.
And again, we see that swing, the swing of the game. All it takes is one swing of the right foot with CR7, and it puts him back in the driving seat.
And here we are seeing that formation change. Is it going to be Prime Pele coming on at left mid? Kante coming off for Prime Henry into a 3-4-1-2. Custom tactics also.
Now, do you reckon he'll be getting a word from his coach right now?
Let's look over there.
No, all TheStrxngeR.
But here we go. The game is being resumed. 3 at the back. He needs a goal.
Ronaldo, I told you, a swing of that right boot. That beautiful right boot from CR7.
And look who Marcuzo's got up top there. Plays for Man City. Man City team of the season, Aguero.
He's coming on.
I think that's the first we've seen of him.
It's also worth noting that TheStrxngeR, and this is against the grain of most professional players, he uses Cristiano Ronaldo out on the wing most of the time, which is much different. Most people are using him as a striker or at least as a center attacking mid to get him on the ball as much as possible.
Well, what you do see playing him out wide, as we saw there, you do get a lot more opportunities for him to come in on his stronger right foot, go line with his stronger right foot, and create opportunities that pros aren't used to defending. They used to have in CR7 a lot more central.
There's the pass.
Oh, what a pick out.
That is lovely.
Oh, that's just perfect. Can we get a hand clap?
What
Game,
a finish.
set, match, Marcuzo, and he makes the extra pass. This is doing the extra pass right.
100%. 100%. He could have taken the shot with, I believe that was Mbappe. Am I right in thinking that? Or is that Mbappe?
It is Mbappe, yeah.
Could have taken the shot with him there, but instead of taking the shot, pass it back to Cristiano Ronaldo. Has a bigger angle to shoot from, and he gets that goal.
He went from an 8 out of 10 to a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, Mbappe coming on his weak foot, maybe, as you said, 80% chance. As soon as you get Ronaldo in there, it's as close to a goal as possible, 99% chance of going in. And it just shows Marcuzo. He's playing very confident right now. He's playing cool under pressure, and he's composed.
And important to note, Mike mentioned the CR7 out a little bit wider. He's actually got 4 goals here for Marcuzo. So it shows the importance that CR7 can even give you in a wide position, central position, striker position. I think that is why so many pros choose to use him, because he can...
Chance,
Ronaldo! Goal. And we get one back.
Is it too little, too late?
Is Mike going to eat his game over words?
I'm good with that. I'll eat those words.
Mav, hold your phone.
I'm holding it. Oh, no way, I'm not, because I smashed it.
So we've got a game on our hands. Marcuzo, if he just holds on to the ball, kills the game out.
That's going to be his plan. It might be easier said than done. And we didn't really see Stranger do a lot with tactical adjustments until he went down in the second goal.
Yeah, offside trap already been spammed.
He's
by
also
the
got an
Stranger.
all-out attack. He's going for it.
Get ready for the squeeze.
It's do or die right now for him. One more goal does get him back in it. Can he get that one more chance that he does need to level this?
Are we going to see 3 added minutes?
Bit of a risky switch there.
3 added minutes.
Walker. A lot of space in behind.
He's
What a
winning- this is
takeaway.
the
Here it
chance.
is.
This is it. This is the chance.
What can he do?
Oh, and he
giving it
rushes
away.
his opportunity.
This is what I was saying. He's been hesitant on the ball. He's given the ball away, and now
this
it is
could be
3v2.
really game done.
Neymar, he's dragged it wide.
I think he's going to regret that. Marcuzo could have just ran out the clock. Run to the corner. You don't need any more friends. Drake would say, no new friends. We're good to go.
It doesn't matter,
It didn't
though.
punish him. It didn't punish him.
But Neymar missing the left foot with that 5-star weak foot from that position. You can't blame Marcuzo for taking that shot there instead of running the time down, because he saw himself game setting the match in it.
What a game. That's all you got to say. 5 shots.
4 goals.
Yeah.
11-goal game.
But it's Marcuzo coming out on top, and I believe that extends him to now 3-0 in the Swiss-style format. So, not too sure on the other results from that 3rd round of fixtures, but you got to think maybe Dito, maybe we're going to see a Man City derby,
That
potentially.
would be quite good. Both
Man
feeling
City
very good
derby.
at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, that's a very different Manchester derby we've got going on there, but one that I think all at home would like to see.
We've got another big matchup here with Cihan and Yimmie. It's 3-3 on aggregate, and Cihan actually lost his first game. One of the players that you wouldn't expect to see have an early loss. He has a lot of confidence. Some people even say that he walks a fine line of being confident or being cocky.
And here we go, Yimmie's 1-0 up, which has put it to 3-3. So, big game, big moment, 66 minutes in. We have got Yimmie running down the line towards Cihan's goal to start us off with Ronaldo in the wider position.
Cristiano was just plummeting into space.
It's interesting we spoke about Ronaldo playing out wide. Do you think that's maybe because you are going to get more time on the ball out wide, more space? Mike, would you ever contemplate using him out wide, or have you just got to use the stats that he has?
I'm against it, but I understand it. For a stranger, he basically was trying to get his best players all on the pitch at one time, and he used Ruud Gullit as a cam. See an opportunity? De Gea with the punch.
Oh. And Messi
How does Messi beat Vieira for a header?
99 jumping. Here we go. Messi tries to find R9, but it was a bit too forced.
As I was saying, basically he's trying to get his best 11 on the pitch. Ruud Gullit's not capable of being an outside center attacking or outside cam, a right cam, a left cam. It doesn't work. So he's put him as a center cam, and that's where he's trading Ronaldo to go out wide. A little bit of lucky bounce.
Oh!
He wants that one back.
I've seen that prime Gullit used a little bit at right cam just for the back post cross, just because he's so physical.
Isn't Henry used more there, though?
I see Henry more as the right centre mid in the 4-1-2-1-2.
Same. And what it is with Henry, and it sounds kind of strange saying this, but in FIFA, he doesn't feel as agile as he was in real life, and that's why you don't see him as an outside attacker, but more center mid, because you don't need that agility.
And for me as well, I can understand the use of Ronaldo wide, because in a lot of occasions, you've now got the stronger, robuster fullbacks with the highest strength.
It's a mistake from Yimmie.
A massive mistake.
Oh, it's going to cost him.
A goal. It is.
What a finish.
And Cihan takes the lead on aggregate. He is currently 4-3 up, and substitutions or tactics are being changed right now. Cihan maybe looking to sturdy up his team. He's switched to a 4-2-3-1, a bit more defensive. We've got Kante coming off for Son, so this looks like it's going to be counterplay.
As I'm talking about CR7, he pops up for Cihan and scores an all-important goal. But as I was saying, that he does have that physicality. So with the robust fullbacks you've got now in the team of the season, Walker, the team of the year, Marcelo, you can have a winger with a bit more strength, because you see a lot of Neymars out there, a lot of Messi. So when it comes body to body, they do lose against the fullbacks. So adding him out wide can use, and in centre, you've got so many options now with all-round stats.
One player I'm surprised we've not seen more of, team of the season, Mbabu at right back. I thought it'd have been a peak for a few of the guys.
Have you used him?
I've used him, and for me, his passing isn't good enough.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's good, but he's not great. He's not going to take priority over a team of the season Walker. I don't even know if I'd take him over an informed Valencia. I know that's a little bit more of a bolder statement, but if you've got everyone available to you, you got to go with the best players, man. You got to put them into the starting lineup and let them do their thing. Let them be the stars that they are. The big player that I've noticed that everyone's using is that SBC Neymar, and it's because of that strength upgrade.
And it's the 5-star, 5-star, I think, as well. It gives you the ability to go left, go right. He's tricky, he's pacey, he's agile. He's got every single attribute you could possibly want from a player, bar maybe a tiny bit of height. But with stats such as 97s, 96 jumping on a lot of these smaller players. We saw it just there. Messi with 99 jumping beat Vieira to a header. It can happen.
Oh, what a find! Oh, that's deserved. Well done, Yimmy.
We were talking about Neymar, and he produces maybe one of the passes of the game to R9, his Brazilian partner, and what a goal for Yimmy.
I'll be very, very interested to see the replay back, because I'm semi-confident that as Neymar's got it, he's actually initiated the run from R9 actually manually. He's tapped that right bumper and forced R9 to run in behind.
He let him know this is happening right now. And he had the vision. He saw a couple steps ahead. And that's just such an intricate pass. And it's not that easy. It looks easy on TV. Yeah. Or it looks easy when you're watching a live stream. But when your hands are sweating, you're nervous, you need to make a comeback.
You've got 6 minutes left.
Threading something just in there, just enough, and a perfect finish.
Like I said, guys, these games are so tight. They're too hard to call.
Yeah, we've seen so many wrong choices in the past selection in the final third, which has led to people being countered, which has led to as Wolf rightly said there, these games are so tight that the little margins, the little differences is what changes the game for you. And let's see it again. What a sublime pass that is from Neymar into R9 there.
Here we go.
We have breaking news. We have breaking news. NYC Chris has been eliminated. He's lost all 4 of his matches.
Wow.
Is that right? That's what I'm hearing. Got something going in. He still has not won a match yet. Or is he 3? 0-3. 0-3. Sorry, I jumped the gun.
Let's calm it down.
Say what?
Sorry. A lot of people talk about Chris making noise. So that's a big. We talked about early losses with different people early on in this tournament and how they've been able to bounce back. Well, Chris has not been able to bounce back just yet. Maybe it would be one of the Arrow stories.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not seeing one all year. Will we see 2 in the same week?
I mean, he's got the ability, does Chris, so
does he have the mindset, though? That's the question. Like, I've seen it a few times. I think he's one of the players that really does benefit with a coach behind him. Just saying, let's just calm it down, Chris, play your style of play. At this tournament, unfortunately, coaches not that much of an impact on the players.
I think NYCFC should be sending his brother with him. When his brother accompanies him at events, he seems to be a little more comfortable, a little more confident. And like you were saying, you have somebody to bounce a couple ideas. Hey, what did I do well? What didn't I do well? Here, be honest with you. You always want friends that are going to be honest with you. When you do something smart, they give you a compliment, they give you some praise. When you do something dumb, they're going to tell you, hey, you need to chill. That was not a good move. Please change your outfit. Those are real friends.
Yeah, just look at Desari bringing his brother along. I think that's a big factor for him, because it's not only here at the venue, but when you're going home, you've got someone that you can chat to, someone you can socialise with. And I think that's one of the many strings to Desari's bow, I'd say.
Yeah, 100%. And sometimes you do need a friend. You're wondering, I don't know what's going wrong here. I have no idea what I need to change up. But sometimes your friend from the outside looking in can see exactly what's wrong. So you do ask and seek advice and say, what am I doing wrong? And they say, look, you're passing in the wrong moments. You're doing this, you're doing that. And that could be the difference.
Yeah, on the other side of it, you've got someone who's to hype you up as well. Look at Sean Allen with Gorilla last year at the Grand Finals. Every single, I'll never forget him going, that's brilliant, Spenny. Come on, Spenny. It's a moment that will go down in FIFA history. Sean Allen just hyping up Gorilla, and looks like it worked for him. Went all the way.
And we saw that yesterday, or 2 days ago with Danny, where I think Danny going top 4 definitely contributed to him having an audience, having an entourage, having people that were in his corner and that he wanted to represent them well, he wanted to represent his nation well. And congratulations, we have Danny back into the mix now.
Exactly, and here we go.
We are in extra time here. It is 2-1 to Yimmy in this game, but they are equal on aggregate, which means that we're going to have extra time and penalties if required.
Yeah, and looking at Ajax, Danny, you talked about in them last year at the ZigOE battle in front of a live crowd in the Johan Cruyff Arena, beat TAS in the final, won that tournament. The Eredivisie this year in Amsterdam, won that tournament. So he's a homegrown player.
Here we go.
Oh, what a layoff.
On the ball. Unfortunately, doesn't make the pass though to Messi, but Cihan still has possession of the ball.
He's gone all the way back to recycle this whole ball. Is it going to work out for him? Vieira, the man you see break up plays so often.
It's funny in FIFA, you really do an actual recycle or a reset in order to try to build up your attack and get your players making runs to kind of match up the timing. As Sun with a big interception finds the root hole it.
Cihan is putting a lot of pressure on Yimmy here right now. And oh, that's a great pass. Is that
a penalty?
That penalty?
That's a close call.
That was
It's a Riptorek S tackle.
That was tight.
That is a swinging close your eyes tackle. Well, here we go, Yimmy.
Lovely weighted pass again.
He's in.
There.
Oh, wow.
I didn't even see that ball.
No.
That's a beautiful play. What a save.
Here we go. Cihan let off there.
That outside pass to Royce. Again, that's the unpredictability. I think everyone else expected the pass into the middle to CR7. He did go and split the two defenders over to Royce, and that created what was almost a wonderful goal.
And he used a chip through ball for that cross, which is something that is not common. And we all saw that run, but how were you going to get it there? Uh-oh, Ronaldo.
Lovely
Sun,
pass.
back to Ronaldo. I think he should be taking that with Sun. Maybe one extra pass. Are we going to see a counterattack from Yimmy?
I was actually going to ask you about that. I feel as though Cihan in his attacks is trying to get the perfect opportunity. Just take a risk, if necessary.
That's kind of the German way, though. We see a lot of structure, and they pass it into the goal anytime that's possible. That's what they're looking for. They're trying to be efficient with every opportunity.
Dito, perfect example of that. Yep. Just the possession, the constant possession, until you wait for your opponent to pull that player out of the position, to make the mistake, then you capitalize.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be interesting. We got the second half of extra time, and if it's level, it's going straight to penalties.
Penalties is always a tough one.
I haven't seen a shootout yet. I'm not against the shootout here.
The pressure in a penalty shootout, though. Oh, it's all about mind games for me.
Here we go.
Oh, this is lovely build-up, Sun.
Into play. The scoop turn there, I felt like that was the wrong choice. The defender was always behind in the position.
If it works, it's the right choice. If it doesn't work, it was the wrong choice.
That is very correct.
I think it was creative, though, because he scoop turned in a direction that I didn't expect him to go, at least for me watching. It didn't work out, but I think it was a creative gesture.
I guess the question is, will someone make a mistake that will be vital in them conceding a goal? Or will it just be an amazing bit of work of FIFA play?
Well, you're going to be kicking yourself here if you choose the wrong pass. It's intercepted. It leads to your opponent scoring. It's one of those where you are a little bit more tentative. You are a little bit more negative sometimes in the way you play, because you don't want to be the one to make that mistake. You don't want to be the one to give up the opportunity to your opponent.
You've seen two unbelievable acts of patience right now. The attacking play from Yimmy, but the defending is pulling no one out of position. Cihan, the player switching's pretty spot on at the minute, going from left to right.
He's just cutting off every pass, isn't he?
Trying to cover every gap.
He's jumped in though.
Here we go. Does he take a long shot? He does indeed.
Oh.
De Gea makes that look easy.
There was just not enough pace on that shot, but that's what we need to see a little more sometimes, is that once you get the space, have the shot. Sometimes it is they are guilty of a little bit of overplaying to try and get that perfect goal. And as we say that,
what
this is an enormous shot.
Ah, the 118th minute. Cristiano keeps it himself, heel to heel. We see that over and over again. Oh, lovely finish.
We talk about mistakes, and we just saw one.
I think you've got to credit the heel to heel.
He froze him.
Yeah, to be able to have the audacity to perform that 118th minute. If that don't go off, that's your one chance of the game gone. He's pulled it off, heel to heel flick, low driven then, and I just saw the reaction from Cihan. Big fist pump towards Yimmy's direction.
He's got to pat himself on the back a little bit. He's got to appreciate that. Reminds me of some Mortal Kombat, Sub-Zero, and it was the right read at the right time.
Yeah, 100%. And now all he has to do is see the game out. We see some tactical changes. He's gone to the 4-2-3-1 again. He's just making that defensive formation.
Gretzka coming on as well to strengthen up.
As we see there, Yimmy has changed to the three at the back. He's got to go for this now. He's got to throw the kitchen sink. He's got nothing to lose in this situation.
Oh, it's just so well done.
But he will get a chance. He does have that kick-off. You do say you are most vulnerable when you have just scored.
Let's find out.
And Yimmy, in that situation, I think that he was predicting one more pass to Sun. Yep. And that's why it worked so effectively when he was able to utilize and really maximize that heel-to-heel flick.
Here we go. We have Royce coming forward. Will Yimmy get that one chance that he might need?
Oh, that's poor.
That's it.
That was a very, very poor pass there. And you would have to think this is game, set, and match to Cihan. He's going to hold this ball until that referee blows that whistle.
And we are in the 120th minute. He goes long.
Let's say that he went long, and he gets away with it.
And there we go. Cihan takes the W in this matchup.
Yeah,
very late goal.
Big performance from Cihan, showing that maybe getting back to that form. I've not really seen a very, very good, confident Cihan. Probably the German championships this year, looking back towards Paris last year, when he lost in that final against TAS. If that Cihan turns up over the next couple of days, it's going to be a very dangerous opponent
I'm up against.
Yeah. Cheers, that Maverick.
And it's worth noting with the German players especially, they get more LAN experience than anyone else because they have the Bundesliga, the other tournaments that they're attending on a regular basis. And I think that allows them to handle situations a little bit better just because they've experienced those same situations. I just think he did a better job in the second portion of overtime, and it shows. He's going to progress, and it's good for his record, good for his confidence. Maybe he starts to build that momentum.
Yeah, he's probably been to extra time at a LAN event 10, 15, 20, 30 times this year. Not a lot of other players have that sort of level of experience. I think that's the main thing. Yeah, you can qualify online, you can qualify on Last Chance Weekend, but to go to an event, be a winner, and compete all the way through from September to now, that's invaluable experience that not everybody has.
Yeah, 100%. And I think the thing that won it for him there was the maturity and, like you said, experience. He was so patient in defending, and he was so clinical when it mattered. That one chance he got, and it turned into the winning goal.
And big players show up in big moments.
I was just about to say.
That's why
I took the words out of your mouth.
Thank you very much.
A quarter of the players competing on the PS4 side are German.
Yeah.
16 out of 64 are from the German national, so just shows that there's one driving force at the minute. Will anybody be able to dethrone a German? That's the question.
And if you're just tuning in, today is Survival Day, and the competition, the way that it works, we're using the Swiss format, which means you play somebody who has the same record as you, and it's first to 4 wins to get you into the bracket play. And that's easier said than done. So if you're 1-0, you play somebody else that's 1-0. If you're 2-0, you play somebody else that's 2-0, and so forth and so on until you get to that 4 wins or your 4 losses, unfortunately. And that's why we say this is Survival Day. You go into the final 32, win 1 more game, and you've got yourself a ticket to London.
Yeah, it don't matter how you get through the Swiss style, you've just
top
got to
16.
Survive. 16 will qualify for that FIFA E World Cup Grand Final, 2nd to the 4th of August. Then day 3, it's all about getting that seed. Who will be the winner over the course of the weekend?
Well, and some extra money in your pocket. If you win the PlayStation side, that's $35,000, bragging rights, the top seed, and you're feeling good about London.
Yeah, you are. You saw Megabit. I imagine he went out and enjoyed himself after being the Xbox playoff champion, but who's going to be the PS4 one at the minute? Any early predictions after 3 rounds of fixtures?
Oh, man. I've got something for Dito style. I think that he's hungry. I think Dito might slide in there. We all know that Nicolas is the easy favorite to take. I'm not mad if you do that.
I got to go with Nicolas. I'm just saying.
I'm really struggling to pick someone so far.
It's all right. Sit on the fence like you always do.
So I'm going to sit on the fence like usual and say that FIFA's going to win.
I'm going with Marcuzo. I think he's going to bring home a big trophy and some bragging rights for Manchester City. Premier League champions, are they going to be PS4 playoff champions?
And speaking of Manchester, if you have not seen what went down in Manchester, we're going to roll the recap on screen.
In sport, like in life, things don't always go as planned. What? The odds-on favorite doesn't always take home the trophy. Sometimes the favorite doesn't even make it past the first round. Competitive FIFA sees this just as much, if not more often, than most high-profile competitions.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Manchester. This is the FUT 18 Champions Cup 2.
If you love football, you love FIFA, you're in the right place for one of the biggest games of FIFA today.
Leading to the FUT Champions Cup Manchester, the question was, will chaos continue to reign, or will some order be restored as one of the favourites is finally crowned champion?
This man loves a goal. Is he going to be able to do it here again? He's going to be able to replicate the same performance in Barcelona.
But every fairy tale must come to an end. The bracket faced F2 Techs in the round of 16 with newcomer Remy Martin, the LA-based competitor. Remy Martin pulled ahead in the end to produce a 6-4 upset and send F2 Techs packing before the final day of the tournament. Now, #Derby put the English in Manchester.
It's a win-win for us because someone's going through. Whoever wins this game is in the knockout.
Good chance, that's a good goal. There we go.
They want to win, but in a humane way.
That's a massive
I can't believe he's missed that.
Have you missed that?
Wow. All very, very tight here. There we go. And
The English affair made Harry victorious, but bragging rights were being earned by competitors from further places.
It feels so good to have my friends around here. They are always supporting me on the backstage and here too.
Manchester saw America's time to shine.
There we go, Zezinho has triumphed between the two.
In a sport heavily dominated by Europeans, successful players from any other continent tend to be outliers.
Ronaldo inside, what a save, David on the rebound! Nicholas is still unbeaten in the competition. He beat Cihan, Dito, Marv, Damie, StrxngeR. He has not lost a game. Ronaldo, oh, surely just conclude this game now. Janos, Ronaldo! The Colombian continues to dominate here in Manchester. Goes for the shot, it lands for Ronaldo, he can't find the back of the net. Gorilla's panicking!
Representing North America, a goal machine takes down Gorilla.
Nicholas Razek's not just been beating people, he's been destroying people.
And the patience could be working for him. Surely a goal. It's fair to say Hiroshi is going to struggle to come back now.
Let's go! 2 events, 2 times in the console's final. Razek has shown unprecedented consistency in his performance, making him a strong candidate for the playoffs. Recent history has not been kind to the reigning FUT champions. There is no real proven equation in terms of number of games or goals that gives a champion a chance to repeat.
How do you beat someone like Desari? Because he looks unbeatable to me.
It then knocked out Remy Martin. Nobody really has stood any chance against Desari.
Oh wow, oh wow, that is superb. Stay composed on that left foot, Messi.
No one really has gave MS Desari that hard of a challenger.
Maybe we're seeing the MS Desari from last year again. He's trying to find that ball. He's got a bit of space with Pele!
That's what makes MS Dosari so special, as the Saudi Arabian is the first FUT champion to repeat title.
Peggy 3. It's time to power up your PlayStation experience with PlayStation Plus. Electrify your gaming to the next level. To be the best, you've got to beat the best. But you're just too good for the offline bench. You're a superstar. So let your play do the talking in online multiplayer matches with PlayStation Plus. This is online multiplayer, amplified to the next level. Power up your play with PlayStation Plus.
For the players.
The FIFA 18 Global Series is brought to you in part by Kiwi.
Is a mental game. And that means being focused. So when the time comes, I'm calm, ready for anything. I'm not worried about my opponent, what they might do. Those are just distractions. Champions don't get distracted, because for me, there is no off the field.
Welcome back to Survival Day, and I'm now joined by the German pros. We have Timox, we have Benedict, and we have Mark. What's happening, my friends?
It's very kind of you to call me a German pro. I mean, I've been in the scene for a while, but, you know, now I've got a new nationality. I'm excited about that. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to be here. And, yeah, we had already really exciting rounds with some surprises, especially for me, DrErhano, one of my friends and really, really well player in Germany, went 0-3 at the moment. So has only one round where he maybe, if he loses, he's out, and so we need to win.
And Timo, what's been your favorite match so far? We've seen a lot of games. We've seen late game goals. We've seen or late game wins, which means late game losses. Some people are showing up. Some people are kind of falling off.
Yeah, I think StrxngeR against Marcuzo was a very insane match. It ended like 9-8 for Marcuzo, and yeah, StrxngeR won the first match with 2 goals, so Marcuzo had to come back, and yeah, he made it in the end with some amazing goals. Both scored, yeah, very nice goals.
Was that a surprise for you guys, being German? I know StrxngeR is one of the favorites at the event.
I think StrxngeR never concedes that many goals, at least against Germans, but Marcuzo somehow found a way to score like 17 goals, 14 goals in 2 games, so yeah, great.
And we're on the bubble right now, which means that we're heading into round 4, and this is our first round of actual eliminations. People are going to be going home, or they're going to keep the dream alive. As you see, NYC Chris, where I jumped the gun earlier, I thought he was 0-4. My mistake. We have YuwenC from Russia, who is somebody that I actually had expectations to do really well at this event. He can still turn around. We have YuwenC, DrErhano, who we were talking about, very well known in Germany. Is there anybody that stands out for you guys?
From there, I think you look at NYC Chris. You know, he's one of those players who I know that Richard always says he gets deep into tournaments, sometimes doesn't put in the performances when it matters, but at the moment, he really hasn't put in a performance at all, to be honest with you, and he's found himself with his back against the wall when he really would have wanted to be in a more comfortable position coming towards the end of the first day.
And to speak transparently, he hasn't looked good. I know that he has much bigger aspirations and expectations, and the games just haven't been that close. We're going to be watching Marv from Germany, of course, versus Zezinho from Brazil. What can you tell me about your comrade from Germany?
Yeah, Marv is a very calm and skillful player. He likes to do a lot of drag backs, and that's what I know. Since FIFA 15, he's like the drag back guy. And yeah, he does a lot of smaller skill moves, but he's always very calm and plays the attacks until the end, so he's always trying to have the 100% opportunity.
So what's going to be the key for getting a win, in your opinion? Yeah, putting you on the spot, no pressure.
It will be a tough game for him, to be honest, because Zezinho was in the grand final, in the overall PS4 final last time in Manchester, and he gets only defeated by Eisvogel. So yeah, it will be a really, really intense match, and yeah, maybe Marv wins. I hope so, because yeah, I'm from Germany, so we will see.
And remember, this is an elimination match, so it's win or go home. Something that I love about the Swiss format, because I can remember playing all these tournaments throughout the years, and it all came down to, did I get a lucky group? Did I get a lucky bracket? Is this going in my favor? Not so much. Oh, I only got 1 game or 2 matches. You have no excuse with this format. You've got a chance. You've got 7 games, in fact, if you just push it to the limit in order to kind of bring your dream to life.
It's very true. I think you hit the nail on the head. You really don't have anyone to blame but yourself. It's not like you're playing 1 or 2 games and, you know, you might get beaten or you might have a little bit of luck but doesn't quite go your way. But, you know, you've got a potential total of 7 games, 2 legs as well. So it's not like you're playing single games here. You've got more than enough opportunity to get into your stride, find your form. And if you're not, then, to be honest with you, you don't really deserve to be progressing in the tournament. And that's what we're seeing at the moment with some players.
Yeah, it's so true. We always play best of 2 in every round, and yeah, if you go like 0-3 or 0-4, maybe even in the end, then it's surely your fault.
I'm excited to watch Zezinho here, though, because I've been watching a little bit of him behind the stage at the moment. We have you know, the benefit of watching all the games and on the sofas that are behind there, and you know, this guy, he's yet to lose a match, and he, as you say, he's had a great run in tournaments recently. One of 2 South Americans who are definitely keeping your eye on. You know, you've got Nicholas there as well, who's made some really deep runs into tournaments, come up a little bit short in Manchester and Barcelona, but these 2 seem to be the standouts for me so far from what I've seen in the Swiss group. They've been really, really consistent. They've put in pretty solid performances as well. They haven't really been scraping out too many results, so it's going to be exciting to see how they're playing as well and what kind of play style they bring to the table here in Amsterdam.
I remember Manchester, Zezinho was a very, very emotional player, but today I've seen not too many emotions from him. He was very calm, scoring his goals, winning his games, but maybe now the nerves kick in. I mean, it's a very important match, and we will see.
Well, this is going to open up some relief for you as well. Once you win this game, you've got the 4 wins, you're playing for seed, and you've guaranteed that you're only 1 away, basically, in bracket from qualifying to London. And that's got to be everybody's first goal, is I got to get to London. I got to be there. I got to play for the big money. I want an opportunity to be on the biggest stage, well, outside of this event, but I want to be there at the grand final.
For sure, man. They're called, these are called the playoffs for a reason. You know, it's all about getting through to the final. Nobody's going to remember the players who turn up here in Amsterdam and don't make it to the final. Everyone's going to be watching the grand final and thinking, you know, these are the best players in the world. We have 64 of them here. But if you want to get into that top, you know, 16 players who are going to be in London, who are going to be considered as the best in the world, fight out for the one spot that everyone's playing for, which is, of course, to be crowned champion, then, you know, that's what all these players are here to do. It's fine to put in good performances in the Swiss group, look pretty good, maybe take down a few notable players, but if you aren't making it through that round of 32 into that final 16, then your tournament, it's not been what you wanted.
Yeah, I think both did a very good job until now, and they both have 4 match balls, so they only need to win 1 match out of 4. But of course, everyone wants to do it as fast as possible, so both will be giving at least 100% to make sure they qualify for the next round.
Oh, what a pick out. Cristiano looking for a layoff. Ooh. I think he thought about the finesse shot there. He hesitated just a tad bit. Wasn't sure if he wanted to hit the finesse or try to find some feet.
That's what I mentioned before the game. He's always trying to play his attacks very calm and very, yeah, until the end. He didn't take the shot. He tried to make it even more safer, but in the end, good defending by Zezinho.
And it's all about percentages. When you're trying to find that last pass, you're going to take the shot. Is the shot from outside the box a 50% chance, a 70% chance, 80% chance? As we see Ronaldo into space, he's going to pull it back. I think he took 1 too many heavy dribbles there. And I haven't seen any drag backs, guys. Where are the drag backs?
Yeah, maybe he should do a drag back in this situation then, because nobody was in the middle. Cristiano Ronaldo was a little bit too late for this pass. Yeah, a drag back or maybe Berber spin or McGeady spin would be a better decision.
His second touch let him down. It was a little too heavy. You see Ronaldo.
Oh, great
Ronaldo.
ball.
There's the opening goal from Zezinho in the Leicester City kits. 30 minutes gone.
That was a really great spot. Normally a 100% goal with Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah, just clinical. I mean, I was talking about his form, what I've seen from him so far in the Swiss group, and this is exactly what we have been seeing. As soon as he gets an opportunity in front of goal, he's finding the back of the net, and he's looked pretty good defensively, but it's just been his efficiency in front of goal that's been so impressive. You know, as soon as that ball fell to Ronaldo at around that 8-yard spot, you just knew that it was going to find the back of the net. Even with some of the saves we've been seeing, you know, DDG and goal making all through the Xbox, through the early rounds here in the PlayStation 4 as well. He was always going to put that one away.
As we see Marcelo to hold it attacking space, potentially an early equalizer, not quite. And he's been a little bit heavy on a couple of his touches, right around the final third or just inside the box. And I think he'd love to have those moments back.
For sure. I think you get into these attacking positions and, like you mentioned earlier, you're always looking for that high percentage play. You're always looking for the one that's going to almost guarantee you that goal. And sometimes you can second guess yourself a little bit when you do get into those positions, and maybe a heavy touch, you're looking to maybe buy yourself a little bit more time as you burst into the box. Maybe like you suggested it on that first attack that we saw from the German, he could have had that drag back, waiting for the players to arrive. It's just those little things that you will look back on in the game because you only get a certain amount of chances in a game. If you're not taking them, then you are going to find yourself, you know, down. But there's a big chance here. You can see Ronaldo burst into the box. He's got Ramos to go up against. But again, just so well defended by Zezinho.
Yeah, well, he did it really, really well in this situation, and it was so important because when Ronaldo could come through this situation, he could make the pass, he could shoot with his weak foot, but he has always a 5-star weak foot, so it would be unimportant.
Yeah, we saw that Marv could have scored the first goal, and that would have been a great thing just for your mental game. I mean, if you're in the lead, you have some, you're calmer, you have the possession, you can just play your game, and your opponent has to be more attacking. But now he is in behind, but I think he's doing a good job at the moment. He stays calm, as I mentioned, but also Zezinho, very compact in defense, doesn't give Marv too many.
Oh, it's goes too soon. Can he finish?
There it
Indeed,
is.
he can. 43rd minute. We have the
what...
equalizer, and I don't understand what Zezinho was doing. The way
I want to know where Carl Walker went. Like, he just went on a walkabout there. He must have seen something we didn't that was more interesting than following that ball, because he was just completely left free in the middle, and that's a fairly simple finish at this level. I mean, look, Carl Walker, see you later.
Yeah, he anticipated the short pass, and yeah, Marv saw it and make a ball through the line, so it was really well played from him, and yeah, Neymar scored a goal.
I think maybe Zezinho made a mistake by switching his players. Maybe he tried to get to Gullit or a centre-back, I don't know, but that was not what he wanted to do, I guess.
No doubt he got lost in the neighborhood, man. He just... unforced error. And we've got Spencer, actually, who has an interview with Zezinho's coach. He's going to kind of get inside the head of being a professional coach. We've seen some players have coaches, and it's been really effective.
Thanks very much, Mike. Yes, I'm here with Cornet, one of the team founders of Team Gullit. You recently signed Zezinho. What was it that attracted you to him?
Well, we were in talks with him before he was famous, and we like his personality, his calmness, his way of playing. Yeah.
And you're watching him play right now. Marv's just equalised, but do you believe he can get the win?
Yeah, he's very calm. He doesn't get faced by a goal. So.
And have you got any kind of aims or objectives for this tournament? Is it just to get to the last 16? Is it to try and win here in Amsterdam?
First objective is, of course, to get to London, but I think he has it. He has what it takes to be the champ here.
Of course, Gullit, team, Amsterdam. It'd be a great story.
Hometown.
Yeah. All right, well, thanks for talking to us. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Spence. And I think that Zezinho actually is a guy that kind of goes under the radar a little bit. He's done really well in events, and we don't bring him up when we're talking about people potentially winning these events and not just qualifying. So maybe we need to put some respect on his name.
Yeah, I find that strange. Like I said, he's one of the two South Americans I've been watching this morning, and those two, for me, have been so good, so good. And it's, I think, one of those things where you keep doing it consistently, and then it forces people to make that point. When it gets to the start of the tournament, it's like, oh yeah, Zezinho, of course, he's going to be in with a shout. And I think maybe Amsterdam's the first tournament all of us are going, oh, do you know what? Yeah, why are we not mentioning that?
Yeah, as you said, he came into the console final in Manchester, where he only lost to Eisvogel in a very close game. So yeah, maybe if he would have been the champion, we would talk a little bit more. But yeah, he's still a great player. He had 57% possession against Marv, which is very rare. Because Marv is mostly the kind of guy who keeps the ball in his half, and now we can see kickoff to the second half.
This matchup has been completely different than the majority of games that we've talked about today. Oh, what a finish. Oh. 5-star weak foot, it's not an issue. Top corner, Japes would say it's the best corner. Oh, watch that back.
Takes the risk to shot directly in this situation, especially with the weak foot, but, well, yeah, he gets the goal. It's it's an awesome goal, man.
That's a special card. I would recommend, especially right now as the market has gotten a lot cheaper, do the Neymar SBC. Thank me later. Wow, what a finish.
He just causes problems, that Neymar card. We saw it yesterday quite a lot with Rafsu. He was using that Neymar card out on the left-hand side. He had the Team of the Season Sun on the right as well, and it was just causing so many problems. He just seems to be one of these players who always ends up in space. When you're looking for that extra pass, he's just always there. And as you say, 5-star skills, 5-star weak foot. It's so difficult to defend against a player who's got that 5-star weak foot, because you're normally trying to show him onto that weaker foot, but if they don't have one, you can't defend it.
It's unpredictable in every situation, and it's really, really hard to defend. I know it as a pro player. We have so many situations where you can move on the right, on the left foot, and yeah, you don't know it. And now we see Ronaldo in a really good spot.
Messi now picking it up. Oh, lovely little hill to hill. But
that was great defense from Marv. In both of those situations, he doesn't get baited. When he did the initial drag back, it was to see if he could get Marv to reach, to basically come out of position, maybe a little more aggressive than he should be. And I was actually thinking Zezinho might even take conceding that goal. It was such a good goal from Marv. In terms of can you repeat it? Probably not at a high percentage. First time, top corner, even with Neymar, tough.
Yeah, I think we see a lot of players also on the Xbox side to just try to take more risks, try to have more shots on target. We see the defenders maybe struggling a bit too much against shots on goal and even in the far corner, because De Gea's foot trade doesn't really work out if you shoot like high and not with a double tap. So that's a good tactic against David De Gea's feet trade.
I think it's a great point. I mean, you know, we've been commentating all, you know, the last few days on the Xbox side of things, and the amount of times we'll be seeing players in position where we're like, oh, it's a perfect angle for that low driven, and then De Gea's foot just appears out of nowhere and makes that save. So maybe, yeah, I think it might be something that you might have unveiled, something that might be a good idea for some players to maybe aim for those top corners instead of that low driven. It's just so embedded in players finishing now that they look for that low driven. But maybe, yeah, that may be the go-to now.
Oh, this is a good opportunity for Zezinho. He's looking for the classic 1-2 between the Ronaldos. Doesn't work out for him. We'll see if Marv can create a counterattack. Definitely looks like he has space to work with.
Oh, it's casual from David De Gea.
That was
calm under pressure.
Not traditional.
It's been a super tight game, though. You have to say it was just, you know, that one chance we've had so far, that Neymar chance that, you know, another time you do the same thing, it might not find the back of the net. But considering that Zezinho, you know, he hasn't lost the game yet, and this is an elimination game for Marv, you can see the quality of players that we have here on the PlayStation 4, how tightly contested all these games are going to be today.
In the halftime, we saw the formation of Marv. He's playing a 4-2-3-1. Which he usually does in German tournaments as well. And as I said, he's playing very calm. He's playing Messi as a center attacking mid, and Gullit and Boras as center defensive midfielders, which is a thing which I wouldn't really do. I'd play Messi as a left midfielder and Neymar as a cam, because he has Neymar on the left. Because Neymar 5-star skill moves, Messi only has 4. You can do some exciting things and maybe surprise your opponent, but for now, Neymar as the left midfielder was a good decision, as he scored the goal, of course.
A trend we've seen at this tournament is a lot of players use, or a lot of the competitors use the same players, but they don't incorporate them or use them in the same positions on the pitch or the same formations, and that's where you see the gameplay differentiating in terms of how they attack and how they defend.
A good example is Thierry Henry. A lot of players like him as a striker, some others play him at the right midfielder. Me personally, I like him as a center midfielder because of his height and strength and physicals, but yeah, a lot of opportunities.
And we've also seen some players that aren't willing to adapt to some of the new Team of the Season cards that have dropped, where they're using the same squad that they used in Manchester, even though there are some players that could easily be new additions or assets to your team. I see Kyle Walker here taking space. One more goal for Marv would be huge. There's Neymar. He heard us talking about him. Pulls it back with the drag back that both you guys said we would be seeing plenty of. The drag back guy of Germany.
I think it was the wrong decision. The drag back was fine, but he should have done L1 cross to the second post and maybe get a header from CR7 or R9, who was there waiting, but yeah, margins.
Yeah, when we talk about Marv, he has such a good quality and he's such a good FIFA player, but at the end he never won a tournament. So he's mostly in the top 6, top 8 or top 16 at the end, but when the clutch time begins, he mostly loses. So maybe this is the first tournament when he can win this overall tournament.
You think that's a mental hurdle for him?
I was going to ask him, why do you think that is? Why do you think he gets to that stage and then just can't progress, can't break through that glass ceiling?
Maybe a mental thing, maybe the nerves, maybe maybe he changed something in his mind when he's forced to, or when he wins 4 rounds or something like that. I don't know. He has such a good quality. We see it in every tournament. But when the clutch times begins, he got defeated mostly.
I think a good example of that maybe is Megabit. You know, Megabit came into Barcelona and Manchester after these incredible performances, you know, the 160 and 0s in the qualifying month, and Everyone's expecting him to be in that grand final, etc., etc. But sometimes it does take time. It does take going to these tournaments, getting used to the environment here, because it's totally different to playing at home. You know, you don't have the ability to maybe go and make yourself a cup of tea if you're from England. You know, have a little relax. You've got to perform when the pressure's on. You don't get that second chance. It does come down to experience sometimes, and maybe more tournaments that happen here to Marv, then he might be able to get through that glass ceiling and maybe progress a little bit more.
I'm sure they have tea in Germany and in the U.S. Just saying.
It's not it's not the same.
No, but what Benedict was bringing up as a point, where there's just slim margins. They're very fine margins at this pro level, and online you get away sometimes with more mistakes. Maybe your team can carry you if you're not playing your best. Maybe the connection's in your favor, it's not in your favor. Or you're just in good form, or you can wait till you are in good form to play. You're like, let me get some warm-ups in.
You can go have a sleep, take a break. You know, you haven't got to play 40 games in a row. You haven't got to play on and on and on and on like you do at tournament. Tournament FIFA is relentless. It really tests you, you know, not just mentally, but it can take out you physically as well. This is a 3-day tournament. You know, 3 days of consecutively playing can get to you, as we see Salah bursting through here. Marv looking to get another goal on the board, which is going to give him a good lead going into the second leg there, but he is going to take the first leg, which is exactly what he needed, obviously, up against it on Survival Day.
What did you guys take from that matchup? It was definitely a cagey affair. It was close. There wasn't a ton of action, not a ton of chances, but the players, for the most part, took their opportunities well.
Yeah, it was a really close game, but yeah, Zezinho did this one mistake, I think, to the 1-1, I think. And yeah, after that, yeah, Marv was better in the game. He feels more confident, and yeah, he played well.
And on screen, we need your help. Vote now. Hashtag FIFA E World Cup. What matchup do you want to see on stream? These are survival games. So we just saw 3-0 oppositions. Or yeah, they were facing off against each other. So 3-0 people, they're most likely, I would say, going to get into the bracket. Now these guys, they're up against it. We have Chris versus Coco, DrErhano versus ilyamitkin, YuwenC versus FifaUstun. You guys got a bias here? I think I know where you're going to go.
Yeah, I want to go with DrErhano. I want to see him winning.
Yeah, same for me.
So we're going to watch the second leg first, and the following game will be wherever your vote lands in terms of those matchups. We'll see who gets through between Zezinho and Marv, and if Marv's going to get over that hump.
Yeah, I said before the match that Marv is a very calm player, and now he has a 2-1 lead. Now he can just keep possession and let Zezinho attack, maybe force him to make mistakes, and that could be the deciding game plan for him.
And I have a question for you guys, and this could be something that applies to Marv, maybe it doesn't, but have you ever put other players or other opponents on a pedestal? And what I mean is that, oh, I'm playing against Megabit, or I'm playing against Gorilla, or I'm playing against TAS, or whoever you're up against. Do you think differently? Do you adjust your gameplay? Has it messed with your mentality going into that matchup?
I think it depends on personal experience. Like if I play against Eisvogel, for example, who I train a lot with, of course I will play differently, I will think differently about the match. But if I play against someone from maybe rest of the world region who I didn't play before, then I will just play my own game because I don't really know what expects me. And maybe if you play someone like TAS or Gorilla, who you know, oh, they will be like amazing players because they always show up in tournaments, then yeah, you're maybe scared a little bit and also motivated.
Yeah, it's completely the same for me. So, yeah, from the most player, we don't know really how they play, especially for the rest of the world players. But normally, I try to play my game style, my gameplay, my normal gameplay, my normal formation. But yeah, every FIFA game is different, kind of. So we need to adapt really fast. We need to adapt to the game style from your opponent, and yeah, try to make the best you can.
And we just kick-started the second leg. Remember the first leg, Marv won 2-1, but that doesn't mean a lot at this point unless he's able to kind of add to that lead. 1 goal's not that big of a lead, obviously. And it was a very cagey affair, more defensive, more heavy with the possession, not full of flourishing opportunities. This wasn't a FifaUstun versus like a goal machine type of player. I know they're on separate consoles, but where it's just back and forth and there's a lot of action and you know goals are going to be conceded. He was actually up against Maestro, but in that matchup, you knew there was going to be a lot of goals that were going to be scored.
Yeah, this game's really played out like a chess match. You can see both players almost trying to outthink each other every time that they have possession of the ball, looking to obviously keep possession of the ball. As you say, the 4-2-3-1 is one of those possession-based possession-based formations where players do try and use those two central midfielders and the wide players to keep the ball, but it really has been a case of little chances, keeping the ball and just trying to figure out your opponent. Look for that one pass, look for that one chance. And as I say, it was not even been that at one point. It was one mistake which has actually led to a goal. So it was only 2 opportunities that were really created that were without a mistake in that first leg.
Absolutely. With these 2 players, it's safe to say that it's just not going to be that open of a game. We're going to see the controlling, the possession play, as you see Walker here to Messi to the inside. Ronaldo was looking for an overlapping run from Messi, wasn't able to make that connection.
Yeah, maybe the mistake of Zezinho, which leaded to the 1-1, is still in his head a little bit, because it really wasn't needed. There was no need to change to Walker and send him to West Africa. So it was really an unneeded mistake, and maybe he thinks if I didn't do this, Marv wouldn't be in the game anymore. He could have scored a 2-0, 3-0, 4-0, who knows.
And I think what you guys were saying, where it was an error with switching players, is exactly what happened. He was trying to grab somebody from the midfield, and he accidentally grabbed a defender, but it was just so out of character, and it couldn't have been at a worse situation in terms of a scenario with timing.
Yeah.
It's one of those you watch play out in front of you as well. As soon as you switch and you see that player step forward, you're like, oh, no, this has happened now. There's not much you can do about it. But obviously, Zezinho's got a lot of work to do to get into this one, back into this one, because it has been a game of such few chances. So he's got to at least get this first goal on the board, even to send it potentially to extra time.
And I believe Zezinho's okay with playing matches that are a little more this cagey affair, a possession battle. I think he's comfortable like that.
That would have definitely been one for the highlight reel. He managed to hit that bicycle kick over after a little flick over to the defender, but fortunately didn't find the back of the net, find the target. It was a good block that came in again from Marv. He's playing really well defensively at the moment. You have to say that, he's matching, both of them defensively have been really impressive.
Yeah, I think Zezinho changed a little bit in his defense because he is so more aggressive at the moment. He put out his central backs like Ramos and Ferdinand and tried to get really fast the ball.
Yeah, that would have been maybe goal of the tournament, with Son flicking it over the defender and then kind of a bicycle kick. Imagine that one going into the top corner. Oh my God.
There's Marv on the attack again here. You can see Messi trying to link up with Ronaldo in the middle, but fortunately the pass a little bit awry. Now straight up the other end, it's going to be Ronaldo to his namesake again, and it's so scary seeing those two up top every time that you see it. Every time I go into a weekend league and I just see one of them, it's scary enough. It's just, you see the 99 rated CR7 and you've got that 96 rated Prime icon. It is a terrifying thing to see.
Yeah, it's almost scary to see these two coming up against you. But I'm really looking forward to see what's going to happen in the match later on. If it stays at 2-1 for Marv, like in the 60th minute, is Zezinho going to go more attacking, because he's playing with a 4-4-2 at the moment, which is a quite defensive formation, and he might change it to a narrow or even a 3 at the back formation.
Zezinho wins the ball back here. At what point in the game do you think that maybe Zezinho might be looking to change something? Obviously, you guys have been in this situation before. He's only trailing by 1, but you're sort of looking to get to half-time. If he's still 1 down, he's going to keep it the same until around that sort of 60th minute, something like that.
Yeah, it depends on your composure and the way you feel about the game. If Zezinho feels like he's got enough chances to score, then he might stick with his formation until the 80th minute. But if he feels like he doesn't have enough chances, as we can see, he could pass, then yeah, he might change something in the halftime already.
I don't want to sound like a cliche, but patience is a virtue, and it most definitely applies in FIFA. Maybe even more important than the patience is just not rushing. Once you start to rush, even if you are an attack-first type of player, nothing's going to click correctly. You're going to make way more mistakes, and it won't work at a professional event.
Yeah, I've got a personal story for that. Back in Manchester, I had my deciding game when I was 3-3 in the Swiss round, and I was always down with 2 goals, and I just started rushing a lot because, yeah, I wanted to score these 2 goals, but always when I started to calm down my attacks and played more safely, I scored a lot of goals, but yeah, in the end I still didn't manage to win. But yeah, it's still a very good point that you have to stay calm even though you're behind with 1 or 2, maybe even 3 goals.
I think that's a really interesting point. You know, when you're down by a couple of goals, for some reason you start to speed up your attacks because you desperately need to get the goals back. But that's a really important goal because that's going to give him that 2-goal cushion now. And one goal, you're always worried. You know, you give away one chance, you make a little mistake, and the game's tied up. But 2 goals at this point, with how both these players have been playing defensively as well, that's a really, really impressive lead.
The layoffs are very clean and crisp. Classic little tiki-taka. Extra pass, and we've seen it every time he gets on R9's left foot for whatever reason, it's honing into the back of the net. I think he's just one of those guys that finishes everything in the box. It doesn't have to be perfect. He can go alongside the goalkeeper, can go straight into the corner, and you have the ability to choose a variety of shots. If you'd like to do a low driven, a finesse shot, or even a chip. We've seen a few chips over the course of the days watching gameplay on the Xbox and the PlayStation.
I'd like to know how many goals that R9 scored in his left foot in comparison to his right foot. Because I swear every time that I was on the desk and I was casting, it was always on his left foot. And he was just banging them away.
And the reason that is if you play 2 strikers, then you would use R9 as the left striker because he has a 5-star weak foot.
Yeah, that's the first reason. And the second reason is every person tries to defend his right foot and always tries to defend the strong foot from every player. And yeah. It's really unpredictable if he will shoot now with the right or with the left shot, and most of the time you have the space with your left foot and shoot, and Ronaldo can score the goal.
But it's still interesting to see that Marv is playing with Team of the Year Ronaldo as a striker and R9 as a right midfielder. Something I don't really like because R9 doesn't feel that fast to me as a winger. But yeah, I mean, he scored like 2 goals, I think, of the 3, so he's right.
And that's what we're talking about, where a lot of the players, or the competitors, as I was saying, they choose similar players or the same players, but the way that they utilize them, the way that they incorporate them into the starting 11 or even with the super subs, it's just a little bit different, position-wise, or depending how they're going to attack, how they're going to defend.
I think at the time of the game as well is interesting. Sometimes you'll see players start off with that 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, and you'll have Hullet as like that right central midfielder, but then towards the end of the game, they might change into that sort of the 4-2-3-1, then he'll move Hullet back into, the CDM position. So I think it's time of the game where you want to use them. They have such all-rounded stats, a lot of these midfielders and strikers now. You can use them in a variety of positions. I think you made, the Henri case. You've got that team of the season, Sergio Aguero, that a few people have brought on that right-hand side we saw on the Xbox towards the end of the game. So I think timing of the match and the match situation affects that as well. But it just shows how certain players are comfortable with certain players in certain positions as well. Some people just won't use them. They don't like Henri in midfield. They prefer that team of the season Kante, team of the year Kante, sorry. And I think it's down to the player and what they're comfortable with.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's you have now so many really good players. Again, the first touch again with the left foot from Neymar. Awesome play from Marv, and now with the 2-0 lead, overall 3 goals ahead, it will be a really, really tough game for Zezinho.
And we talked about not rushing at 2-0. Timo gave his example from Manchester. But I think when you're down 3, you do have to start to change what you're doing. You're going to have to add a lot more pressure, you have to go for it.
Yeah, I thought that Zezinho might switch to a 4-2-2 formation, as it's a good counter formation against a 4-2-3-1. But maybe that's not enough anymore. He needs more attacking players, and there's, I think, no other chance than switching to a 3 at the back.
And at least in my opinion from watching these games, I wouldn't say that Marv is the ultimate creator in terms of some of his creativity in the final third. So as Zezinho goes more aggressive, it's going to open up additional lanes for him, which should help him on the offensive end. And he might be able to extend his lead here, and that would wrap this up.
You can probably hear in the background some important goals being scored in the other games as well.
Yeah, we're actually going to check out the Eisvogel matchup. I believe it's 1-1 on aggregate. Uh-oh, as Zezinho pulls another goal back. We'll keep you posted on what's happening in this match.
Yeah, that was a super important time to score there. Super important time to score, as you say. The 2-goal lead now been cut down a little bit, and it's just giving him that little bit of momentum going. But as you say, now we're moving over to the Kingfisher.
And you guys think Eisvogel, best in Germany, top 3 in Germany, top 5 in Germany? You give us your opinion. You train with them, Timo, so you know the guy well.
Yeah, it's very hard to say who the best player in Germany is. I think StrxngeR, who won the virtual Bundesliga, has to be on that list. Eisvogel, of course, as well. He came second in the ESL Meisterschaft, where he lost to Cihan in the finals. So these three guys are, I think, top 3, top 4, top 5. And yeah, Eisvogel is just an amazing player, as he plays 4-all on aggregate against Eggsy.
I find it fascinating as well how you guys were mentioning before, like last year you hadn't heard of Eisvogel. You know, he just came out of nowhere, and I don't know how often that sort of thing can happen, that you find a player with such talent who just turns up and just basically just destroys all of his opponents in some of his first competitions. I mean, when was the first time that you guys heard of Eisvogel? When did he sort of come to light to you?
Oh, what a 1-2.
Oh, great move.
Eggsy makes that look easy.
Yeah, and again, the same situation like on Marv gameplay. Yeah, a really good spot for Neymar. He shot directly into the long corner, and again with his weak foot, yeah, awesome blade.
The first time I heard of Eisvogel was, I think, in the qualifying month in November, where he had 157-3, I think, which is just an amazing record, and he finished quite comfortably in the top 15, top 10, I think. And yeah, everyone thought, who is that guy? And then he came to Barcelona, didn't quite make it through the Swiss round, but then in Manchester he gained a lot more experience. He played the Gfinity series, and yeah, now he's just one of the best players in my opinion.
He's got it all to do right now. It's down 2-1 at half time, 5-4 on aggregate. Could be another. I think he's already lost a game today, Eisvogel, so he's definitely got his back against the wall a little bit.
We'll see what he's kind of made of. This is something that we've seen with F2 Techs, and it could just be a coincidence, but when he won the event in Barcelona, he was unknown. Kind of like Eisvogel this year, but now Eisvogel has a name. He has expectations. He has pressure associated with his performance, and I think that's the same for Techs, and it hasn't really worked out for him. We haven't seen him match the same level of gameplay that he had in Barcelona and Manchester or here in Amsterdam, where he didn't qualify for the London event. I'm not saying that's going to happen with Eisvogel, but it's a different mentality that you have to play under when you are now a focal point. You're a target. People know who you are, and they want to say that that's on their resume as a win.
Yeah, people want to beat you. People want to make a point, and it's almost another goal there for Eggsy at the start of the second half. But I think it's a great point. You come into a tournament, and if you're going up against someone you haven't heard of, maybe you're not completely putting 100% in the first time. You know, you're maybe thinking this should be a win, but when that mentality,
how does De Gea save that?
Unbelievable save.
Is there a better goalkeeper in the world? I think not, at least not in FIFA. Incredible.
That was genuinely the best save I think I've seen so far in our time here at Amsterdam. I have no idea how he got across that.
You can insert a superlative to describe that, any superlative you like. That was just brilliant. I mean, I'm sure that he's already celebrating that goal, at least mentally. Oh, we see a nutmeg there. Marcelo on the ball. That's what makes him so special. Marcelo's ability to find space and have this comfortable touch or comfortable dribble at all times.
What we see in Eggsy's squad is quite surprising for me. He's playing with Firmino, Tots Firmino, I suppose, but still, I don't think that I've seen him in any games on this console and on the Xbox One either. So, interesting one. And now Eisvogel.
There's that kick save that we were talking about with De Gea as well. Both De Geas are showing up. De Gea is not letting us down. Yet.
I was going to say, touch wood.
Yeah.
We'll wait. No, there's two big saves at either end here. Big chance though, and De Gea makes the save. Is Ronaldo going to get to the rebound?
Oh, incredible!
De Gea.
De Gea is not allowing goals today, man. This is crazy, man. I would have bet a house that something would have gone in with some of these opportunities here. Not that I have a house to bet, but
if you did,
maybe if I could bet a mortgage for a month or something.
Yeah, that's huge saves in the grand scheme of things. Is it going to be another one? No, it isn't, though. Cristiano Ronaldo ties things up here. 5-5 on aggregate with half an hour to go. I mean, this has been full of goals, these games.
And that shows you his mental strength. Yeah. Because I get discouraged. I'll be the first to tell you, as I'm knocking and the keeper's making saves, I'm hitting the post, I just start feeling unlucky. And that was not the case here. He kept trucking away. At the same time, Eggsy could be sitting here like, what do I have to do? What's needed? I mean, I had an open goal about 3 or 4 yards away from the goal. How does that not go in?
Yeah, it's very unlucky for Eggsy, but also well done by Eisvogel in this situation. The way he dribbles with the L1 dribbling is really insane. As we are switching back to Marv, I guess.
And we said we were going to keep you posted. We are back.
We are.
Marv versus Zezinho 4-all on aggregate.
Wow.
When we left, it was 4-1.
We came back at the right time is all that matters, and Zezinho has made a huge comeback in this game. 8 goals. I mean, we barely had a goal in the first, match and a half that we had here between the first leg and getting into the second leg, but seems like we went away at the wrong time, but hopefully we've come back at the right time.
And I was already writing off Zezinho. It was a 3-goal spread, but he did get that important important instant rebuttal after conceding the 3rd goal.
Crazy. You've been talking about betting your house. I would have bet my house on Marv, to be honest.
So none of us will have somewhere to live. Only Benedict.
Staying at yours, Benedict.
I live here at nice event. Trying to play a little bit with this bros here. It's really nice.
I feel like Mark has the experience on the commentator deck. He's like, hey, now be careful about betting these houses and what you say. Oh, we all know about the curse of the commentator. I think it's a good no call from the referee. Ronaldo looked awkward. He went down, but I don't think he was touched, man. It looks like a flop to me. Just calling it how I see it.
Yeah, and it looks like that Zezinho changed his formation, I think, to 4-2-2.
Oh, big chance.
Oh, nice ball.
Great tackle from Sergio Ramos there.
It was the right find, the wrong player. Vieira's not a goal scorer. At least not in terms of the players that we have on the pitch here in comparison. And that touch let him down.
I feel like I'm only talking about mentality, but I think it's a real thing in FIFA. Marv was 4-1 up, and he maybe already thought, oh, I qualified for the next round, I'm good, and now it's 4-4. I would love to know what's going through his head right now, but I hope, or I guess that he stays calm, and yeah, but it looks like we're going to extra time.
Maybe a last-minute decider.
May well be.
Nice spot.
Looking to find
great
the space,
defense there from Ferdinand.
Well defend from the...
It's a perfect example of the physicality that Ferdinand brings in as well. I know that a lot of people are obviously using that prime Maldini card, but Ferdinand has found his way into a lot of players' teams again here in Amsterdam, probably due to the fact that they're trying to get chemistry to that Kyle Walker at right back as well, but it's a perfect example of what he can do.
And an interesting statistic, actually, is that Rio Ferdinand, his prime card, is the most used player of top 100 players online.
You can see why. You can see why. Like, moments like that towards the end of the game, making a tackle is so vital.
I want to say it was something like 80% of players have him in their squad. So 4 out of 5 top 100 players have Rio Ferdinand in their starting lineup or somewhere on the bench. He's there. He's going to get some playing time.
That's really crazy because I don't really like him. I play with Prime Maldini because I had so many situations where Ferdinand tackles too aggressive and my opponent get a penalty. And because of that, I changed him. I don't know.
Timo, give me a second opinion.
Yeah, I think so too. And maybe...
You like Ferdinand or you don't like Ferdinand? He's not with him.
Yeah, I'm not with him as well.
Of course, you guys train together, same team. What was I thinking going for the second? It's like if you have an argument with twins or something, you're not going to win. They're both going together on whatever argument
Maybe
we're
that's the
having.
fact why we are not playing.
No, I think you said that 80% of the pro players have him in their squad, or top 100 players. I think it's because he was the first prime icon that got released, the first center back. So that could be the point and not his good.
Great move. Has to be.
Awesome. And again, his left foot.
Well, we talked about Marv's mentality. I mean, to come out again at the start of the game after conceding goal after goal to take it to extra time, it's the perfect start. It's just going to relax him, I think, a little bit now. He's going to take some of that pressure off that he's had, and now he can go back to playing the way he was.
And we've seen Marv have a mastery of these small, intimate passes where he's able to find space, get the angles, and he's been finishing his opportunities. I would have loved to see how he, I don't want to say blew this game, but what happened, what unfolded where Zezinho made this comeback. Because something had to shift, because Marv was in full control when we left.
Yeah. And as I said before the game, Marv is so calm in the opponent's box, and I think all the goals he scored, he stayed very calm and played it perfectly. As we see Zezinho.
Wow, wow.
Oh.
That was lovely defense from Marv. He used bending but not breaking defensive approach where he waited, and then he got the block last minute. But in FIFA 18 especially, it's something you have to do.
Nice counter attack now. Cristiano Ronaldo, one of the fastest players on the pitch, of course. but Marv is trying to keep it calm. Don't lose the ball now.
I think it's the first time I've seen Team of the Season Aguero being used in this tournament.
Yeah, he subbed him on at halftime.
Salah as well. Really good spot here.
We're going to see the counter-attack, but ooh, Rio Ferdinand steps in. That was an opportunity potentially for Zezinho, and that might be an example of what you guys were talking about earlier. He's down at the moment. He knows he's lining up the finesse, and he's now going to be down even further.
And you hear him celebrate the goal.
I think it comes from, like we were saying, you know, Zezinho trying to attack maybe too quickly. He knows he's down, trying to get the ball into his strikers as quick as possible, loses it, straight up the other end. Marv extends the lead to 2.
Another example of just being patient, looking for the right option, assessing what's available on the pitch. Couple quick turns, and Zezinho makes the mistake of backing off and playing passively, and Marv's like, oh, I'm gonna eat that right up. I'm hungry, and it's breakfast time, it's lunch time, it's dinner time, it's a snack, whatever it might be, we're eating today. Is that GG? Are we back to betting houses, or are we taking that off the board?
I don't know how many you own, but...
I would say now it's GG, it's over. Marv will win this round now.
I'm not going to bet my house anymore.
It's going to be interesting. Zezinho's already been down in this game, we have to remember, so it's not going to be the first time he has to make a comeback, but he is running out of time. We're about to, unfortunately for him, the pass was misplaced, but he's running out of time at this point. You know, he's only got around 15 in-game minutes in this second half of extra time to get back into the game. It'll be interesting to see if he does go for maybe a change of formation or something towards the end here, just to try and get into it, but 2 goals, it's a big lead.
Yeah, there are always these special moments in FIFA. There's like if you're down with 2 goals in the normal time, then you think, if I score until the 80th or 85th minute, I might have another chance. Now he has to score until like the 110th, 115th minute, I suppose, just to get a chance to score the equalizer. But being down 2 goals against Marv, it's going to be very tough.
I'm going to use that next time my girlfriend complains about FIFA. There's special moments in FIFA, listen, okay? That's what it is. And we'll see what kind of response she has for me. But I wanted to ask both you guys, Timo and Benedict. We talked about Marv and how he hasn't necessarily gotten to this next stage in competitive FIFA for whatever reason. And if he gets to the qualification stage of getting to London, reaching that place, does that break that stigma or stereotype? Does he need to finish top 4? Does he need to win an event? Because you've been competing against him for years now. He's in Germany. You see him all the time. What has to happen for him to break through that stigma?
I think the perfect thing that has to happen is just success. If you do it once, then you have in your head that, oh, okay, I'm able to do it, and now I will just do it all the time. And that's what's going to be a big point of Marv's career, I guess.
Yeah, Marv has the quality for that, but we all know that the small thing decided in FIFA, and everything can happen in every game. It's so hard to predict something like that, but if he gets one victory, if he gets one big championship title, he will know how it feel, and maybe that's the next step for his career.
Chance here, Aguero bursting down the right-hand side. Decides to keep possession out. It's not the first time sort of in this attack I've seen that, to be honest with you. You had the opportunity earlier on in this phase of play to maybe look for a through ball up the pitch, but decided to keep possession. Risky moments there. Zezinho's got the ball back, and he has to score, you have to feel, in the next few moments. Only a few seconds left in the game. It's going to be Messi on his left foot.
Oh, I didn't think he was offside. I thought that was
that looked tight. That looked tight to me, but that was a chance that, you know, he had to really put away.
I think that's going to wrap it up. He had to score there. I agree with you, Mark. And you see the pressure, though. It's incredible how many bodies he has forward. Talk about being calm from Marv.
And this would be Zezinho's first loss in the Swiss group as well, so a little bit of a knock for him. But as we saw in the Xbox side of things in the last few days, you know, as long as, most importantly, you're getting those wins when you need them to get through to the knockout stage. Getting to London's the first thing you have to do. Suarez now, fantastic composure in front of goal.
What a big mistake from Marv in this situation.
I feel like I jinxed him. Cursed to the commentator. I said, oh, this is going to be a wrap. We're done and dusted.
That's why you never bet your house.
Yeah, and they gave him a gift, man. It's not even Christmas time. I don't understand. We have Santa Marv over here.
Crazy mistake. I think he tried to get the pass receiver short with the L2, but he just didn't want to come. then he just gifted the ball away. But that was perfectly done by Zezinho. He knew that it's Suarez's weak foot, so he just stood on the ball, tries to shoot with a strong foot, and now we are in the 119th minute. 1 goal needed for Zezinho, but I think Marv is just trying to not give the ball away anymore.
It's all about eliminating chance. And that's what he did with the Suarez skill move. He took a chance with that skill, but he had 100%, this is a goal if it works. And that's what all the pro players are looking for, as Marv is doing a good job here of slowing down the game. We're going to see a clearance. Does the ref blow the whistle? Even better, he wins the header.
And that's it.
G, congratulations to Marv. And I wanted to ask you guys, do you feel that seeding makes a big difference in this type of tournament? Because the quality of player here is fantastic. So, like, if you're the #1 seed at this tournament, you're still going to play someone who's also at the top of his game. And he could be coming in off momentum if he started bad and he started slow and then he worked his way in.
Yeah, I think seeding is very important. We saw it on the Xbox side. Janos finished with a 4-3, who's a crazy good player normally, but then he had to play against Gorilla and lost like 13-5, I think. So seeding is very, very important.
And every time we switch off a game, we've got more action. I told you we would have no cars, houses, anything valuable. Nothing would happen for us. Eisvogel versus Eggsy. 3-4 in this matchup. Eggsy's leading by 1 in aggregate. We're in extra time. I'm still waiting for some penalty kicks. I would be very happy to watch some penalties.
I don't think my heart can take that after the last few days. We've seen so many tight games. I think if we had a few penalty shootouts, that would pretty much be the end of me. But talking about seeding and talking about favourites and things like this, I mean, Eisvogel, a lot of people's favourite coming into this tournament. Not a lot of people would have seen this potential result. There's going to be a shot here, and the crossbar struck.
I hopped out of my seat. I was already ready to celebrate.
Suarez, but
the dip, the movement, everything. It had all of the above.
Just didn't find the back of the net. It's the only thing that was missing. That would have been a huge moment in this game. Do you see Eisvogel down by 1 at the moment?
You don't want to lose the ball like Eisvogel does in this situation, especially when you are 1 goal behind, and especially in the overtime.
Yeah, no. Very nervy moments.
Feels tense, right? It's not just me.
Oh, again! Eggsy's going to be wishing that the goal was about an inch smaller, or an inch bigger, sorry. Because that's twice now for the last 2 shots you've seen him hit the crossbar, and now you almost feel like Eisvogel, if he gets this an opportunity there, you take that shot, that probably finds the back of the net. It's just the way that people work sometimes.
I'm not sure about you guys' mindset, but for me at least, when I know that I'm getting lucky bounces, I'm like, yep, it's time. We got to activate whatever we're going to do. We're going Super Saiyan. We need to get a goal. The ball's been bouncing my way, and I know that that's going to affect your opposition's mentality as well. If you're able to score after they've hit the post or they've just missed chances, it always ends up being some good fortune for you, but at the same time, it just motivates your mentality or kind of your mindset in the game, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, true. And now we can see Eisvogel switching to a 3-5-2 with 2 CDMs, attacking midfielder, 2 strikers. And yeah, I think that's what he has to do. He lost the first game actually against Andy with 1 goal only in behind, and he didn't switch to a 3 at the back. I asked him after the game, why didn't you switch? And he said that he doesn't really feel comfortable with the 3 at the back formation, but now he feels like it's time to get comfortable with it.
And I've told you guys on live streams and just content in general, you should always have a mastery of 2 formations. I think it's very important to have a mastery of at least 1 narrow, 1 wide, and hopefully one of those is a pretty good chase formation for you. And when I say chase, I'm talking about in a late game situation, you need a goal, you need additional pressure. What do you change into? Timo, Benedict, talk to me. What's your chase formation? So I have a feeling it's going to be the same chase formation because you train together.
It's hard to say. It depends on your opponent's formation, but normally I would say I love to play the 4-4-2 formation. I can switch to 4-2-3-1. I can switch to a 3 defender. It depends. And wow, what a good spot with Kante. Nice tackle in the last second for Eggsy.
Oh, he got to the near post. It's a dangerous zone. He gets the turn, Ronaldo, and he lays perfectly.
Again.
He wants that back. Eisvogel does such a good job of really waiting for these moments. I think he might have been better off without the low driven there, actually. He was so close to the goalkeeper.
Look at the breakaway now, and Eggsy's in the middle, and YuwenC has a chance, but a great last-ditch tackle again. And this is what you're going to expect at the end of this game. Obviously, Eisvogel has to put the pressure on now. He has to take the game to Eggsy, but it's going to leave gaps at the back. So you feel like there's going to be another chance. Don't know what end it might come as. Obviously, Eisvogel's going to be hoping it's at his end, but Eggsy now just going to slow this game down, and this is just smart game management from him.
Yeah, 3 minutes left. If he doesn't give the ball away anymore, then he could be done here, but that was very close. Now maybe the deciding chance for him. Offside, I think.
Offside? Yes, it was offside. So he has one last chance in this game.
Ronaldo gets pulled back there. Just as you thought, that could have been the nail in the coffin for Eisvogel in this game. Always trying to find the ball down the line, but possession's so important. I mean, guys, we talk about it so much. When you lose possession, when you're chasing the game, it's the one thing you don't want to happen.
Yeah, definitely.
Now he really needs to get to the ball.
That was a very big mistake from Eggsy. He didn't need to rush that pass whatsoever.
Yeah.
You can feel the nerves. You can see it in the game.
Last chance of the game. Goretzka.
Still got to be patient.
Looking for Ronaldo.
Well defended.
Ref!
The final whistle. That's crazy.
You can see the nerves on both sides.
Yeah, definitely.
A lot of mistakes made there in the final stages of extra time. Talked about survival day, and that's the second loss for Eisvogel. So now the question becomes, can he bounce back? Is he as good as we think he is? Is he just having an off day, an off start? What's going down?
I think he's always the kind of player who starts off very slowly, same as me. But yeah, maybe he doesn't have a perfect day, but he already has 2 wins, so he can't really get eliminated today. So he at least is still in tomorrow. He has 1 more game today. If he wins it, then he will be on 3-2, which would be perfect for tomorrow. But yeah, I think he still has everything to come back.
I think that's a great point. I think it's called survival day for a reason. As long as you get through today, I think you give yourself a really good chance. You know, he's won those 2 games. That's the important thing. But in the back of your mind, it does play on your mind a little bit, those losses as a player. You know, you start to think, what did I do wrong? You know, what could I change? What am I not doing right that I have been doing right in the past? And I don't know. It's going to be interesting to follow that sort of story and see how Eisvogel develops as the tournament goes on.
And speaking of survival day, CocoVBastos, NYC Chris. NYC Chris down 2-0. And somebody's going home here. Someone's not surviving.
Someone is not surviving, and it's at the moment it's looking like NYC Chris is going to have a long flight back home.
And I'd love to see Chris make this comeback. I'm telling you, I think him having his brother here would help him a lot. He's been very inconsistent this year, actually, Chris. So he's had a great event in Barcelona. I thought that he did well in the EMLS, reaching like right there on the finale. But he's also had maybe a lackluster Manchester, and he started terrible at this event. We will say it how it is. Yeah, nobody wants to be in a situation.
Yeah, if you're not playing well, you're not playing well. It's as simple as that. And he hasn't been playing well. It's going to be interesting to actually watch, and maybe you guys will be able to see, you know, what's going wrong for him. Why is he not performing today?
Yeah, I think it's a mental thing. He conceded now 2 goals in 5 or 10 minutes. And I've already watched him in round 2, I think. And yeah, after he conceded a goal, he puts his controller away and don't want to play anymore. So yeah, maybe something in his head.
I played against Chris in Barcelona in the round of 32, and he was a very, very hard opponent for me. He was so good in defense. He always switched his players, put them back into the right positions.
And that's a rush mistake. That's low on confidence mistake there, and it might cost him a goal. Indeed, it does.
It does.
And it should never happen. At this level, you should never have rollout errors like that. And that kind of tells you what's going on mentality-wise with Chris, which makes me sad, because when you know somebody has the ability to do really well in a tournament, like you were saying, Timo, you played against them in Barcelona where Chris beat you.
Yeah. Thanks for mentioning it.
I'm sorry. I thought we needed that for perspective. But in Barcelona, he was amazing.
That was the best FIFA I've ever seen him playing.
Yeah. Especially in that game. No, I'm just kidding. No, but seriously, well, when you know somebody has the ability to perform at the highest level and to win events, you want to see him bring that package to the tournament. And Chris has been just not Chris, basically, today. And I've also watched a couple of his earlier round games, just somebody that I always pay attention to. Chris kind of has the claim as being the top American or one of the top Americans, and you want to see him kind of represent NA proper, so to speak. But yeah, mentally he's gone. He does have another game in hand. If he can get 1 goal back by the end of this match, I think that he still has a lifeline.
Yeah, I think if he can, as you say, finish, maybe score a nice move, you know, make a nice play. get on the score sheet, it's definitely going to help him, because it just means, like you said, it's just going to reset his mindset a little bit, because it does seem like it's a complete metal game for him at the moment. If he can finish on a positive and start the next game on a positive, and it's going to give him a much better chance, because at the moment I just feel like he's beating himself almost.
And you saw offensively that he didn't look very decisive. And FIFA rewards you defensively and offensively for going for it. What do you think he needs to do, Sauser? What needs to change?
It's really hard to say. I don't really know. I think he needs to be clear in his head. He needs to play his A game. He needs to try to think that, yeah, come on, let's play. Let's play just like you play against your friend or something like that. Because if you are now struggling and if you are mental now, yeah, a little bit down, you need to play, yeah, without pressure. And it's always easy to say, but we see how important it is, especially in the pro scene, where everything is so close, to have a really, really clear mind and and mental strength.
And it's funny, but a pep talk does mean a lot. It can count in terms of getting the results. I was talking to a couple of the people at AJAX, and we were kind of making a joke because Danny has such high energy. And I was saying, I feel like before the games, he must be sitting by himself or with a group saying, all right, Danny, let's do it. Like talking to himself before he gets into the matches. As we see Neymar kind of working. And they were like, no, absolutely, that happens. We sit there and get pumped up before he goes into games, and he carries that energy into the games as we get the goal back.
There we go. That's what he needed. That's
NYC,
exactly what
Chris,
he needed.
that's what I was talking about. This means that he's not out. He's got the lifeline. I think 3 goals is a big ask, but 2, that happens all the time. No pressure. You don't have to change your gameplay. Timo stressed that earlier, that 2 goals, you don't necessarily have to make a bunch of adjustments. You just have to play your game and stay patient.
Yeah, especially when you have 90 minutes left. It's so much time. You can easily score like 7 goals, 8 goals. Honestly. And
Timo can score 7 or 8 goals.
No problem. Easy.
I'll give you 3 or 4. 3 or 4 strong ones, though. There'll be good finishes.
Okay.
But that was big for Chris.
Surely.
Hopefully that carries over into the next game in terms of his confidence. Maybe he feels like he's building some momentum. And just think, if he scores first, there's only a 1 goal difference now. Not a big deal.
Hey, it's very doable now. I think if he goes into the next game, he's down by 3 goals. It's mentally, it just seems like so much more of a mountain. You're sort of thinking in your head, I need to score early here, then I need to score again, then even if I send it to the second half, I've got to defend super well, and then I've got to score another goal. You know what? It seems like a much bigger story for you to have to pull off. Whereas 2 goals, you just think, if I get an early goal, then I'm only going to score again at some point in the match, and then whatever happens from there, I've got that opportunity to get back into the game.
And Chris is a streaky player, so if he's able to get a win here, he's one of those guys that can turn it around. He can get into a flow, and you don't want to meet him when he's feeling good about himself. Right now, he's down, and maybe he even feels like he's out. But that can change like this, especially in FIFA, which is a game that, oh man, it can make you feel a certain type of way. We've all thrown or broken or yelled or had some sort of reaction to FIFA at some point.
Yeah, but for me personally, I feel like Chris is more like the defensive guy who tries to not concede too many goals instead of scoring more than your opponent. So he has to do something, 2 goals, but as we mentioned, it's not that hard. It's always possible in FIFA. He just really has to keep his head up, keep his mind clear, and yeah, just be motivated and be confident. That's basically it.
I think just smile at the end of the game. You know, that leg's done. You know, there's nothing you can do about it. That game's over. Smile, enjoy the fact that you're here, and just go into the next game thinking, you know, I've just scored at the end of that game. It's a good start for me. I've worked out how to break my opponent down. You know, I've worked out how to create an opportunity, and just to fill yourself with some positive mindset going into the next game. Because if you're feeling like that, you go into the next game, you get an early goal, then all of the pressure moves off you and back onto your opponent. So I think it's just got, as I say, just smile and just enjoy it.
Yeah, you need to be proud that you can play here against the best players in the world. It's such a huge step for everyone, and everyone wants to compete here at this level. He should be proud, he should be playing his game, and yeah, maybe he has a chance now.
You should see how much I smile when I lose a game of FIFA.
It's that sort of angry smile you get. Are you okay? And you're like,
yeah. I'm gonna lock the door. Give me a minute.
I'm just going for a walk. Yeah.
So we're gonna jump into the second leg, and we're looking at the stats here from CocoVBastos. We've had 14 goals for, 18 against. And it's been pretty even. I would say some of those games probably could have gone the other way for him in terms of his production to what he's conceded. It's almost dead even, and sometimes that's a mid-table, not an 0-3 situation. As you see, we're back into action, and the key is, Chris, you got to score first. Come on, Chris. Don't concede first. Score first, and then game on, and may the better man win. But I would like to see a competitive second leg where you just kind of put yourself out there. You throw everything into the mixer.
Yeah, you got to remember this is an elimination game as well. So pressure can switch so quickly between the two players. We mentioned if Chris gets an early goal here, it's just a one-goal game. And all of a sudden, from going into this game, you know, CocoVBastos is going to be thinking, oh no, I'm in a position to lose this game now. I don't want to lose this game. And that change in mentality is huge for him. So, I mean, it's up to Chris to obviously make the play. I mean, the longer this game goes on without a goal in his favor, it's obviously going to play more into the hands of Bastos because he's going to feel more confident that he can see out the game. But, you know, he's going to potentially have an opportunity here, but unfortunately just couldn't find the player he was looking for in the box and get that early shot away.
Almost an early mistake there from Bastos, who's trying to kind of swing it around the back. But this is a risky tactic, especially this early. We just started the second leg. I'm not sure where Timo or Benedict would fall, but in terms of this debate, but I don't like starting off a game in defensive mode. I got to still think proactive.
Well, for me, I used to play on defensive the whole year of FIFA 17, but this year kind of felt like I need this balanced. Oh my God!
That's the luck he needed. That's the luck he needed. If that goes in, I think this leg's done.
And now he has a chance.
Chris, the FIFA gods are with you, my guy.
Crazy.
When do you see a rebound from 3 or 4 yards out not go in? Where it like takes a deflection and hits the crossbar? That would be a difficult crossbar challenge
as well. And you're like, oh, okay, it's definitely going in now. And then it just, oh, okay, I'm still alive. This is good. This is good. We're fine.
I don't think we've seen someone switch the pitch as much as Coco to start off this game. Just back and forth, side to side, where you see Marcelo working it to Neymar. I'm not sure if he's trying to draw out Chris or if he's just trying to kill the clock.
I think his hands might be a little sweaty. He just tries to be get more confidence. I mean, he has 75 minutes left to bring over the time, 2 goals lead. He can be confident. He can at least concede 1 goal, and even if he concedes it, he's still in the lead. But yeah, you don't want to give your opponents goals for free. As we can see, Chris, Blanc, perfect tackling. And we can see Blanc, Rafsu was the only player on Xbox, I think, who played with Blanc, and CocoVBastos, the other French guy, playing Blanc as well, maybe. Received some tips from Rafsu, I don't know.
Could be some hometown support.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like to play with Blanc before Grimaldi was out, and yeah, I even rated him better than Ferdinand. So I can understand his decision to play with him, and yeah, it works really well at the moment.
Oh, Chris, take the shot.
Just thinking, just let go.
Let it rip.
That's a prime icon, Ronaldo. He's at least going to hit the target there.
I think he does more than hit the target. I think that's a goal-scoring opportunity every day of the week. I think he overpassed it. And when things aren't clicking for you, that's pretty normal.
Yep. Chance from here, though. Son towards the back post. Ronaldo was lurking. Neymar strikes it now.
I think he heard us. He heard us talking about the Ronaldo not taking his opportunity.
But that's, as you said, if you're not 100% confident in your game, this are the kind of things that might happen. You take or make the wrong decisions. And I think if he would be 100% confident, if he would maybe be at a 2-0 stand in a Swiss format, he would have taken the shot. But now he knows, oh, I need to score 2 goals. I don't know how many opportunities I will still get. I have to play it calm. I have to play it safe. But that was surely the wrong decision there.
And to be fair, we're seeing this as spectators, as commentary, or as we're commentating, and I think that makes a big difference. Our hindsight's always going to be perfect. We'll be like, he just missed a chance. But when you're in the game, you're engulfed in it, you're focused. You only get a half second to make a lot of these decisions, and it's tough to do.
Yeah, that's really need to be mentioned.
Oh, what an opportunity there.
Because we can just stay here. We don't have any pressure. And we have maybe a lot more time to think about what he would be able to do. But if you sit there, we know it as pro players, you only have like half a second to decide. So that has to be mentioned.
It's easy to get tunnel vision in FIFA as well.
Yep.
It's good build-up from Chris, though. He's definitely looked more active.
Definitely has.
Oh,
He's going to have a big chance. Oh, unfortunately, just a little roll from Ronaldo sort of took it away from goal and allowed the defenders to get back in. But he is controlling the game at the moment, Chris. You have to say, it seems like at the moment, CocoVBastos is sitting super deep at the moment. He's almost letting Chris have a lot of possession on the ball, maybe looking to hit him on the counter. But Chris is definitely controlling the game. And I think the more possession he has of the ball, the more chances he gets, that confidence is going to grow because he has chances already in this game. Maybe it's just about taking one. That's all he's got to do now, is be clinical when he gets that big chance in front of goal.
He's playing very good.
Oh, what a pick out. Come on. Oh, let it rip.
Again,
he's choosing the wrong choice basically in these big moments that we've talked about. These 50-50s that you've got to either go with the shot or the quick passing, and still hesitating just a tad bit.
Again, Blanc. Really nice defending on the other hand from CocoVBastos. Oh, what a mistake.
Not a mistake. Not the first time we've seen him give it away as well in a pretty dangerous area in the last sort of few minutes or so. Now, can Chris carve out an opportunity here? That's the important thing. Neymar towards the back post. Not quite enough power on the cross to maybe give Cristiano Ronaldo a chance to get up for that back post header.
It's the second time we've seen this kind of cross in the last like 2 or 3 minutes. And it's normally a very good chance if your Cristiano Ronaldo is ready to score the header, but twice, yeah, he wasn't. Unlucky for Chris, but he's playing very good. And of course the time is running, but if he can keep yeah, this game style, stay calm, be relaxed, be confident, then I think we might have a good game on our hands.
You feel like he's knocking on the door to get back in this, to score a goal. Hopefully this doesn't affect his mentality in a negative way. Like I was saying earlier, sometimes when you're not taking your chances, it weighs on you a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you look back and you're going, you know, what should I have done there? I should have hit that. I should have hit that, instead of concentrating what's on most important, which is the game that's in front of you, the things that you can control. So half-time now, has had those opportunities, had those chances, but he's looking at elimination right now, which is a scary thing.
And as we're at halftime there, let's head over to the DrErhano game, another elimination game. He's up against Mitkin, and let's see how this is going underway. DrErhano is obviously the favorite, well-liked, made a lot of content online. We feel like we've kind of grown with him. If you've been in the competitive scene, he's been around esports for many years. So this should be good. We'll see if one of these guys wants it more than the other. Maybe we're going to that game. We're still at the Chris match, which is good with me. We'll see if Chris can break the deadlock here and start some sort of shift into the second half. The longer this game goes 0-0, you have to think it's against Chris, though.
Ooh. Oh, for sure. But he's got space here with Neymar. Does take the strike, but De Gea makes the save. That would have been the perfect start for him there. And maybe it now looks like we're going to flip over to the other game. Lots of action here, of course. Penalty.
Oh, and a red card.
Steps up. Oh, save from De Gea.
Oh, the rebound again.
David De Gea is on fire today.
Wow. That goal would be so important. He would equalize the score, and he has one player more on the field than ilyamitkin. And yeah, sadly for Rdouble.
And on screen, it shows you that Mitkin has 2 red cards. That's not true. It's actually a glitch when you get a red card in a game, especially inside the box. I don't know why, but sometimes it happens.
Oh! On the bar. That's not the first time I've seen this. Marcelo from range in the last few days. He's definitely got a strike on him, and I think more and more players are maybe starting to watch and see that if they get into that position, that they might as well let fly. Ronaldo now into Ronaldo, but
wow.
As I say, Marcelo has hit the target in the back of the net more than once this tournament.
Yeah, I love to play with Marcelo as well. He's in my team for sure because he had this power shot traits, and he has so good stats in the shooting. You can score from everywhere a goal with him, and yeah, it's a weapon for me.
And I think if you're Mitkin here, you look to not to park the bus, but to go for more of a counter-attacking style.
Yeah, surely. This penalty would have been so important for DrErhano. He would have equalized, and then he would have been, yeah, the guy you would bet your house on.
I'm done. No, I'm done betting houses. I told you, I'm done with that.
Okay.
We'll bet microphones or something like that. We're switching it up. Or I'll bet you a pair of tennis shoes.
Oh, okay.
As you see, Marcelo finds Messi. Very controlled play here. Marcel's looking for some help in the middle. And Drehano's able to regain possession. Surely he's got more opportunities to come in this match. Not the best time for the flick on.
There's always a chance in these games. Even these tight games, there always will be a one chance that you have to take. One position you get into that's dangerous. You have to find the pass. You have to find the finish. It's just a case of, can you do what you do at home when the pressure's on in the tournament setting? And some players can, and that's why they go far in these tournaments. And some players just struggle, and there is the goal.
Really nice played, really nice played, and especially the move right before he shot with the left foot. And again, left foot goal from this time from Cristiano Ronaldo. Really good spot, and yeah, it was hard to defend because Drehano predicted that Cristiano Ronaldo would shoot with his right foot, but yeah, he changed his situation with that.
And that's very unlucky for Dr. Drehano. He could have scored the equalizer with the penalty, or even the rebound of the penalty, but he didn't. And now,
oh my God! He did that perfectly. What else could Drehano do there? I mean, that was perfect power, right location. De Gea just would not be beat.
I've seen this kind of situation before against De Gea. He's always flying through the box like a cat, saving these kind of shots. Maybe Drehano could have made a pass into the middle, but I think in this kind of situation, everybody would have taken the shot.
Yeah, I almost feel for Drehano here because the ball just does not bounce his way, and then when your opposition has a red card, sometimes it just feels like nothing's going to go for you, especially when you miss that penalty kick. FIFA has a funny way of punishing you for every missed chance, and I'll keep that on repeat. If you're clinical, they reward you. If you're not, it's going to be a long day in the office. As you see a switch with the 3-5-2, going to go even more attacking. However, if Drehano scores next, he can definitely make this interesting. Even if he were able to get this game into extra time, he would have a massive advantage with the one player extra on the pitch, especially as players get tired.
Yeah, we saw Mitkin playing a 4-3-3 variation now. I think it's because Drehano switched to a 3-4-1-2, I think, and now he's just trying to keep a hold to the ball. He switched to a 4-3-3 because the left wing will always be very free, I'd say, because Drehano only has 3 center backs and no wing backs anymore. So yeah, Mitkin is going to try and just maybe play the time down a little bit, because this is an elimination match.
Ronaldo twisted and turning on the edge of the box here. You just feel another goal here, and this is pretty much done. 3-goal difference, chance for Neymar, does strike it. Ronaldo finds Vieira again on the edge of the box, and he's doing a good job of just keeping possession as well as moving the ball dangerously. But just as I say that, loses the ball. I mean, if you're in this situation, guys, I mean, how would you play this as a player? Would you be maybe passing around, looking for those opportunities, or, you know, you got a 2-goal lead, maybe just possession at this point?
That's a very hard question. I mean, if you would be Mitkin in this situation, you would just try to keep a hold of the ball as long as possible. And if you would be Drehano, I know Drehano for quite a long time, he's always trying to play it safe, play it good, and as long as possible in the box, to make it as safe as possible with his shooting chances. But yeah, this is going to be a tough match. We are in the 55th minute, only 35 minutes to go. And as I said before, there are these special moments in FIFA. Drehano needs to score until like the 82nd, 83rd minute, yes, to still have a chance.
And if you're Mitkin, at this point, you're just trying to frustrate Drehano. You've already got 1 goal in this match, and Drehano's got to already be kind of trying to push the tempo, kind of feeling bad about maybe being a little bit unlucky, not having the extra bounces, how good De Gea has been. So the more you're able to hold the ball and dominate possession, if you're Mitkin, it's just going to frustrate him more and more and potentially force mistakes.
Such a mental game, like we talked about before. Any opportunity you get to maybe get a mental advantage over your opponent, you have to take it. And because even the micro things in game at the moment, if you lose the ball or a pass goes astray, that when you're chasing the game, you get down on yourself so much more than when it would be 0-0. If it's 0-0, you can kind of just go, oh, you know, I can defend this, then I'll start my own attack. As soon as you give the ball away, like, you drop, mentally you drop, your confidence drops, because you think, oh, it's going to be another 5 in-game minutes potentially, you know. until I actually see the ball again to create an opportunity. And you know that that clock is against you, and it's so hard to deal with.
Yeah, I'm happy that you are the one that mentioned the mental game again, because I didn't want to do it for the 5th time. But yeah, Erhan will be thinking about the missed penalty. It will be in his head for sure. And yeah, it's a great chance. I mean, what better chance can you have than just scoring a penalty to equalize? And then, yeah, almost in the counter-attack, conceding the 4th goal is very, very hard, and yeah, very hard to deal with mentally.
The doctor needs to put on his Dr. outfit. I don't know if you guys, I know you guys have seen it, but Mark, I'm not sure if you've ever seen him play. He actually pulls out the Doctor ensemble sometimes.
I now have a favorite player.
Yes.
I don't like to be biased, but that's the kind of thing I look for in a player that I want to watch.
He just
like
needs
full
one.
Shebang as well, like stethoscope, like everything, or
I haven't seen a stethoscope, but it's definitely the full the Doctor get up. I enjoy it. I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
Every time when he puts it on, he wins.
Yeah, that's also true.
Yeah.
When he puts it on, he also wins. So that's what I'm saying. It's time. Drop a pause. Go to the bathroom. Make a change. Do what you got to do. Got to change something right now. He's still got time, but I do agree with Timo. I don't think switching into the 3-4-1-2 was a good tactical adjustment because he's just not able to get the ball off Mitkin.
And we can see both players, of course, looking very concentrated, but I know that Erhan is a player who gets frustrated quite fast. So if Mitkin just tries to keep a hold onto the ball too long, Erhan is going to be frustrated. But this also turns out into greatness sometimes. So if Erhan is frustrated even more, then he plays even better. So I don't know. I'm looking forward to this. But he only has 19 minutes left, and this.
It sounds like you described the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah.
As he gets more angry, he gets more powerful.
Incredible Doctor.
But to be fair, Metkin plays it really, really good at the moment. He holds perfect the ball. It's nearly impossible for Erhano to get the ball. And yeah, it's really frustrating for him now.
And this is what we talked about with having a mastery of a couple formations. Because the way that Mitkin's been able to close out this game, he's done this before. This is not his first time switching into a 4-2-3 and seeing out the game. He's done such a good job of frustrating Erhano and just not giving the ball back.
Perfect here in this situation.
It's going to be heartbreaking here if he concedes again. It still looks, obviously, when you're playing that formation, there's still going to be room and opportunities if you do get the ball to go up the other end and score yourself, even with 10 men. So.
Oh, that was risky. Just does not have enough pressure on the wings, and Mitkin's getting safe passes out wide. Is what you're seeing as a consistent pattern, and it's killing Erhano, and that's why I was talking about it's just a tactical mishap. Or you could say good tactics from Mitkin, poor tactics from the Doctor in terms of this matchup. As we see, looks like a rage quit there.
So, yeah, the game is over. Congratulations to Metkin, which gets the first victory today on the survival day. And, yeah, well played, especially at the end.
And then we see a walk-off from the Doctor. I understand his pain, man. You miss a penalty kick, you got a red card, you can't get the ball off your opposition.
If you want a prime example of mental
game, you hit the post.
Then there it is. That's how much it can affect you. You know, emotionally it gets to you, and it can become too much.
I mean, Timo said that he's got a temper, that he gets angry, excuse me.
Yeah.
Well, we've got more FIFA to watch. And our next match that we're gonna slide into is joshingwood versus Blake Revenge, coming from Belgium. What are we saying, fellas?
I saw a little bit of joshingwood when I casted the Australian qualifier. Was a very solid player there. But at the moment, as you can see, he's down pretty heavily. Blake's Revenge.
Yeah, put you on the spot. Like you would have said, you were going the other way.
Hey, I didn't give a favorite
yeah,
until I see that score.
And I don't know a lot about either of these players in terms of personal experience playing against them or talking to a lot of people in the competitive community. However, with that being said, anything can happen. You can make your name based on any of these tournaments. We've seen that with Tex firsthand, where he started as Tex, and one event later he was F2 Tex with 50,000 followers, a YouTube channel, and the world was watching.
That's what can happen, just a big result. I mean, Big results can do big things for your career as well, like you just mentioned with F2 Techs, but it also in a tournament, if you get a big result, it really can affect how deep you go in the tournament. I think talking about F2 Techs, look at the other side of that, on the Xbox side of things a few days ago, Rasu, you know, in his first, he came from 4-3 in the Swiss group, not looking great. First game he plays F2 Techs, beats him. Then he goes on to beat MS Tassari. Then he goes on to beat Gorilla. And I mean, it just shows what one game of FIFA can do for your confidence. And it makes you believe that you can be the best in the world. That you can beat anyone who's put in front of you.
And since we just switched to this, just to remind you, we have Blake Revenge in the Belgium kits and joshingwood in, are those Melbourne kits?
Yeah, it's Melbourne City kit.
Melbourne City kits. There you go. And I would say this game should be pretty easy for Blake Revenge to see out. 4-goal spread is a serious advantage, and he would have to fall apart. Not saying we haven't seen fall aparts, but he would definitely have to make some major errors towards the end of the game.
Yeah, 4-goal comeback is almost impossible. I saw one crazy comeback today from Testotier, I think. He was down with 5 goals, 9-4, and in the end, he won 10-9. So, I mean, everything is possible, but that was really, really crazy.
Who was he playing against?
It's a capitulation.
No idea.
So I'll say we need to get that man a coach.
Yeah.
Opportunity.
Ronaldo to Ronaldo.
Blake Revenge, well defended though by joshingwood. So tough when you're chasing the game sometimes. You do see some of these scorelines start to get out of hand because, as you say, you do have to, you know, maybe change formation, you know, up your aggression. It's going to leave gaps at the back, and before you know it, even though you're trying to chase that 1 goal, you can concede 2 or 3, and that's sometimes where you see these scorelines. Sometimes, obviously, you have these fantastic performances where one player is going to dominate their opponent, but towards the end of a second leg here, sometimes it is a case of one player is obviously just chasing the game, and they are going to leave those gaps if they don't get the goal themselves.
And FIFA's harsh. There's no other way of saying it. As you're looking for the goal, it's almost like the game hears you like, no, 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 not today, my friend. We're going to make you work for this.
Yeah, 10 minutes remaining in this game. I think the game is nearly over. Both players knew it already. And yeah, so they took the time away, and maybe 1 goal from Josh here in this situation. Nice attack.
I would say Josh has accepted defeat at this point. He even held some additional possession before building into this attack. Obviously, if you're still going for it, you're going to be all out. Everybody's forward. But at a 4-goal spread, even if you had a full game to make that the comeback, it's tough. Almost impossible, as Timo was saying. And now with a limited clock, forget about it.
Yeah. I mean, you shouldn't give up at any point of time, but 86 minutes, 4 goals needed to equalize. I mean, nah, this is not going to happen. And I think Josh has already accepted that.
Great little skill move combo with the ball roll and the Ronaldo shot to find that space there, but Patrick Vieira got the block on that. Would have been a nice way to finish.
Maybe 1 goal at the end with the counter-attack now after the corner. Nice heel to heel, but well predicted by Ferdinand. Well defended.
That's what I like to call the fake rainbow flick.
Everyone knows it.
And the key with the heel to heel is having a passing option that people think you might use. So before you use the heel to heel in the middle of the pitch, you're basically looking for another player running alongside you. As you see a tornado
at the end.
Nice consolation finish. Second tornado we've seen in the event.
I love that skill move. It's
Same.
always so unbelievable to watch. It's really, really nice, man.
It's fluid and it's cosmetically pleasing. It always makes me happy. I celebrate it when I watch it. I celebrate it when I score it. I celebrate it when I miss.
And the other thing is, as soon as you do it, you know that strike's going in. Like, do you know what I mean? It's so many positions that you see it. When you pull off the L29, and you're like, when I hit this, it's going in. And it's so many times. I mean,
the setup is just so smooth, man.
And that's it.
That's a wrap. It's a good way to go out. If you know you're going out, a little tornado makes you feel good inside. Yeah, highlight tape goal. You can use it for a compilation later. But that's survival day. That's the name of the game. Someone has to go home. Someone has to continue the journey. I know which side I'd like to be on out of those two.
There's only 16 spots. That's what these guys are fighting for firsthand. We have to remember that 64 players come here. It gets cut down pretty quickly. 16 spots available for London for that grand finals. As we say, there's 2 targets here for all these players. The first one is obviously getting to London, getting into those grand finals, and then it's all about maybe looking forward and trying to win this tournament. But Survival Day is harsh, man. You can find yourself in really, really tough positions that you don't want to be in on the first day of a tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely not the place you want to be in. You're going to feel the pressure every single time. But we're going to take a break. Make sure to stay tuned. We have a lot more action that's going to be coming live on stream. Our players are going to show up and do their thing, or are they going to be exiting? I mean, someone's got to exit. But we'll see you soon.
Hey, my name is Timo Sieb, alias Timox. I'm a professional FIFA player for VfL Wolfsburg, and I'm going to show you some tips and tricks on FIFA. Let's get started. When you have to score a goal very fast, like it's the 85th minute and your opponent is leading, and I would advise you to take the 3-4-2-1 formation because it's very offensive. Give your left mid the instruction to stay forward, the 2 center mids the instruction to stay forward as well, and your right midfielder as well, and go to all-out attack because you will have like 8 to 9 players around your opponent's box and you will have a big chance to score a goal. A good advice for FUT is to start with the 4-3-2-1 formation because it's easier for you to bring your whole team on chemistry than by using the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, and then you can change in-game to the 4-1-2-1-2 formation and just switch some players around and everyone has full chemistry. I hope you enjoyed my tips and tricks for FIFA 18. Catch you later.
Alex Hunter?
Yeah.
Forget them. They don't know anything. You're the greatest. Do you want my Coke? It's okay. You can have it.
Yeah, you're all right then.
Nobody's gonna believe me.
You got a phone?
Yeah.
Come here then.
We're the first ones here, and we're the last ones to leave. Being a kitman is key to the overall morale of a team. Getting kits ready is something I take a lot of pride in. My name is Sean Ruiz. I'm the equipment manager for the New York Red Bulls.
The FIFA 18 Global Series is brought to you in part by Kiwi, by Coca-Cola Gaming, and by Turtle Beach.
Welcome back, everyone, to Amsterdam for the FIFA 18 Global Series playoffs. I'm Jimmy Conrad. I'm joined by ChuBoi and Spencer Owen here on the couch. We've got one more round left on Survival Day, but there's already a few people out, one of which is my friend NYC Chris. I'm sorry I butchered that. It's just he made fun of me earlier in the show, and we're not friends right now. But see, karma, right?
Wow,
He's out.
I was gonna say,
I'm just saying.
Did you curse him? Or?
No, I did not. Of course I want him to do well. I always want MLS representation to do well. Now, guys, remember, we have a Twitch drop happening, so you got to link your EA and Twitch accounts. Go to ea.com/Twitch to make that happen. We've already dropped Arjen Robben and Luis Suarez. Now we have 7,500 Ultimate Packs and 25 Team of the Season Raheem Sterlings. ChuBoi, tell me how good of a card that is.
I can tell you the amount of rage that card has caused me. It's a testament to how good it is.
Okay, no. Tell me more about that rage.
Honestly, well, I'll just say that Sterling, for the price that you can get him for, is more valuable than Team of the Season Salah, in my opinion, because
Wow, that's a bold claim.
Yeah, I mean, when they both came out, I would say that Sterling was about 400K less expensive. So for what you get, I mean, you even get a better weak foot than Salah. Salah only has 2-star weak foot, so it's hard to get a lot of good uses out of him unless you're cutting in from the right or shooting from the left. Sterling, on the other hand, shoot with both feet, better weak foot, good pace. I mean, the pace is still unreal, and the dribbling is just as good as Salah, in my opinion.
So make sure you link your EA and Twitch accounts. That's what he's trying to say. Now let's take a look at the highlights of what we've gotten to so far in this tournament. Here we go. Here's a quick recap. MoAubameyang against #Boras. Nice goal there. Made it 4-2. MoAubameyang is 3-1 right now. #Boras is 2-2. Some highlights from their game. Always good to see N'Golo Kante score a diving header in the middle of the box.
I see you.
We see him. Here's Nicolas, who's 4-0 right now. Not too surprising if you follow the scene at all in PlayStation against joshingwood from Melbourne City. Unfortunately, joshingwood is gone out of the tournament. He is 0-4. Nicolas doing what he does best, not really reacting. There's a little reaction from him there. #Agge. Unfortunately, he's 1-3 right now. To get you updated on that against the Beast. That was a good goal there. But unfortunately, overall, he has not been doing particularly well. Not losing by too much, but just not getting the results that he needs. The Beast right now is 2-2, so he started off well but slowed down a bit. And then we hear Eisvogel, who won the PlayStation console in Manchester. He's 2-2 as well, scoring a couple good goals here. This was one of his wins. Good look at the Icebird. And then we got Cihan versus Yimmie. Cihan, I believe, lost his first game and has won 3 straight. He's 3-1 to lead the German contingent to a good spot. Yimmie here, scoring a good goal. A lot of emotion from him, as we expect, as always.
There it is. Bang.
There it is. How about that one? Gotta love the tornado. It's good. Such a good goal.
FifaUstun scored an even better one earlier.
Yes.
From outside the box, I think. Unbelievable.
Are there any names that surprise you,
Well, in
Spencer,
terms of people exiting the tournament, we're going to see some. So these are the guys that have gone out. You've got to say Chris and DrErhano. No disrespect to joshingwood or UFV knock, we're going to say, knock. But Chris is a big name. You know, he's been a finalist in a tournament last year. DrErhano's been around the scene for a long time. These guys not only have gone out, they've gone out the quickest possible way. 4 losses from 4 games. They'll be very disappointed with that.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Chris right after his 4th loss, and he just said that it just wasn't going my way. I mean, he was taking shots, they weren't going in. It was just like he felt like kind of helpless. And in this last match, he was playing extremely well against CocoVBastos, and you know, he just applied the pressure, and it just wasn't his day, to be honest.
Is that an excuse that you accept readily? Because it's easy to say, hey, things weren't going my way, but what will you do to fight your way out of that? Right? I mean, it's easy to say, well, this happened and that happened, but you lost 4 games. You know, I mean, you can't always just say it wasn't going my way. I mean, what could you do different, let's say?
Well, that's why, for me personally, the few names, there's not many of them, but the few names you see are consistently getting out of group stages and consistently getting to the end. Look at someone like Nicolas, for example. We're always talking about him. That's why he's such a good player, in my opinion, because excuses aside, they might not win every event, but if you get into the last sort of 8 or 4 players every time, that shows real ability, in my opinion.
Right.
The situation does change. You know, there's different circumstances. You might be a little bit ill one tournament. There's a lot of guys suffering things like that. The difference here is this is the one way to the final, so you have to be good here, just like the Olympics.
So do you think it's all here? In between the years?
I think it helps, definitely. If you've got like a good, you know, sort of mental stability and you're just very, very experienced in these situations, don't let too many things phase you, it can take you that extra 10, 15, 20% that makes a difference, even though you might not be as good as the person you're up against, technically.
Well, one player that I've been really impressed with is a JRA Lion. He lost 4 games in the first day in Manchester, got eliminated, went home, but here he's 4-0.
Yeah.
He's killing it. He's from Spain. He's another country, right, that doesn't always get the respect that it deserves.
Totally.
And he's showing up and playing well.
Yeah, I think a lot of the Spanish competitors in this event have really come through. I know they don't get a lot of recognition because I think, you know, the days of Alfonso Ramos back in FIWC, I think that's the last time we've seen Spain in the spotlight. So I think they're really showing that Spain is back. I think the La Liga Esports League has been a big help to that and bringing the more opportunities to these guys. So I think he's going to be doing well.
All right, we are obviously going to talk about a lot more players, but tell me a little bit, especially you, Spencer, about this World Cup mode. How excited are you for this download now.
I mean, listen, if you didn't already have World Cup fever, which I've had for a while, this is going to get you right in there because you can, not only can you play with brand new items, World Cup versions of players, you can create whole new teams using different chemistry styles.
New squad building challenges.
Yeah, new
Amazing.
SBCs, but like obviously the way the chemistry works in the World Cup mode is different. It's all about your confederation that you play for, where they're from internationally. So you can create links with players that normally you'd never get to put together, which is great. And even, you can go and play with teams that aren't in the World Cup. USA,
whoa, that's a big deal for me because the U.S. What are you pointing at, Chu? You're Canada represent.
I'm
Haven't been in the World Cup
I was born in Nigeria.
1986.
I was born in Nigeria.
All right, you're playing with Super Eagles. All right, you guys also have the nicest kit.
Exactly, which I cannot seem to find in any store whatsoever.
Yeah, if anybody has one, please hook up Chu. He needs some help.
Because I heard people in the UK were lining up like for hours just to get the kit and the jacket. If anybody's watching, give me the jacket.
Also, I love that the game has the official kits, official badges, the official ball, the official stadiums they're going to play in.
Yep.
So check out this trailer so you can learn some more.
Waiting is over here in Russia. And it's live.
I know when to fold them. It's not you, it's me. Don't even ask why it's over. I'm coming through, breaking in that window in the kitchen. Hang on and get the chance. That's how I made this beat. If you didn't know I need it right away. So when you see us in the street, better keep running. Post it up, who we coming?
It is a big day. On the biggest stage at the World Cup.
I wish that EA can make a trailer about my life. How awesome would my life look if it looked like that?
For just a trailer with cringy dad jokes.
Whoa, come on. Are we already going there? Come on, this is day 1 survival day. Can we wait till day 2 qualification day on that?
Hey, I mean, you got to be ready like these players. You gotta
That's
be
right.
ready.
All right. We got to be ready.
Survival day. You got to survive the roasting.
That's fair. Let's take a look at one of these stats. It's goals for throughout this tournament. Here's a top 10 list of these guys that have been hit in the back of the net.
Perfect 10.
Ustin scoring 10 goals a game. That is ridiculous. Marcuzo is third. Look like a Danish contingent. TheStrxngeR is no stranger to scoring goals. He's got 8.5. Maestro, 7.5. Joksan, California represent in 5th. Ronnie Yao, Nicolas, Milos, Iso Power, Bundled Bastafa. Lots of goals.
What I like about Ustin is he actually said before the tournament, I'm going to try and score the most amount of goals ever scored in the tournament. So it's not happened by accident. He's almost going for it.
Yeah, he's backing up his talk then.
Yeah, and he scores great goals as well. Not just a lot of them, often very good ones, including a really good El Tornado earlier.
Now, I know you got some stats for us.
I've got some fixtures is what I've got.
Oh, great.
Some round 5 fixtures.
Even better, because that's what's coming up next.
Big. So obviously there'll be a load of guys fighting for survival in this round, people that are 1 and 4. The likes of Fredberg going up against Milo SZ93. Hashtag Agge going against Yuwen from China. Riptorek going against Lies MTL. Bundled Blake Revenge going up against ilyamitkin. CocoVBastos going up against Vega Torres. Testio Tia going up against Famcinio. Envy Jazz going up against Zarate. So there's some of the sort of bottom end of the table games.
Sure.
But at the top end, we've got the 4 guys who are still in this undefeated with 4-0.
Now, they've already qualified.
They've qualified.
For qualification.
But seeding is still important.
Seeding very important.
How they finish in the group will determine who they play in that qualification game for London. Nicholas is going up against Marcuzo next.
Ooh.
That is the biggest game so far.
It just got hot up here.
So one of them will be
That
beaten.
is a killer game.
And JRA Lion is going up against Bayer Leverkusen Marv as well. So again, one of them will be beaten, will be defeated after that matchup. This is a great game. RBL Cihan versus FifaUstun. That is big.
I like that one as well.
MCFC Dito against TheStrxngeR.
I love that. 2 Germans getting after it.
Some great fixtures, but ultimately we're going to lose some more players, aren't we?
Yeah. So who do you think? Who do you like?
I mean, the interesting thing about these elimination games coming up is there's quite a few people you'd probably say are favourites in them.
Right, but the one that we're going to watch is hashtag Agge versus YuwenC.
Okay.
This is an elimination game.
This is, yeah.
So we're going to see that one in just a second, but how about we make a bet, us 3?
What do we bet?
Well, who's going to get farther? We already know the names. Not necessarily in this particular game.
Okay.
Just overall.
Well, I mean, people right now, Nicholas and Marcuzo are the two standout performers for me. Not to take anything away from Lion and Marv, also doing very well. I like Uston. I do like Uston. Dito versus TheStrxngeR is a really good match because I think they'll both go quite far into this. But honestly, a lot of it's going to come down to seeding because if they get a really tough matchup in the last 32, it could knock out some favourites.
So, I mean, the obvious choices are Nicolas. He's been fantastic, always consistently fantastic.
Yeah.
But Eisvogel, he lost 2 group games in Manchester, ended up winning the console final over there over Zezinho, who I don't think we should discount. I don't know if the Brazilians always get the love and respect that they deserve, so a shout out to him and Abrucio for doing very well. Abrucio's 3-1, Zezinho's 3-1. Now, I would say Eisvogel's 2-2, so he's lost 2 games already.
Exactly. He's going up against...
But he did it before, so maybe he can figure out a way to make a good run.
Oh, definitely don't count him out. He's going up against Crazy Fat Gamer next.
Yes.
I mean, how do you prepare for a Crazy Fat Gamer?
Yeah, I don't know how you... I don't know how anyone prepares
his
for Crazy
name,
Fat Gamer.
Yeah, that's not what we're calling him. That is his name. We have to call him that. Anyway, we're underway now in this elimination game. One of these 2 players will be leaving us. Will it be #Agge from Denmark? Will it be YuwenC from China?
Yeah, lots at stake here. I assume anytime you're 1-3, you're a little disappointed that you found yourself in this position. So we'll see who has the mental strength, as we talked about earlier, to fight through this, to fight through the disappointment, and to right the ship, as it were.
The crucial thing about these guys now is whatever happens, whoever wins it is still in this knockout situation for the rest of the tournament now. They have to win every remaining game they have. That's the goal.
There it is. So huge for Agge to get off with a good first goal. YuwenC, I feel like when you're in 1-3, something doesn't go your way right away, your head goes immediately down. YuwenC does look like he's feeling a little disappointed that he's down yet again. He's got to fight back. Agge, that's got to be a sense of relief.
Definitely a sense of relief. I mean, Agge's, I think he's got the willpower to get through this situation. I believe he did the same thing in Barcelona when he made a comeback. So, I mean, he's got the #hits in the game. I mean, what other moral support would you need when you see your own kid in the game? I'm a fan of the purple one, if I'm being honest with you, Spencer, but he chose the blue. I'm a big fan of that purple.
He's got the purple one on in real life, to be fair, so he's repping both.
No, you gotta go matching, man. You gotta go matching. But
I've been watching a lot of Agge's game today, and he's having a lot of shots. Like most games, in fact, I think every single game he's outshot his opponent. Obviously not getting the goals though to come from that, and even the goal he got then, I didn't think his actual first shot was particularly powerful. It looked like he dragged it a little bit, got a little bit fortunate on the rebound, so it doesn't feel like we're seeing the true Agge in front of goal at the moment. If he can get into the swing of things, now's the time to do it, of course, and he can still get out of the group, and he can still go on and win the whole tournament, theoretically speaking, but he needs to improve in front of goal for me.
I like what I'm seeing from YuwenC. I mean, you know, FIFA Online 3 player, correct?
Yeah.
And he's picked up the dribbling of FIFA 18 very nicely. I'm seeing him use the left stick dribbling, which is probably the best way to dribble versus skill moves, in my opinion, because the defenders have a harder time reacting to your movement. So you can send them one way, do a quick turn to the other, especially with players who have high agility like your Heung-min Sons. You can do a quick mid-animation switch in direction.
What a save.
Oh, what a save.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable save. You can do a quick mid-animation turn, which sends defenders packing. I think YuwenC has figured that out in a very short time.
Nice turn back inside with Ronaldo there for Agge. Messi 1-2, gets it back.
Oh, great tackle there by Kyle Walker. Couple good saves, defensive plays on both sides. Aggie still up 1-0 in leg 1 of round 5 of the group stages. This is the FIFA 18 Global Series playoffs presented by PlayStation. This is an elimination game. Both of these players are 1-3. Things have not necessarily gone their way, but there's still hope. And that's what we love about this format. You always have a chance until you don't have a chance. Like that?
I like that.
That's why I went to college, everybody. Agge in control right now. Trying to mount some form of attack. YuwenC doing pretty good defensively. All things considered, still down 1-0. But definitely not out of sorts or out of his element in this matchup. Agge with a ton of experience.
See Wes Tanzer there.
AKA the White Conte, I believe.
Yeah, that's his nickname. Obviously cheering on Agge and Boras right now, both in action. Agge's game more crucial at the moment because it is an elimination matchup. Boras currently on 2-2, so even if he was to lose this one, he'd go into tomorrow regardless. Agge still trying to get into tomorrow. George Hughes there, not forgetting to hashtag it either. Fantastic.
So if you're UNC, you're from China, this is your first big tournament like this, you're 1-3. Are you
You're now going up against the former world champion?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, how are you feeling at this point? Are you exhausted? Are you still got the energy, the pep? I mean, you need something to go your way, right? I mean, I'm not necessarily a believer in luck. I believe luck is when preparation meets opportunity. So I think you create your own luck. But it's sometimes hard to create your own luck when you don't believe in what you're doing or believe in what's worked for you up to this point.
I mean, I think that either way, I think he should be happy with what has happened. In fact, just qualifying for the event, learning FIFA 18 in such a short time. I know he probably plays it quite a lot recently, but I mean, maybe less so than some of the other competitors. I think the fact that even to win one game out of the best of the best of the best here in Amsterdam, I don't think it's anything to be ashamed of, even if he goes out.
So you think that his trophy is getting to this spot? I mean, that accomplishment in itself is a big deal, and obviously representing China, and he won one game. That's something to be proud of. Not to say he's going to lose this one, but
no, I think even that, but just even challenging the best of the best.
Right.
I think getting one win especially is very good.
I don't disagree, and I think these guys are made some stern stuff. They're very strong competitors, but ultimately, if they want to kick on, they want to be part of this competitive community and win championships, they need to be delivering at these tournaments, because if they're qualifying through different game modes, ultimately they're only really going to be judged on what they do on this game mode. So, yeah, they need to get more time to it. Of course, I completely understand they haven't had as much access to it as other players have, so they need to have that opportunity. But ultimately, they have to be aiming to making a splash at these tournaments, and that means at least getting in the last 16 so you can play in the World Championships, the World Final.
Maybe this is something that UNC can build off of, just like JRI Lion did in Manchester, where he lost 4 games. He went 1-4 and then came back to this event, qualified, and is now 4-0, and is the cream of the crop right now so far in the tournament.
Yeah, and I was talking to one of the coaches, I think the coach of the FIFA Online player, TD Keen, who says he's a big fan of us, by the way.
That's very nice. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I love him too.
Exactly. And he was like, you know what? It's great that the FIFA Online 3 guys are here. They are happy for this opportunity, but he says in the future, they really want to prove themselves and qualify using straight up weekend league, using straight up like regional tournaments for FIFA 18 or FIFA 19 in the future. They want to prove that it's not just them having to appear at this tournament, that they want to grind through the process like everybody else.
So only 1-0 right now to hashtag Agge, first half of leg 1. So a lot to play for UNC.
Yo, Fer Perry looks like
nothing
awesome.
to.
Look at that.
Yeah, Fer Perry does look pretty sweet there on the side.
Yeah, UNC very much still in this game. We're 1/4 of the way for the 2-legged match. Only 1-0 down, and he's not looked out of place. He's had a few opportunities here and there around the edge of the box. I think he's got a chance here. Agge really needs to improve his advantage before it's too late, because like I said, this is an elimination game. He's been conceding far too many goals today.
And not scoring too many either, and I think that's evident of that first half. I feel like we see a few more goals from him.
Yeah, I mean, he needs a performance, I think, to give him some confidence going into tomorrow. Like, we can't take for granted he's going to win this at all. This could easily not go his way, but if he does win it, he needs to win it with a bit of panache, I think, going into tomorrow, feeling like, I'm back, a little bit of time to rest, to recoup, come tomorrow as a new Agge, and potentially get those wins he needs. But he's not in tomorrow yet. If he doesn't win this, it could be UNC we're talking about instead.
Yeah, there's a comment down there on the bottom that said, just a typical day for Marcuzo. No big deal.
Particularly on a typical Friday.
Yeah.
He loves playing FUT Champions on Fridays, getting 40 wins on the Friday, going up against loads of pros. So he's used to performing on Fridays. The question is, how will he do on Saturday?
This guy gets a 40-0 before I even turn on my app. I'm actually mad at that guy. I turn on Twitter. I'm looking through Twitter, and I see, oh, great 40-0, it was a good afternoon. I'm like, this guy finished 40-0 in an afternoon?
If you can do it, why not? Because it means you get to go and have a normal weekend. Instead of having your whole weekend consuming playing 8, 9, 10 games, he gets 40 done in one go. Don't know how he mentally takes it every week, but he does it. He does it really well.
I mean, the man has his priorities straight. I asked him why he completes these so quickly on Friday. He says because he wants to spend time with his girlfriend on the weekend. So shout out to all the girlfriends and spouses and significant others who support our FIFA Pro players.
Always the unsung heroes, I think, of anybody's success.
Always.
Not necessarily the ones that are holding the controllers or doing the work on the field. It's the ones that behind the scenes that are keeping those people propped up when they're not feeling good about themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I have a few of those people in my life as well that deserve more recognition than they get. Here we are in the second half of the first leg between #Agge.
We'll get that.
Get off his feet. It's a big miss there. Has a good look at both corners. Try to hit that far corner. Still 1-0.
Agge not sure why that went so far off. You can see by the look of his face, you know, Messi on his left foot. You expect that to go in the bottom right corner there.
Maybe a microcosm of his day so far, right? Just things not falling into place for him. But he still has a chance.
Still has a chance. We see YuwenC with the attack here. But Vieira can't get past Agge Sergio Ramos. One of the most beastly defenders in this game.
Nothing like seeing a center back come out of the back, dribbling, having some fun down the sideline. Remember Lucio, the Brazilian?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Amazing player.
That's
amazing.
all he would do all the time, just bomb forward.
Amazing inform in FIFA, by the way, back in the days. FIFA 12, FIFA 13, if you guys remember.
Yeah, fantastic player. Kind of miss him. I mean, David Luiz is kind of the new version of him, I'd say.
Oh, yeah, I mean, David Luiz. Oh, what a save. Oh, are you kidding me? David De Gea. Best goalkeeper in the world. Facts.
See if YuwenC can actually turn this into a sustainable attack, get something on goal. Agge's defense so far has been very good throughout this first leg. For everybody just joining us, this is an elimination game. Both of these players are 1-3. They're trying to survive on survival day so they can have a chance to qualify on qualification day, day 2, with the hopes of making it to decision day on day 3 and get that golden ticket to the FIFA World Cup Grand Final in London in August. A lot to play for. Oh, is that an own goal?
No, that looks like a straight
Thierry Henry's taking full credit for it.
What? Goal from Thierry Henry.
No reaction from YuwenC, but he's got to be happy with that. Don't know what the center back's doing there. I would have a word with him if I was the other center back. You got to clear that out. That is a dangerous area. Leaves De Gea no chance. It's 1-1 now in leg 1. Still have a leg 2 to contest. But that is not what #Agge needed at this moment. He'd been playing pretty stout defense up to this point.
Do you want some other scores, Jimmy? I've got some
I
updates for you.
Statman Spen.
Okay. Lies MTL is 2-1 up against Method Riptorek. That is an elimination game. Eggsy is 2-1 down to Ice Principe as well.
They're both 3-1, those two. So that's Principe showing up in this tournament.
I told you about Principe.
I know you did. You told us not to sleep on him.
He doesn't like the hype.
Eggsy, though, is coming out of nowhere as well. He's been playing very well. He's 3-1.
Another elimination game between CocoVBastos and Vega Torres. Vega Torres winning that one 1-0 last time I checked. Tomatin Marius is 1-1 with Ibumski. What else have we got here? The Stranger and Dito 0-0 last time I saw that one. 1-0 to Lev Vinken against PSV Igun 96. Nightwatch is drawing 1-1 with Maestro right now. Nightwatch doing quite well today, has to be said. MoAubameyang 0-0 with Webb. That's a good game as well. Cody the finisher 1-0 up.
Agge, let's go. Let's go, Agge, with that low-driven finish. I believe that was from the R9 Ronaldo. Sorry to interrupt you there, Spencer.
Fine. He's back on top in the game. His teammate, #Boras, is 1-0 against ISO Power. That's a 2-2 matchup. Danny Fink 1-0 against Abrucio. I think we're just about up to date, Chu. JRA Lion against Marv is an unbeaten matchup, and that's currently 1-0 to JRA Lion. Fuckwiz Honey Badger is 2-1 up against Curl.
Okay.
You don't mess with the Honey Badger.
Crazy Fat Gamer is beating Eisvogel 1-0.
Wow.
FifaUstun is beating Cihan 1-0 also. And last time I saw it, Marcuzo is 1-0 up against Nicholas.
Ooh. That's a fantastic matchup. All right, we'll keep you abreast of all the scores as they're happening. That's Statman Spen putting on his Statman hat. But here, Agge with that big vital goal. 2-1 right before the end of leg 1. YuwenC's got a few more minutes here to try to make a difference to even things up before leg 2 begins. Pretty methodical in his approach. Seems to like to have a lot of possession, not as much counter-attacking.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't take a lot of shots, if I'm being honest with you, but he might prove me wrong here. I don't see him with a lot of attempts on goal. I mean, from the few attempts he made so far, he did score. So definitely taking his time and being very patient. Heel to heel, yes.
Oh, that is cheeky.
What attack
referee.
Oh.
Studs were showing there.
The problem he had there is he had no attacking support, so it was obvious he was going to have to try and do something with Ronaldo. And I think ultimately that just bought enough time for the defender to make a pretty brave tackle like that in the box going to ground, but timed it well.
Yeah, I love the cheeky back heel there. Just cheeky skill moves in general. Whoa, wow. Ronaldo's so quick to get a shot off his feet.
He needs to do a bit more of that in the second leg, I think. Just taking some finesse shots with the Prime R9 or with Ronaldo, trying to test Agge's keeper. YuwenC, let's see more of that next.
Yeah, so leg one is done. Agge's the 2-1 winner, but he still has 90 in-game minutes left to go to survive survival day and move on to qualification day. Lot to play for. He knows what's at stake. Take a good look at him there. He can probably hear us, but he'll act like he's not going to hear us, and I appreciate that. So, you said YuwenC. You're him now. He's got to be more aggressive, right?
Yeah, I think definitely more aggressive. Hopefully, maybe he's not giving Agge too much, I guess, respect. Maybe, you know, he's seen Agge, knows he's the world champion. You know, he's coming into FIFA 18 here in Amsterdam, and maybe he thinks, you know, maybe Agge is a better player than me, so I'm going to sit back a bit, be more patient. But, I mean, you're here in a big tournament, go for it. Always try to match your opponent. Right? Never think that they're better than you.
You got to go for it.
And I think he needs to definitely take more shots.
Yeah, that's always a key to success, right? You don't shoot, you don't score. I think that's pretty simple there. Also, we want to give some love to one of our sponsors, Turtle Beach. So make sure you tweet at Turtle Beach using the hashtag SoundDefense for a chance to win an Elite Pro headset courtesy of Turtle Beach. Fantastic headsets.
I see what they did there, sound defense.
Yeah, you like that?
Turtle Beach, I got you. You guys are funny.
Like
also,
that.
they spelled defense the proper way, the English way. We can see.
Oh, that's the proper way?
Really?
Because that's the way you spell it?
I mean,
typical English.
Like, okay, you guys like brought the world football, but you're not even like good at it. Like, oh god, I just probably like pissed off a lot of people. But you know what I mean? Like, is that
people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones at you.
Hey,
whether you're Nigerian or Canadian, either way, you're not very good.
Hey, look, there's a friendly tomorrow, Nigeria versus England. Whoever wins that, we'll see.
Bragging rights?
Yeah.
All right, we'll see about that.
I'll take those.
Now, again, Sven, hypothetically speaking, say you're the manager or coach of Agge, okay? What are you informing him with? And any information at 2-1? Or let's say it's not Agge, let's just say it's
well, I mean, this is the thing. We talked about YuwenC, right? That's why the two-legged fixture is good, because you get that first leg fixture to feel him out, particularly if you're not left too far behind, which he's not. There's only one goal in it. So he's the one coming into this with more information now, because he's got a bit more experience playing against Agge. Maybe understands what he thinks works against him, what he thinks doesn't. Agge obviously has won that game, but he'll probably be a little bit frustrated that he hasn't got more goals because, yeah, we've seen massive comebacks in these tournaments. 4 goals down, people come back. So 2-1 is certainly not safe. He will mostly just be thinking he's still not playing his true FIFA right now. And he'll be looking to show the world a little bit of an example of that before today is up. This is the final game of today, and it is an elimination game, so he can't afford to slip up. He's put the pressure on himself with some poor earlier results. Now's the time to make the world remember what #Agge is all about.
That's the pep talk that I think he needs heading into leg 2. We're going to stay with this matchup for now. If anything else exciting happens, we will change over to that game. And then, of course, Spencer will keep us up to date on all the scores as they're happening. So this is the second leg of an elimination game between #Agge and YuwenC. Agge won 2-1 in the first leg. Still, maybe not a big enough of a lead to make him feel comfortable, but he's still in control as it goes into this. They're both 1-3. They lose, they go home. They win, they go 2-3 with a chance at qualification day to get that 4th win.
Oh,
get to the round of 32, and then you got to get to the round of 32 to get the round of 16. And from there, you get the invite to the FIFA E World Cup in London in early August.
#Agge picked the pocket of the defender there with Messi, but he was unable to make it count. Would have been a cruel goal for Yuwen to concede, but a crucial one for Agge to extend that lead. Next goal will be massive in this match.
Oh, guys, EA just dropped the ultimate team this season, the best of the best team this season. Players making a return.
Oh,
also
let's read them,
dropped a DKT De Ligt from Ajax, the center back. Beastly stats, I'm just going to read them out. 93 center back, 85 pace, 71 shooting, 85 passing, 85 dribbling.
Sounds like my
93
stats.
defending, 94 physical. What a tank. I think the Ajax fans here in Amsterdam are going to love that one. What a beast.
Wow.
Could be moving in the summer. Links with him to Spurs, perhaps?
Perhaps.
Following his old teammate, Davinson Sanchez?
Yeah, I'm guessing they're just going to take Ajax's entire defense eventually.
Good ball down the line here for Cristiano Ronaldo. And Agge Rosemeyer cutting inside, creating some space for himself. Got a switch on if he wants it, but instead he goes into Messi. Messi, not the best of pass, and that's been the story of Agge's tournament so far. He's losing the ball with some pedestrian passing, really, which is not what we come to expect from the Dane.
Yeah, there's good immediate pressure there from Agge, and then forces a turnover, but he gives it right back. Got to make those passes count, make those turnovers count, especially when the other team is all over the shop.
Now a chance for YuwenC to counter, but he loses the ball to Rdouble. Now it's with Kyle Walker, who's going to switch it over to the opposite fullback, Marcelo, for Agge. Marcelo inside to Patrick Vieira now. Patrick Vieira's got a little bit of room in front of him. Stretches his legs a little bit in the middle, does a 1-2 with Kyle Walker. Goes back to Kyle Walker, he's got a ball down the line to Neymar here, the 5-star skiller, 5-star weak foot. Popular choice as Maldini finds Kyle Walker, and Agge just buying some time. Patrick Vieira into Rdouble. Can he get the pass in? Looking for Messi at the top of the box. Perhaps R9 Ronaldo through the middle would have been a better shout there. And now Yuwen again with a chance to get back in this leg. Messi into Ronaldo. Finds Marcelo, who's getting forward from left back. Keeps hold of the ball under pressure. Nice passing in to Ronaldo, into Messi, to Vieira. Both players using very similar 11s here. Ronaldo on the edge. Finds Thierry Henry, who seems to not be featuring in Agge's team, which is interesting considering he's an Arsenal fan. But it's not all about who you support, it's about who works for you in the game.
He supports Arsenal?
He does.
Oh, wow.
After, I'd say Henry is probably one of the players that's come out of teams the most since the last few players come out, particularly since 96 Ronaldo came about. In previous tournaments, we were seeing a lot of Thierry. Now I feel like he's less likely to be in the team than he is to be in there.
Honestly, I'm actually a bit disappointed with the prime Henry. It's not as overpowered as I would have expected Henry. I mean, Henry for me, probably the best striker the Premier League that the Premier League's ever seen. I think Henry prime, not as strong as I would have expected, not as fast as I would have expected. Like it says 93 pace, but it didn't feel 93 pace in my opinion. Maybe that's due to the body type that he has in game. But I think you're right. We see him a lot less nowadays because you can put the likes of the new, I guess you could say, you could put Prime R9. You could put Goretzka in certain positions if you want. And you're not going to replace Prime R9 and ST with Henry. No chance at all.
Free kick on the edge of the box here for Agge. Can he make it count and go 3-1 up in this second leg? Lays it short to Messi!
Oh, what a goal.
Unbelievable goal.
A lovely strike. 3-1, that makes it, which is also both these players' records right now, or should I say 1 and 3.
I blew the whistle just to show everybody how excited I was about that goal. It's fantastic. We are now going to switch over to Nicolas versus Marcuzo. Marcuzo up 2-1 over Nicolas.
Big. These guys both unbeaten, both currently on 4-0. Whoever wins this will be on 5-0. So great bragging rights, great seeding. Of
course.
They already know they're through to next tomorrow to qualification day.
So I wonder how that changes the mentality of this one, because obviously you want to win, but you're also like, well, I'm in. I made the round of 32. Maybe take your foot off the gas pedal a bit. No,
not these two. These two want to win. Very competitive in my opinion. They're very quiet, but I believe they're very competitive players. They always want to prove to be the best, and I think these two guys might be possibly the top 5 players on PlayStation, and they want to keep it that way.
Now, Sven, tell me how important is the seeding in all of them?
Well, really important, more important than ever, because how you get on in this group now is going to define who you play in that first knockout round if you go through. And who you play in that first knockout round, how you get on in that game, is going to decide whether you qualify for the grand final in London. So, for example, if you finish 6-0, as one of these guys may, you're going to go up against someone with a 4-win, 3-loss record, which is like the scraping your way through. So the worst you can be and still go through, basically, against the best you can be. So theoretically, that should suggest an easier opponent than, say, if you go up against someone with a I don't know, 5-2 record.
Right.
So, yeah, it's important. Even if one of these guys is going to lose the game, if they go and win their next one, they'll still have a very, very healthy record. But it could start a little bit of a downward trajectory. We've seen a lot of people get 4-0 and then end up going through 4-3, which is not what you want when you have such a good start.
Now, and it's also kind of the same mentality that you have when you start the round of 16, because you've already qualified for London, but you still want that seeding when you get to London at the E-World Cup Grand Final.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, that's really important. This guy has probably got less to prove than Marcuzo has, because everyone knows Nicholas has got the staying power to go all the way to the final, which we haven't seen Marcuzo really do yet. He won the Club World Cup last year with Brøndby, but he's since moved to Man City. But look at that, 8 goals against is fantastic. And yeah, as you said, seeding for London is crucial. We've already seen on the Xbox side, the seeding people have got is going to define how hard their group is.
Now, what I love about this is that I talked about it at the top of the show. Goals against. Not to say that goals for aren't important. Obviously, you need goals to win games. But it seems like the top competitors are the ones that really shore up things defensively. What do you think about the defense? Because sometimes guys get through, they've scored 34, they've given up 34, but those games are too loose for me. The ones that really consistently always get to the final or get to the furthest rounds seem to have things tightened up. They always have a goal difference of maybe +10 to +20.
Yeah, I would say in a big tournament like this, being better at defense is better than being better in attack. Because I think FIFA 18 is a very offensive game, but the one thing you can try to like contain is just defending. If you can obviously concede less, then you're better off. And I think that it's harder to master defending. So if you do master defending, you have such a great advantage in this game, in my opinion.
Good. I'm glad you agree with me, Chu. That's always pretty awesome in my eyes. Now, if you guys want to join the conversation, use the hashtag FIFA eWorld Cup and then tag EA Sports FIFA, and you'll have your comment on screen, or we'll read it and we'll talk about it, we'll discuss it. We just want you guys to be involved. Who do you like to win it now that you've seen 4 or 5 rounds? That's what we want to know, so let us know on all the social media platforms. Here's a good look at Nicolas. We're going to be jumping in to leg 2 right now. There's Marcuzo getting set up, ready to go, getting comfortable.
You know, Nicholas won his 3rd round game 9-0. Remember, that's two games.
That's impressive.
2 legs. Didn't concede a goal against the player of quality, Diego, G9096. He's a very good player. So, yeah, he's just not conceding. His record today so far is 5-3 against joshingwood, 5-3 against Stefano Pina, 9-0 against Diego, 7-2 against Webb. Yeah, he's just quality at both ends, Nicholas.
Yeah, and he's using 4-2-3-1. He's one of the few guys going with it. It was much more popular at the start of the year, 4-2-3-1. A lot of people now going on 4-1-2-2, but the thing that Nicholas is so good at with this formation is that, you know, you only have 1 striker. You're not going to get a ton of goals, but with the 2 CDMs, of course, you're going to concede less. And someone who's so good in defending, and like Nicholas, he's going to take advantage of that, concede a lot less, but he's so good at attacking as well, and he knows how to hold up the play with the lone striker, bring the center attacking mid into the game, and play off the wingers as well. Like he's probably going to do it right now.
Oh, he just megged him. Oh, he put it through his legs. That was fantastic. If you're just joining us now, this is a game between 2 undefeated heavyweights in this tournament. They're both 4-0. Nicholas is going from left to right in the, orangish peach? I don't even know how to say that. And then from right to left, it's Man City's Marcuzo. He is in the Man City kits, the black ones. And he's got the 2-1 lead after leg 1.
Marcuzo's record to get here, not as impressive as Nicholas's, but he'd probably come up against harder opponents. He beat Rdouble TT 6-4, then he beat Yimmie 7-1. Then he had a really tight game against TheStrxngeR, and he won 9-8.
Which is great.
Which is great. And then he played Maestro, and he won 10-4. So he scored lots of goals.
That's probably the most impressive result that I think he's had thus far.
Scored 10 against Maestro. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and to beat him by 6 as well.
Yeah.
It wasn't like it was a close one like against TheStrxngeR. So Marcuzo playing at his highest level right now, and no better time to peak in your FIFA 18 season than right now to try to qualify for London in the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final there in August.
Oh, back post header.
Oh, that is some back post cheddar, as Chu says. It's now 2-2. What a goal. I love the back post cheddar.
Dude.
You can make hay back there.
It's so overpowered in this game. If you just make that early cross to the back post, you got Ronaldinho there. I wasn't sure Ronaldinho would be that good at heading, but he buries it, that prime R9, 94 rated, with a 94 rated looking goal.
I think this is a real treat for everybody watching at home, for us here on the couch. These are 2 of the top players on PlayStation. They're so, so good at the game in so many different ways, both offensively and defensively. You should be taking notes, is what I'm trying to say.
This is nice. Really good.
Oh, penalty.
Penalty.
We got a pen. Referee.
Box.
Sergio Ramos, not a surprise. Getting a,
I think
get a yellow too?
Just been inside the box.
Well, you should get one for yelling at the referee. That's disrespectful, Sergio. Here we go. Ooh, that looks inside to me.
I think
that's inside.
I think it's inside.
So Marcuzo could be stepping up here for a penalty. Yes, it is. CR7. Here we go. Oh, it's R9. Oh, no.
No.
Wow.
Saved it.
Genuinely in this game, the guys prefer to do the low penalties. They're not going to put a lot of power on them. They're not going to even put them in the corner necessarily. It's just about the low, because then the keeper has to, when you're controlling the keeper, not only do you have to dive the right way, you have to tell them to go low, because often you go over it instead. So it's ultimately giving the opponent more things they've got to guess right. But if you don't put it in the corner, like that wasn't, it's going to be easier for the keeper to get something on.
Well, things evened out because Nicolas missed a penalty in the first game.
Oh, wow.
So all things square on that. This game's pretty even between two pretty even competitors. Good defending there from Marcelo.
See, with Marcuzo, one of the things I'd like to see from him going forward is a stronger performance in the knockout stages, because we've seen him do this before. We've seen him do really well in the groups and then sort of lose it previously. Like, for example, in Manchester, he only went through 4-3, but he scored lots of goals. Then he got knocked out in the first.
Barcelona, though, he did really well in the group
first
stages.
round. Yeah, again, Barcelona, he won 6 of his 7 games, but he got knocked out in the first elimination match. So what's interesting is both tournaments this year, he's got to that round of 32 and he's lost. And that, if he does that again, will mean he doesn't qualify for London. He has to go one better than he's gone so far this year if he's going to be in London.
Yeah, that's his big challenge then. It's just to get out of the round of 32 and book his spot. I'm sure he knows what's at stake. Also, to prove my point from earlier, Nicolas is number 2 overall in this tournament out of 64 players in goal difference, and Marcuzo is 3rd. So being a good attacker, also being a good defender makes a big difference. He's not too surprising, probably stating the obvious there, but I just wanted to prove my point.
It's a great match.
That's why I'm here.
This is nice. Shot. Oh, it's beautiful from Nicolas. It's what he does. 3-2.
See the stranger over there, over his shoulder, probably taking notes, checking out Nicolas's 3rd goal overall.
This is a massive match because we've seen Marcus have a huge result against Maestro, that 10-4 victory. But does he believe deep down he's Nicolas standard? Does he believe that he's got enough to win a tournament, not just get qualification, to win? Or is he already thinking, you know what, as long as I just get to the last 32 and win that match? Or is he thinking, you know what, I'm here to win? Because I guarantee you that's what Nicolas is thinking. I don't think we'll see a smile from Nicolas when he secures, and he inevitably will secure, a top 16 finish. We won't see him smile. We might not even see him smile if he wins
won
the
the trophy.
I'm not sure.
He'd be $35,000 richer with the trophy in his hand. Like, yeah, all right. I did exactly what I wanted to do. I get it.
It won't be before that point, that's for sure.
I've seen him post selfies where he smiles. He's a happy guy, man, just when it comes to FIFA.
I'm not saying he's not happy. I'm saying he's so kind of concentrated on his end goal, and he doesn't come here to qualify. He comes here to win. That's a crucial thing for me. I think a lot of guys, there's nothing wrong with it, because it's an amazing achievement to qualify for the grand final. But I think a lot of the guys here come with a mentality of get to last 16, which I think when you come up against a really high competitor is going to work against you. If you believe, obviously only one person can be right, but if you believe deep down in your core that you're here to win the title, then I think when you come up against someone like that in that sort of match, you're going to have the upper hand. I think that's what Nicolas has here. I'm not saying Marcuzo doesn't, but I want to see it from him.
Well, they do have a history. When Marcuzo was on that good run in Barcelona in the group stages, he did beat Nicolas 9-7.
Wow.
But then, as you mentioned, the next game he went on and lost in penalties to Stefano Pinna.
It will be a real harsh one for Marcus if he gets out the group and then gets knocked out in the last 32 again, because it will be the story of his season. He's one of the most consistent and like aggressively confident qualifiers when it comes to FUT Champions in terms of playing all his games on the Friday. And he's no doubt a top player, but it will just mean that the sort of upper echelon of competitive FIFA has been outside of his grasp all year, and I'd like to see him kick on. I think he was a good pickup for Man City when they signed him, along with Dito. But ultimately, they're looking with those signings. They're showing the intent. They want to be in the conversation of, you know, potential World Cup final winners. So they need their guys to qualify to do that.
We're nearing the end here of the first half of the second leg between Nicolas and Marcuzo, 2 undefeated heavyweights here at this tournament so far. two of the best players out of the 64 players sitting in these Sparko chairs. And Nicolas is up 3-2. We'll see if he can create a bigger lead here before halftime ends. Or approaches, excuse me, and there it is. Oh, what a save by De Gea.
Big save.
I got a little ahead of myself. I thought it was hitting the back corner. But De Gea with a big save keeps Marcuzo and the scoreline to just 1 goal difference. And there it is, it's halftime. Nicolas has got to be happy. He was down a goal before the game started, and now he's 1 up. And Marcuzo's got some work to do, Chu. Any subs, any changes do you think that he makes at this point?
Not just yet, I would say. I think he sticks to what he's got going right now. I think when you get to 65 minutes or so.
65 is when squeaky bum time starts for you.
That's when squeaky bum time starts. I think maybe, you know, go more attacking. It would be great to see what kind of subs he's making right now. I think I hear some substitutions being made. But yeah, I would stick to the plan until about 65 minutes or so.
All right. Well, I'm making a sub.
Okay, again.
Spencer's out.
Okay.
I'm chucking you off the couch.
Spence.
I'm doing hashtag for hashtag. Hashtag Agge's coming on,
I can live
and
with
you're
that.
going out. You're okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine.
That's a sub you're comfortable with. So hashtag Agge is coming on after his big win over YuwenC. Agge, thank you for joining us. Much appreciated. Have a seat, get comfortable. So, 2-3 after 5 games. Still got a lifeline heading into day 2, qualification day. How are you feeling?
I'm not feeling really good right now. I'm obviously disappointed, didn't expect to be in this situation. But I just told myself now it's just knockout phase all the way, because if I lose, I go out. If I win, I'm 1 step closer. And well, yeah, as I said, I didn't expect to be in this situation. Like I felt really helpless today that every single margin went against me, especially in this 1-2 game just before. So yeah, it was good to have a win now and hopefully recharge the batteries a bit, because tomorrow it's a new day and maybe I'm gonna win the entire thing. Next day nobody knows it's FIFA. So yeah, we'll just have to see.
Will you stick around here for our second half and call this game with us? Nicolas?
Commentate, yeah, sure. Who's he playing?
It's Nicolas versus Marcuzo.
Ooh, my sparring partner against Nicolas. That's nice.
Yes.
We got a biased guy here, though.
That's okay.
Danish,
as long as we know his bias, then it's all good.
So what's the score right now?
Right now, Nicolas is up 3-2. We're in the start of the second half of the second leg. Marcuzo was up 2-1 prior to this game starting, but Nicolas is up 2-0 in this game to make it 3-2.
Interesting. It's like 2 kind of different game styles. Marcus is kind of more skiller, playing a bit more direct. He likes to use his 2 strikers a lot, doing a lot of creative things with him, while Nicolas is more like a position-based player who plays the 4-2-3-1. And is one of the very few players this year who succeeded playing this formation, because it's really hard to play with, I feel at least. I've always been a 4-2-3-1 guys, but now this year I had to change the 2 strikers. So I'm very impressed by Nicolas throughout the entire year, that he just keep being so consistent. And here, Marcus.
Now, why do you think I saw a lot of people use 4-2-3-1 at the start of the year in the first couple tournaments. How come you've seen the switch to 2 striker formations coming to the end of FIFA 18?
I think because it's always been like the safe choice to play the 4-2-3-1. Because it's always been very solid defensively, and people want to have a secure defense going into these tournaments. But since it's FUT and since it's a new game every year, this year people just discovered maybe that it's not the best formation for them anymore. And you also see the likes of Gorilla, who kind of, you know, revolutionized.
Yeah.
Revolutionized.
How do you say it?
Yeah, you got it.
The FIFA scene, like.
Whoa, Nicolas gets a big, giant goal that gives him a 2-goal advantage over Marcuzo. He's got to be disappointed. He had the lead coming into leg 2. We'll take a look here. Thought we were going to get a replay, but instead we're going to see some changes here. So you're down 2 goals. You know Marcus quite well.
Yeah.
What would you do in this situation, especially against a player as talented as Nicolas?
I think it's interesting to see that he switched to the diamond. I just saw, so maybe he's going to change to something more offensive. I know that he's maybe relaxed a bit more now since he's already through, but he also knows that it's very important for the seedings in order to beat. And he also wants to send a statement by beating Nicolas, the guy everyone wants to beat, I guess. So I think maybe he will change to maybe back to 4-2-2. He started to rock that some months ago. Otherwise, we will probably see him in a 3-4-2-1. I'm just not sure if it's too early to go.
Yeah, what minute would you start to make changes to try to get back into it, knowing that you'll probably be vulnerable at the back because you'll be susceptible to counterattacks?
I mean, I would definitely wait doing any kind of very offensive attacking formations until at least 70 minutes, unless I just feel like that this is not working. I need to change something.
Understood.
So usually I just stick loyal to my current formation that I've been playing with for a long time. And if it's not working, obviously you need to adjust small things. But if you need to gamble, he will probably go in a 3-4-2-1 or 3-4-1-2 if I know Marcus, which it actually looks like he did.
Let's see how he responds here. Down 2 goals. Making some changes. Trying to make a difference, but still without being vulnerable in the back. It's a big matchup here. Both teams are 4-0. So they've qualified for the round of 32, but as Agge mentioned, seedings are very important because you want to have an opponent that maybe hasn't done as well into this tournament. You want to keep your momentum going. Agge, though, I do want to talk to you because you're done with your games. You played 5 today, you're 2-3. You now have the night off. What are you thinking about tonight? Do you sleep easier or is it harder to sleep? Walk us through that a little bit.
I think I have to just relax totally, get some food and just relax talking with my coach and my friend and yeah, my team obviously. And just try not to focus too much on what went wrong today, but what my task is tomorrow. And also just trying, be strong mental because it's a new day.
And what do you think you can change about your gameplay tomorrow?
A lot. A lot.
Appreciate your honesty.
I mean, like, my defense today was not good enough. I think I conceded in around 30 goals, I think, at least, which is usually one of my strong sides, defense, which I live on. Need to be more clinical in offense and in defense. That's basically because all like the small things with the skill moves, twists and turns and stuff, they work decent. It's just be ready from the first whistle, don't panic. It's very mental. I think the mental part here at this stage is even more important than skill because everyone can do nearly the same. It's just about being ready, mental. A lot of people are used to just sit home and play, and this is something much different when you know what's on the line. So yeah, you get stressed easier, make some weird decision maybe if you are like under pressure. So that is what I'm focusing on. Yeah, just keeping my head clear.
Well, I don't know if you heard about the other console, but Aero FIFA was 0-3 and then won 4 straight games to qualify and just had a terrific run. So it was pretty impressive. So yeah, you should never count yourself out. And oh, here we go. Here we got Marcuzo here, finds himself in. Is there a penalty? No pen from the referee. Play on. So yeah, anything's possible. He's the first player to ever have done that. And it was very exciting to see somebody have that mental fortitude and not get so down on themselves to figure out a way to have success.
It's incredible, and you just need to remember to tell yourself, okay, I'm playing someone who is in the exact same position as me. So it's not like they're coming in good shape. If you are 2-3, then I know, okay, I'm going to play someone who had the same day as I did. So everything is like reset. And yeah, I'm very impressed by Nicola's pressure play. I mean, I play a lot against Marcus, and I also played Nicola in Barcelona. We had a very, very nice game. But what I noticed is that the players who comes really far, today at least, who has the highest scores, is really, really good players when they, like, in the pressure play. I think these two are maybe two. Oh, and there is done.
Oh, what a move by Nicholas. He saw that extra pass over the hullet. He saw something that none of us could see. This guy sees the code in the Matrix, like Neo. But
all right, we are going to switch games now. I think this one is done and dusted, so congratulations to Nicolas for going 5-2. We're going to switch over now to Eisvogel versus CLASH CFG. We're going to jump into this one. Look at extra time. Crazy Fat Gamer is up 7-6 over Eisvogel. Both of these teams are 2-2. Lot to play for. Great save there by De Gea. Eisvogel won the console in Manchester. He was the best PlayStation player in Manchester. Find himself in a little bit of trouble here. I think in part because there's a target on his back. He came out of nowhere. This is his first year as a professional.
Exactly. I mean, I've been knowing this pressure for a very, very long time now, since I'm maybe one of the old foxes now. Mike will probably disagree, but I mean, I know how hard it can be, and especially if it's your first year and you just come, you have so much success, and you keep riding on that wave, because his year has been amazing so far, and suddenly he meets some sort of, you know, there are some stairs maybe you have to take, and it's really hard sometimes because there will be some pressure on you and some things not going your way, and this is what he maybe experiences right now. But I'm quite confident in Eisvogel still, because what he showed this year is just incredible. I mean, he was probably one of the players who inspired me to start playing this 4-2-2.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about who inspires you. Do you take notes from everybody? Because even as, let's say, content creators like Chu and I, we're always watching other people and how they perform and what they're doing, and maybe what we can take to apply to our own game.
Well, I do find inspiration, of course. I think it's the professional community is always like that you sit and like, you see, okay, I go into the Champions channel, okay, I just watch maybe Nicolas or Marcuzo playing, and you see, oh, he does this skill move at that point, at that timing. I need to implement that into my style. So I think everyone thinks like that. But I mostly get inspired by hashtag Boras and Marcuzo, because they're like the main sparring partners I play with. So whenever they pull something crazy off, I tell them, you better tell me the secret now so I can implement it.
Now, in terms of the 4-2-2, I mean, what formation do you think the 4-2-2 dominates against? Like, what do you use the 4-2-2 to counter against?
I think for the first time, and that was actually today, I met in my first round against Envy Yas. He played the 3-5-2, and that's the first time I played a formation against a formation where I felt that really countered my formation.
Oh,
he's back.
Great goal there from the Kingfisher. Eisvogel, ice in his veins for that finish against CFG. He is back in it. Low driven finesse like we've always seen from the likes of the Prime R9. Who do you think is going to go ahead and win this, Agge?
I must say that this is very, like, if Eisvogel stops Crazy Fat Gamer's kickoff, I will root for Eisvogel because he just scored a goal, and that gains a lot of momentum right now to score a late equalizer. But if it goes to pens, it's like, it's 50-50, I guess. I don't know if either of these guys practice penalties, so I can't pick a favorite, but I will say Eisvogel because I know him best of these two players.
Ronaldo almost getting that shot away, but Maldini with the block for Eisvogel. Now CFG, Crazy Fat Gamer. He doesn't look fat at all, to be honest with you. I don't get that name. He does have Lozano on, hopefully to get that last-minute goal.
I know you're a big fan of that.
Yes, Lozano, probably the best player in the game.
Yeah, you like him too?
Oh, I love that card.
It's a great super sub.
Great super sub. Is there anyone you recommend as a super sub, Agge?
Well, I'll prefer to use Sonaldo.
Oh,
he's my first
Son.
to go super sub because of the 5-star weak foot. He's also a bit quite tall. So that is definitely my favorite, but let's check this out.
Going to penalties now. Oh, what a save by De Gea. Eisvogel misses his first. Eisvogel is in the red. Crazy Fat Gamer's in the white. Oh, save for save. All even after one kick. Good finish there from Eisvogel. Goes to the same direction. Remember, both of these teams are 2-2. This would be their third win, meaning they'd only need one tomorrow on qualification day. Another big miss from Crazy Fat Gamer. Good save from De Gea. Oh, Eisvogel. Cool as ice. Does that work there? Is ice? Yeah, ice is cool. Cool as ice. There he goes. Crazy Fat Gamer gets his first. Eisvogel, though, is in complete control. Unless this gets saved, and it is. But Crazy Fat Gamer does need to score this to equalize. Make it 2 apiece. He's missed 2 already. Oh, he does it. Right down the middle. It's 2-2. We're on our 5th penalty. Oh, what a save by De Gea. Things have turned completely. The Iceberg not so cool Crazy Fat Gamer for the win and the third win.
Oh,
what a save!
are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me? That is unbelievable. We're all square here. Oh, I think I hit a better one of those. Gotta hit the weight room. I think that's what we're saying. Crazy Fat Gamer now stepping up for the win. He got another crack at it. Oh no! Eisvogel, gotta love that he stayed right in the middle. This is probably some of the best I've ever seen. Eisvogel hits the post again. Crazy Fat Gamer for the win, his third win of Survival Day. No, he doesn't do it. It's saved again.
How many saves in this match?
Unbelievable. Eisvogel's up now. Oh, classic finish. This is it. Now Crazy Fat Gamer, who's had 3 chances to win, has got to make it to stay alive. And it's a save. Eisvogel, the best PlayStation player in Manchester, gets his third win. He's now 3-2. Crazy Fat Gamer has to be gutted to go 2-3. That means he needs 2 wins on qualification day to get to the round of 32.
Oh, more pens.
Got another one here. More penalties. We love penalties here. So that is tied. Oh no, it's up 2-1 now.
Big save from De Gea for Ajax. And now,
all right, we got Ajax Lev, who puts that right down the middle. Oh, this is a Dutch matchup here. So Agge is, oh, that's done. AJAX Lev gets the win. That was 2 teams that were 3-1. That means AJAX Lev gets his 4th win. He qualifies for the round of 32. It's got to feel good to get that qualification on day 1 and not have to worry about it in day 2 like you, Aggie. I'm just saying the obvious. You're here on the couch.
I knew it would come to me even after I supported you against Messi.
Yeah,
I think I would give Messi a good game. I really do think I'd give Messi a good game. Wow, so he's got to feel relieved here in Amsterdam. Get that off of his shoulders. He can take it easy, not that you want to, at the start of game 2. But I find that interesting because if you have 4 wins in day 1, the first 2 games, which is round 6 and round 7 of the group stages, don't really impact you other than seedings. But it's that last game when you get to the round of 32 that means everything because that's your ticket to get to London.
Yeah, exactly. And I tried both things. In Barcelona, I went 3-3 and then 4-3. And I had to play Nicolas. And I came in with a lot of momentum because I just want that deciding game. While in Manchester, I was 4-0 and I went, I think, 5-2. And then I started to relax a bit more. And then I just lost. Well, I lost both games, but I think I played much better in the first game in Barcelona against Nicolas, where I was leading until very late, than the loss I got in Manchester. So it's a lot about staying focused. Of course, you want a good seeding, you want confidence, just winning the Swiss format, winning as much as possible, but it will also be like a sleeping pillow. So you really need to be strong mental and focused all the time.
Yeah, you never really can let off. Now, Chu, let's do a quick recap of what we've seen so far. Give me your biggest storyline.
I would say the biggest storyline, I guess one of the biggest would be NYC Chris going out. Of course, probably one of the most dominant.
Pretty disappointing.
One of the most dominant players in North America, going out without a win. 0-4 was his record. I would say that would be the biggest story in my opinion. And also, in terms of wins, I mean, I wasn't expecting to see JRA from Spain come in and dominate. So I'm really happy to see the Spanish players doing very well in this competition.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's take a look at the bracket now. I agree with you. Those are some great storylines. We're going to take a look, hopefully, at these 2 and 3 teams. But here's the bracket right now. We've got 20 players, 2 and 3. They're going to have a nervous night of sleep, including the man that's sitting on this couch with us.
Right
Hashtag
here.
Aggie. No, I got to look at. I'm looking at the screen. I'm not looking at him. No eye contact with Aggie right now. But some big names. Brain 10 obviously had a couple good performances. I think everybody here had some good performances, but then ones that they'd rather forget. And so they have a big day tomorrow. They've got to win both games to get to the round of 32, and then they need to win the round of 32 to book their ticket to the FIFA World Cup Grand Final in London in August. Wow, I wouldn't want to be you right now, Aggie. That's what I'm trying to say. I sleep comfortably just making sure I do well on this couch, I guess is the best way to go. That said, I love to compete, so I'm a little bit jealous on that front too. So I wish you the best of luck tonight. Now remember guys, there is one last final Twitch drop if you have linked your account. So go to ea.com/Twitch to make that happen if you haven't. We've got one more. 25 Raheem Sterling Team of the Season cards. Probably Chu's favorite card, or that's what he's telling me at least. How excited, Agge, if you had him in your team? How powerful is this Sterling card?
Well, Raheem the Dream. He's a very good super sub, I guess. I'm not sure I would use him as a starter, but he has so much pace, so he would definitely be like just a fast winger to put in, or even a striker. He's very enjoyable for sure. I would love to have him on my team, but I'm rocking Sonaldo still.
And we respect that. Well, thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Chu, as always. And now I'm going to throw it over to Mike LaBelle, who's going to break down some big plays for us. Mike?
Thanks, Jimmy. I appreciate that. And we've seen a lot of fantastic goals on display. And one of my favorite types of goals is the El Tornado. So we're going to go over how do you execute an El Tornado. On screen, you do see my hands, yours truly. And your first step is holding L1. And if you're on the Xbox, you're holding LB. And then your second step and your third step are going to be on the right analog stick, going up and then to the left, or you can go to the right. As you see, we're going to push play there. And something you need to know about the El Tornado is that only 4 players are capable of doing the skill move in the game. So you have Cristiano Ronaldo, you have Roberto Carlos, Dele Alli, and Antoine Griezmann. We've basically been seeing Cristiano Ronaldo put on a clinic with this. So let's show you some real examples from the matches today. These all happened today. So we have FifaUstun versus Maestro. Both these guys high scoring, and they're opportunists. If they see any type of chance they're taking a rip, they're going to take a shot. So as you can see here, Neymar is facing towards the goal, and this is very important to reference because this is one of the few skill moves you do not want to use when you're looking towards the goal, when you're facing the goal. So as you can see here, Neymar this way, that's a no-go zone. And the reason that is because it kind of shows up on the player's hip, and therefore you have to reach around to try to kick it, which is difficult. It's not easy, and it doesn't have the best execution. It lowers your efficiency, your chance of completing the skill correctly. And as you see with Neymar, he finds Cristiano, which is very important here. And Cristiano cuts to the inside. And I want to draw out the importance of your opponent controlling the defender. That's Vieira there. You can see the cursor above his head. You need your opponent to play defense. It's very important for any skill moves to work at a high level of validity. And as you can see here, he's going to go this way a little bit because we have a couple players. And while he's doing that, we're executing the El Tornado. I'm saying we, but FifaUstun is executing the El Tornado in one fluid motion, and then he's going to hit the volley, and it's a beautiful goal. Yes, I will watch that over and over again. One example is good, but 2 examples is definitely better. So in the second freeze frame here that we have coming up, we've got joshingwood versus Blake Revenge, and this example is going to be within the box, and you're going to see a lot of similarities. Remember how I said you have to be on the side of the player, or you need to even be facing away from the goal to get the most out of the skill? We see Ferdinand on my hip. You see his blue cursor. He is control. I say on my hip, but he's joshingwood's hip, but he's controlling the players. What's important? And Ronaldo's going to have a very clean turn right here, and then he's going to hit the volley on his weak foot. Not an issue whatsoever. So 2 is better, but we need to have 3 to make something official. In our last freeze frame, and this is my favorite one, actually. We have Eisvogel, everybody knows, a brilliant player, one of the best in the world, versus Eggsy. So this is happening in competitive matches. And you see the ball get fed into Cristiano Ronaldo, and this might be the best setup we've seen thus far. Vieira on Ronaldo's hip. He's anticipating that Ronaldo's going to go that way, which is perfect, and we're going to open up a lot of space just back here. It's going to be a ton of space for you to turn them. So not just a little bit of space, but a lot of space. Utilize this. So all in one motion, you're once again going to have your player kind of do a 360 turn. It's going to look like that there, and you're going to hit the volley. And the crowd goes wild. How can you not appreciate that? You're going to want to tell your friends, put this in a compilation video. And it's tough to get this type of approval, but even Chu approves of the El Tornado. We're throwing up on screen, but that's how you execute the move, what to look for. Spencer?
Thank you very much, Mike. I feel like I'm learning a lot there. I've personally never, ever pulled off an El Tornado, but I think I've got what it takes to do it now. I'm going to try that when I get home. But today was all about surviving. It was survival day, and it is over. Some people, many people have survived. A couple haven't. We've lost some players. They will not be going into tomorrow, which is qualification day. Tomorrow, the first lot of games are the games where you can clinch a spot at the E-World Cup Grand Final in London. That is massive. let's remind us, if you're still not familiar with how this format works, I'm going to tell you again, okay? It's a Swiss format, 64 players began. We do not have 64 players anymore. They've been playing each other based on the record they've got, is who they come up against. Some people have already got to 4 wins. They're already clear into the last 32. A few of the lads are going to have to try and get them in the last few games of Swiss format, which will happen tomorrow. Once we've done those last few Swiss format games, it will be about qualifying for the E-World Cup, getting into the last 16. This is where you need to turn it on for the fans. And if you can get through that point, not only have you qualified, but you make it into day 3, decision day, where we'll ultimately crown the winner of the PlayStation playoff. That person will get $35,000 and top seeding for the grand final in London. Do not forget about that seeding. It's very important because you do not want to be in the group of death if you can avoid it. In London, there'll be 2 groups of 8 players, and only the top 4 will go through. So yes, qualification for the final is probably the most important thing here, along with winning the tournament, but seeding equally is just as important. And that takes in a lot of different things, including goals scored, including goals conceded. So even if you think a game's over, every goal you get can be really, really important. So when we come back tomorrow, it is qualification day. We're going to find out who gets the 16 spots available for the E-World Cup Grand Final in London. It's going to be massive. Make sure you don't miss it. We'll see you again tomorrow. Until then, don't go change.
That's a shame. 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 Praise for trying the shot, Alan. That's a shame.